Turkey to the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 7 types of Oreo made me into Marabou. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. Blammo. With an effing blammo. Blammo. Bat chest it up. Bat chest now. Bat chest it up. Bat chest it up. Bat chest it up. Bat chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9. Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing blammo. Blammo. With the effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Bat chest it up. Bat chest now. Bat chest it up. Bat chest it up. Bat chest it up. Bat chest it up. With an effing blammo. Dating adult stars, breaking hearts, spending pants.
I get it.
With the dress sense equivalent of Comic Sans. Champagne, socialist, Porsche owner, HasanAbi. I've heard it all, even from the stands in my lobby. Single himbo leftist against a world of grifters. They try to cancel me, but only manage to lift us. Last bar's coming up, but you'll miss it, don't be sour, cause we're approaching the ad break at the top of the hour.
Segue.
Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. Blammo. With an effing blammo. Blammo. Bat chest it up. Bat chest now. Bat chest it up. Bat chest it up. Bat chest it up. Bat chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude. I did it.
Pieces of shit.
What is happening? What's going on,
Witness
everybody?
me. All the gamblers, the
I hope
believers,
everyone's
and
having
the
a
doubters,
fantastic
okay?
evening,
Suck
fantastic
me.
afternoon, fantastic
Y'all are
pre-noon, no
damn
matter
sure.
where you are in the world. I'm
Mother
Hassan Piker.
sure.
This is the HasanAbi broadcast
You know what
coming
I
to you
mean?
live from rainy
Tamam mı PlayStation 5?
and shitty California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. I certainly am not. Okay, 1, because it's rainy, and 2, because I started and immediately my internet is pooping, and I can't tell what the heck is going on here. My bit rate is low. It doesn't seem to be a problem on your end, it seems, but it is wonky as hell. I'm dropping frames on my end, at least. What a wonderful way to start the day. I do love that. It's a shitty day. It's rainy, kind of. It hasn't rained, but like it's kind of rainy. So, of course, LA internet's been wonky, and it's gonna be awful, I guess. You know how it is. That's just how it works. It's great. It's good. I have good res, but it's dropping frames. Restart your modem and router, my guy. I would have to end the broadcast if I did that. Great. Oh my God. Somebody in the New Hampshire primary. Oh my God. What is happening? What is happening? Internet, fix yourself. Okay. A couple things. 1, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Okay. It's gonna be a bumpy ride today, it seems. You look like you have a hangover from last night's debate. Yeah. I do. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, folks, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker for all the parasocialists out there. And last night after a 10-hour stream, I 10.5-hour stream, I was like, God damn, I need some me time, some self-care. So what did I do? That's right. I tub maxed. I'm a tub maxer. I saw the Twitch revenue update. We're going to be talking about the disaster of Twitch revenue updates. I know Jon Stewart's coming back. Okay. Hold on. Here, Jon Stewart back at Daily Show Twitch revenue update. Auntie, did you wrong on the tub picks? Barbie Oscars controversy. UAW conversation with Brandon. Ceasefire. negotiations. New Hampshire W for Trump and more. Get in now. Okay, that's my blast off tweet. Anyway, I normally don't even put the blast off tweet this early, but yeah, Hillary Barbie tweet. We're gonna be talking about that. Argentina general strike too. Argentina, we'll talk about that too. Anyway, just want to say that the reaction to the debate was really good. You reacting to conservatives really shows your strongest side. Yes. Anyway, folks. We'll get to all the we'll get to the epic Freudian slip and stuff like that. I saw all of that. I saw that I got a vote in mother freaking New Hampshire. Let's go, dude. I'm the mother cunt. I'm the slay mother. I'm the mother cunt. And my mother cunt is quaking. Okay? We'll do all of that. We'll do all of that in a second. This is for personal news. And guess what? I have a lot to tell you, okay? I ended the broadcast after that mind-melting two liberals talk to one another, debate, react. Okay? Entertaining overall, but like, no, I wouldn't say enlightening. All right? In any capacity beyond the fact that they both agree on a lot more than they disagree on, you know? However, after that, I was like, I need some me time. I need some me time. I need like some time to myself. Okay? I need some time to myself because the gals are not having a good time. What happened to the shirt? This is one of the oldest shirts I own. Like, rip your shirt. What the fuck happened to the collar? It's literally one of the oldest shirts I own. It was Jenks. This is my favorite t-shirt. I bought one for Will as well. You've probably seen Will wear it. This t-shirt is a real gym in Florida. I used to wear it all the time, but I got too fat for it for a little bit. But it's actually like from the 80s, I think, or from the 90s. That's why it's like so discolored and so fucked up. But basically this is a real gym in Florida. It's called the Lord's Gym. Jesus Christ bench pressing the cross says the sins of the world. And his pain, your gain is what it says on the back. But I found this in the back of his Pontiac Grand Am from like the 80s because he was like gonna give it away. And I looked through all of his old shirts and I was like, you're gonna throw this out, you fucking animal? You're out of your mind. So yeah, I decided to keep it, which is probably one of the best decisions. And I've purchased more and I've given it to like Will as well. Will has one too. He would have a Pontiac and not a Toyota. Yeah. So it's like messed up. Get it repaired? Maybe. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's a t-shirt. Who cares? But regardless, that's not what I was going to talk about. What I was going to talk about is this, ladies and gentlemen. We are all domestic terrorists. So I'm a bubble bath boy. Okay. I was tub maxing. I'm a bubble bath boy. I was in the bubble. I was in the cut, you know, ensuring that I was just having a grand old time. Okay, here you go. Tub maxed last night. You lost the anarchist in your chat. I feel like going in the bathtub and tub maxing is probably the best, the most anarchist way of like not really showering. Bathtub is too small. My bathtub is too small too, brother. Don't you worry. Yeah, I'm so baby girl. I know. Sometimes baby girl is a 32-year-old man who's graying, you know? Yeah, I just soaked in my own goddamn dirt. Now, you took your knicker right to the bath with you? Yeah, it's awesome. So let me tell you though, after the bubble bath, it like fucked me up so much that I went and passed out like Kaya is right now behind me, right? And the problem is, I basically passed out in a way that I should not have passed out. I passed out above the covers, didn't even go under the covers, and I have like a double pillow situation going on. So my neck was not looking too good. This morning, I wake up being the 32-year-old old ass man that I am. Remember how we talked about how I haven't been injured in a while, how I haven't like hurt myself in a while and how sick that is? I wake up and on my nightstand, I have my drugs, right? Like I gotta take my hair pills as soon as I wake up because once again, old guy. Immediately I go, and I just go, Basically what ended up happening is I went for my hair pills on my fucking nightstand and I felt like I hurt a little bit. Turns out I'm a little tight. My neck's a little tight, which is fine. It happens. You mean that blow? Yeah, my blow. You should have left this one in the drafts, man. Hurting your neck, reaching for your balding pills is the oldest thing I've ever heard. Yes. So, you know, be careful, everybody. This can happen to you too one day. So, yeah, but regardless of the fact that like I started off the day in the worst way possible, immediately going, oh, that's over. It's over. It's done. I turned around and I still went and I still worked out. Okay. What do you take for your hair? Viagra. That's what I take for my hair. You're slimming down though. Bravo. I think I people think I'm getting fat or slimming down because of my facial hair. That's it. So yeah, slept on my neck wrong and you know, it was tight, but doesn't matter because guess what? I still worked out. I still did. I was supposed to do military presses. Obviously we sidelined that today because, you know, not the best time to do military presses. However, because you got neck pain and like, you know, it stems usually from the tightness from my traps. But having said that, I still did my squats. We're doing 5x5s right now. And at least my squats are still going up in weight. So that's good. And I'm happy about that. Post that photo later or post that video of my squatting later. Partially because, you know, I might be heading out to the gym, the Iron Forge gym. You ever have ankle mobility issues? Not really. What do you have squats? It's not that high. I do 5x5s or like 6x5s. And then, you know, if I can get to my last set and be able to do like 5+, then I consider that to be good. I consider that to be good enough to go higher. You know what I mean? Fuck you. Wait, what? Why? Brother brother came in the chat and chose violence, dude. First message. Hell of a first chat, dude. What the hell? Most hated exercise versus least hated? I don't know. It just changes with the wind, you know? My man came in first message. Fuck you. Okay, that's nice. Who the hell wakes up in the morning and goes, I'm gonna hate on this guy today? Biggest takeaway from last night was bona fide conservatives in the chat again. Yeah, we had like the ad enjoyer. How much weight? Oh, the weight wasn't that high. Because this is a new split that we're working on, that's like both on the one hand strength related and on the other hand, like there was a little bit of a deload. So I'm only at 275 for 7 on my squats. Like before this new regimen, before this new workout, like I was squatting way more than that. But right now on the 5x5s, I'm at like I can do 275 for 5 sets of 5, and then on the last one today I did 7. So, but that's not very heavy. 275 is not very heavy. Part of the reason why it's not very heavy is because I shifted. I used to be a low bar back squatter. For those of you who don't know, I used to be a low bar back squatter. Okay. And a couple months back, I decided to do high bar back squatting because I wanted more depth. And I feel like I do basically good mornings because my lower back is so strong in comparison to all the other muscle groups that I have. I was basically doing good mornings when I was squatting with like 3 plates, which is not good. You know what I mean? For those of you who don't know, this is what a good morning is. Like obviously it's not like that. I'm exaggerating, but on the tail end of the workout, like on the tail end of my squats, because I was low bar back squatting, I was relying a lot on my lower back because I have a strong lower back. So it's definitely not good for you know, consistently weightlifting at heavy weights. But yeah, you were, but I thought it was because you have long legs. That definitely plays a role in it. You don't even need a lot of weight for squats to produce a return. Yeah, but it's good to know that you're getting stronger. But yeah, I do high bar back squatting now, and it's been fairly good so far. Kaya is in the streamer awards. Oh my god, best dog of the century, Kaya. She won it. She won that. So yeah, that's the personal news side of the broadcast. You know what I mean? That's it. That's what I. For those of you, if you're new here, this is for the parasocialists out there. I tell you a little bit about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, and then I blast off, and we start the show, and we welcome all of the boys, girls, and MBs into the. Are you braced up or not afraid of screwing up your back? No, I don't brace up. I have been using a wrist brace recently because I have this nagging wrist pain when I do push-ups and stuff, or like anytime I do anything that like pushes my wrist too far. I always have this nagging pain and it sucks. You're a femme? Oh, dude. Last time I saw you, you were fat. Did you start mewing or something, like for real? You're a femme. Yeah. This is why I do what I do, folks. How important is your diet on your mewing journey? Your diet is the most important, chat. What glasses frames are you wearing? These are from Japan. When I went to Japan, they have these like stores where you can go and get new glasses. If you have your old glasses on you, which of course you do because you can't see without them, you go into the store and you're like, these are my glasses, and they take it, they find what your prescription is and make you new ones in like 45 minutes. It's crazy. And it's super cheap too. So you need to use those hand workout grips. They build the core balancing muscles on your wrist and it will stop hurting when you do push-ups. I had the same problem. Oh, is it the thick grip, girthy grip? I do that too. I use that as well. Lowering weight when switching squat stances helped me a lot when trying to hit depth and engage my ass and quads more than my ass and hammies. Better for your knees too. Yeah, that's why I did that exact same thing. I switched it from a low bar back squat to a high bar back squat. I mean, here, a friend of the show, Jeff Nippard, has a really good short on squats. Which I will show you very quickly, okay? I don't know if I can find it easily, but I saw one of his shorts where he talked about, oh, do you have a perfect squat? Find out. I think this is it.
Squat
Here.
checklist. If you tick all 5, you have a perfect squat.
First check, bar placement. For a high bar squat, place the bar on your upper traps. This will
Yeah.
target slightly more quads. For a low bar squat, shift the bar down 2 or 3 inches. This will target slightly more glutes and low back. Second, an efficient walkout. Don't take too many steps. That's just wasted energy. Instead, take 1 step to clear the rack, a second step to match the other foot, and a third adjustment step if you need to get them even. Third, stance width. Narrow and wide stances both work, but for most people, just outside shoulder width with slightly flared toes is best. Fourth, depth. Try to break parallel for the
For those of you who are wondering, as far as like width goes, toe width goes, one of the best things you can do is jump as high as you can and land, and see, like, land into a squat and see what your feet look like.
best gains, but cutting depth a bit shy won't kill your gains. For powerlifting,
Yeah.
you do need to get your hip crease below your knee joint for the lift to count. Squat shoes.
I think people forget Jeff is also, like, you know, a little bit shorter, which plays a role in which definitely plays a role in his squat look in the way it
and
does.
Mobility drills, dropping the weight back can help you get deeper.
But yeah, he's got great mobility, obviously. Look at that. He's deep as hell. You want to live with your back and use a quick jerking twisting motion. Okay, good advice. Short King Jeff Nippard. My king, my goat. Anyway, oh, Andrew Schultz had Vivek on for Flagrant. That's really funny. Kai looks knocked the fuck out. Yeah, because she was getting double teamed by a Doberman and a Belgian Malinois at the gym. She has a boyfriend already at the gym that she plays with non-freaking stop. But beyond that, she also is bro, that's your daughter? What? She's playing. What do you mean? Also, she's a thought. Everybody calm down. You know what I mean? I'm a woke dad, okay? I have a thought daughter, okay? I have a thought daughter. It's just the truth. She is such a hoe, okay? She is. She loves all the boys. She plays rough with them. It's just the fucking truth. All right? What do you want? What do you mean? Like, what do you want me to do? This generation is doomed. Yeah. All right. Let's continue. What do you think about Action Bronson? Would you ever do a collab with him given the chance? I'm sure he'd forgive you for your just later. I love Action Bronson. Will and I used to make fake Action Bronson lyrics in our youth, okay? Like, one of our fun pastimes was to just, like, make up Action Bronson lyrics, which is really funny because, like, all of that stuff in our, like, inside, group of friends memes, like, they have become, like, Twitter accounts. I think there's, like, literally a Twitter account dedicated to, like, making fake Action Bronson lyrics about food. but Will and I are both obviously massive Action Bronson fans. Yeah, we would try to come up with like stupid, completely idiotic, like food related memes, and now it's like a viral account, I think, right? Accidental Bronson, yeah, I've seen that. Things that sound like Action Bronson lyrics. I made the Jehovah's Witness watch me do backflips. The baklava is so crispy. I'm feeling so reckless. No way. He found out about it. Is so awesome. Yeah, I love him. What's not to love, dude? He's like a fucking fat guy on a fitness journey who loves food as much as I do. You know what I mean? Sounds like West Side Gun. No. Very different. Not so different because like obviously New York, but very different in the sense that West Side Gun has like his style, or at least like his lyrics are very different in the sense of like Action Bronson, like their flow can and their sound might come across a little similar, but Action Bronson is like super food heavy. Like he absolutely loves food. So all of his lyrics, if you don't know, yeah, West Side Gun is more like, you know, West Side Gun has like notable ad libs and things like that. Whereas Action Bronson is like, he's just chefing up lyrics. Okay. Anyway, West Side Gun is just about the process of creating and distributing crack cocaine. Yes. He looks overweight. He used to be really, really, really obese, and then he lost a lot of weight, and I think he gained it back again recently. But like, I get it because it's impossible not to when you got fucking so many food shows and shit. Anyway, has feminism gone too far? Has society gotten too horny on Maine? What the fuck is this? I don't know. We'll take a look at it though. I like those issues. All right, let me blast off then. Let's do it. Okay. First and foremost, couple things. Okay. This morning I'm at the gym and I get a notification on my phone. Okay. And it turns out, would you ever make pornographic content? I have with your mom, but it's just for our own personal consumption. Oh, by the way, I've blasted off. So let's get started. I blasted off. The Patriot post that you sent me is just straight racism. I covered it yesterday, the Charlie Kirk racist post. Anyway, here it is, folks. We're live. We are alive. We're gonna talk about Barbie. We're gonna talk about Barbie, the Barbussy, the controversy, the controversy. I am gonna be slay mothering. I'm gonna be mother quaking. I'm gonna be doing all of that. Okay. Here it is. We're blasting off, folks. Jon Stewart back at the Daily Show. Twitch revenue update. Barbie Oscars controversy. UAW conversation with Brandon. Ceasefire negotiations. New Hampshire W for Trump and more. The defund Israel Twitter account is just shredded fascist. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't even interact with that account at all, but I did see like Jon Stewart, not Stewart, whatever, dude. Who cares? Who's Jon Stewart? Shut up. Yeah, it's a fake last name anyway. Here, I'll fix it. Yeah, the Barbussy controversy. We're gonna talk about all of that. What was the notification on your phone? Oh, the notification on my phone was from Zachary Diaz, who used to work at Twitch. Old school DSA guy, San Francisco. Anyway, now works at OTK. This motherfucker is like, you saw that apparently there's a new Twitch revenue update, and I found out about this new revenue update from a dude that used to work at Twitch making fun of me because apparently Turkish. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Just hold on. I just like read a part of it and immediately I was like, this is like, oh fuck, what is going on? Jake Weber 69 has rated you. What the hell? Hey, yo, okay. You lost weight since the last time you saw me? Yeah, that's probably because I shaved. Hello, Raiders. Welcome to the stream. You are right on time, actually. We just got done with my personal news, and we're going to get into the Twitch news and the real world news. So, hello, Jake Weber. I have a question for the Jake heads in the chat. Is Jake Weber like is he like a Twitch is he a TikTok guy before Twitch? Is that what it is? And now he's like popping on Twitch too? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Or has he always been like a YouTube guy? He's a YouTube guy, he's a silly guy. Okay, because I watched him eat a Prince Street pizza and I was like, I love Prince Street pizza. Jake Weber is the punk emo cool dude. Okay. Well, he was a YouTube guy before a TikTok guy. Because I have a suspicion that like Twitch is going to be overtaken by a lot of like TikTok guys that become Twitch streamers. A lot of people that go super viral on TikTok have a you know, if they angle it towards Twitch, they do really well. Like KCO and Jinxie and even Kai and stuff. So there's like a big pipeline. Have some respect, young ma'am. Got off the press. The IL-76 cargo plane has been blown out of the sky. Russia blames Ukraine and blowing it up 65 of his own POWs. Yeah, I know. We're not going to talk about that yet. And I don't know what the actual situation is. All right. Anyway, slip this in there, but there is now a flat rate paid out to creators for Twitch Prime subscriptions per country. And the Turkish Twitch Prime subscriptions now pays out $0.09 per Prime sub. Okay. Which is kind of nutty. Like, at Hassan the Hun stands in shambles, he says. Except the point is, I don't think I have a lot of Twitch Primes. Mama always needs their Diet Coke. Whatever daddy wants, daddy gets. I love Diet Coke. I don't know if these are lines or not. But 34 MKD50 is going to destroy you. Well, 34 MKD50 is a Turkish gifter. He has been throwing pennies at me. It's a big deal for his own Turkish salary, but yeah, it technically comes down to like, it does come down to basically pennies on my end, like quite literally. But he's not peppering Prime subs, so it don't even matter. How did it work before? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how it worked before. If someone had Prime in Turkey and they subscribed in Turkey with their Amazon Prime to avoid the top of the hour ad break, which comes to the top of every hour, obviously, of course, as you guys know. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account or whatever it is adjusted to your country's currency. Before, I don't know what it would look like if a Turkish person subscribed with a Prime. I actually don't even know. Maybe someone in the chat could tell me. You have a typo in your title? Do I? I don't really care. It's fine. Don't Turkish viewers not see the ads anyway? Yeah, for the most part, Turkish viewers don't even see the ads. Because it just depends. Zam yaptılar amına koyayım 40 lira $1'dan daha fazla. Artık ben başladığımda 9 lira mıydı neydi? Amele yanı. Okay. Check subs by country in the dashboard. You can do that? I didn't even know you could do that. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. %400 zamladılar. Turkey is like Argentina, but in the Middle East, you know what I mean? Sir, this is your job, lol. This is his job, by the way. Dude, yeah, I'm bad at that part of my job. I'm bad at most parts of my job. I'm only good at one thing, and that's just like sitting in front of a camera and talking, okay? And yapping. That's it. I got a PhD in yaponomics. You feel me? That's it. I got nothing else going on for me. Do you understand? I'm just yapping away. All right, what do? I go to like overview. Is it revenue? Like where would I find the geolocation of subscribers? Is it on community? No. It's on revenue earnings maybe? No. Damn, but revenue is down, son. You are pretty good at fucking our mothers too. True. Yes, I'm going to talk about Chaya Right Chick in Oklahoma in a second. Bro, minored in yapology. That Otherworld pod hack goes so hard. Thank you. I don't know. It's really just above the chat as a viewer. No, that's not what we're talking about. New York Times comprehensive aerial imagery of Israel's destruction in Gaza updated today. All right, we'll look at that in a little bit. Let's start off with the Twitch thing. Mike from PA said you should do more debates to get your numbers up and how important your voice is. Yeah, maybe. So, all right. So Twitch comes out of the gates swinging with another adjustment. Okay. This time also for revenue. Turns out they are getting the Twitch revenue is getting an update. Okay. And I found out about this from Zachary Diaz, making fun of me and saying that the Prime subscriptions of a Turkish person are worth 0.9, like it's just worth 9 cents. Okay, you should make amends with Galen Druk. What the? That bait hurt as much as you hurt Galen Druk fans. Are you good at reconciling with Galen Druk? Is this like Galen Druk in your mouth or something? What is that? Who's Galen Druk? That's a crazy name. Like it sounds like big fan, dude. You're gonna make 20% more money though, so it's whatever. I don't think this touches anything for me. An update to several streamer payout programs. Streamers and communities you build are the foundation of Twitch. We understand the important role the revenue you earn from streaming plays in each of our lives. Our goal is to provide a revenue model that is rewarding and easy to understand while also being sustainable in the long run. We have 3 announcements today that build on changes we have made over the last year. These changes aim to create a long-term transparent framework for streamer compensation that rewards and encourages creators who are committed to live streaming. Expanding the Partner Plus program to give more streamers access to increased net revenue shares on paid and gifted subs. Eliminating the 100K cap. Oh, this is good. Yeah, this was in the works for a while. Oh, Galen Drew is the 538 guy that I was making fun of, and I said he looks like Will Stansel. Okay, that makes sense. The guy that looks like Tintin. I love that guy. He's awesome. I have no issues with him. What do you mean? This is for Galen Drew heads. What would I apologize for? For saying he's swagged out? Eliminating 100K cap for the 70-30 revenue share recipients. Changing the Prime Gaming subscription payout model to a fixed rate for each country. Plato 1507. Thank you for the 10 of the subs. So in October 2023, we launched the Partner Plus program that provides streamers with improved net revenue share on paid and gifted subs based on clear and objective criteria. Thousands of streamers have already qualified for Partner Plus, and starting May 1st, we'll be expanding the program in 3 ways. 1, we're adding a new level to the program to expand the benefits to a broader group of streamers. Streamers who maintain 100 plus points for 3 consecutive months will qualify for 60-40 net revenue on paid and gift subscriptions to their channel. We are reducing the plus points threshold for the 70-30 net revenue share level from 350 to 300. Like, none of this touches me, obviously, because I have like a old school, one of the last, like, I've always had like a weird contract, but I've always had like an old school contract. Sean won the Hidden Gem nom. Nice. Congratulations to Sean the Black. Dude, there were so many like members of this community that were up for Hidden Gem or like wanted to make an argument for being in Hidden Gem, and I do think that they're all hidden gems. Like members of this community, people that I stream with regularly, you know what I mean? Fake award show says Twitch Observer 69. Yeah, but congratulations, Sean. We'll look at all of you know, once Cutie is done, we'll look at every single one of them. We are allowing affiliates to qualify when the Partner Plus program launched with a qualification of 350 points. It makes sense for the program to be partner only, as just about every streamer who would qualify was a partner. With the lower thresholds, more affiliates can qualify, and they deserve to be rewarded. So Partner Plus level 1, you get 60-40 rev share. Level 2, you get 70-30 rev share. I guess, and the point system works as such. Tier 1 subs mean 1 point. Tier 2 subs means 2 points, and Tier 3 subs means 6 points. So if you have 100 Tier 1 subs, you've now officially reached the level 1 partner platform. Therefore, you get a 60-40 revenue share. In total, this expansion will allow 3 times as many streamers to have premium net revenue share rates. For more information on the Plus program, you can visit the help page. They eliminated the 100K cap. Okay. That's good. The revenue share would revert from 70 to the standard rate of 50%. We received clear feedback that the 100K cap limited the earnings and growth opportunities for impacted streamers and served as a disincentive. This change is effective starting today. I don't know. They don't say what primes mean, so I guess primes mean nothing. I don't know. Changes the Prime Gaming subscription payout model. Since 2016, Twitch users who are also Amazon Prime members have been granted a monthly token that they can use to subscribe to their favorite Twitch channels, as you guys know. The program has evolved, and the monthly sub-token benefits is now part of the broader Prime Gaming benefit, which also includes free games. These Prime Gaming sub-tokens have been a supplemental source of revenue for many Twitch streamers and have given viewers a chance to enjoy subscriber benefits on Twitch without having to spend additional dollary dues. Prime Gaming is a close partner, sees tremendous value. When we first launched, we decided to make Prime Gaming subscription payouts the same as paid subscription payouts, which was great. Now they're not doing that. They're lowering it. To continue offering the benefits in a sustainable way, we are transitioning to a fixed rate model for Prime Gaming subs based upon the country of the subscriber. Oh, that's actually a huge L. Because like depending on where your Prime game depending on where your Prime, like Twitch Prime is coming from, it goes from just a 3/13/2023 incident. What the hell is that? What? 3/13/20? You said a word? Swag? Okay. He's got CLM in his name. Okay. He's got CLM in his name. He's fucking gonna inevitably send me a E-Rob clip. Okay. The ogre clip. Just wait. It's coming. Okay. I will never apologize for being swagged out. All right. Creator dashboard revenue earnings. Wait, hold up. Creator dashboard revenue earnings subscribers view details. Revenue earnings. Where the fuck is revenue? I don't have it. I only have monetization, analytics, overview. Oh, revenue earnings, and then subscribers view details. What? How do I? Oh, view details. All right, let's see. Let's see. We have. I have 49,353 tier 1 subs, 98 tier 2 subs, and 62 tier 3 subs. Okay? But it doesn't, not enough data for us to display, it says, as far as like where the subscriptions are coming from. But we'll look at December. Subs by location, 76% are from the United States of America. 6% is from Canada. 4% is from Turkey. 3% is from the United Kingdom. 2% is from Germany. 1% is from Netherlands. 1% is from Australia. 1% is from Brazil. Less than 1% is from Armenia. Shouts out to my Armenian HasanAbi heads out there. Less than 1% Uruguay, Italy, Guatemala, China. What the fuck? And then the list goes on and on and on. So not a lot of this changes. Not a lot of this changes for me. However, what changes for me is the fact that the United States subscription has also been lowered. So basically, the fixed rate Prime Gaming will be effective June 3rd, 2024, and the rates can be found here. We plan to publish the rates annually with updates as required. For more streamers, this change will not have a major impact on the revenue, which is a lie. While any decrease will feel disappointing, the difference between what streamers receive today for a Prime Gaming subscription and what they will receive after the change to fixed rates less than 5% of the vast majority of countries. And to be clear, this difference only affects Prime Gaming subscriptions, which is only a portion of the streamer's overall revenue. How do I see what percentage is Prime Gaming for me? This is setting up the death of Twitch Prime subscriptions. I am definitely a little scared about that. Let's be real. It does seem like, they are lowering the Twitch Prime subscription payouts. I was deleted the first time on World Wide Web and it was not the official developer. I don't know what you're saying. Yeah. They're scaling down huge on Prime Gaming. They laid off most of the people in PG November, including me. Amazon Gaming layoffs, Crown Content Channel. Yeah. This announcement is a weird mix of increasing payouts and reducing payouts. What's that about? Yeah. So the increasing the percentage that you make off of the revenue that you generate for the company is a good thing. It's a long time coming. The decrease on the Prime side, however, is not so good. Why is that not good? Well, it's not good because that signals that there's definitely less people, there's definitely less interest. But yeah, I have more Prime subs, I have more Prime subs than I have regular paid subs, like regular tier 1 subs. Like, no, technically with the gifted and the multi-month gifted, I do end up having more, I guess. I do end up having more like regular subs, but it's like a 50-50 split almost. You know what I mean? My Prime sub is used on you each month, but do you benefit more from tier 1 versus Prime subs? Well, before, let's say all of my subscriptions up until this very moment were in the United States of America. Okay? Let's say that every single person that subscribed with a Prime from the United States of America were subscribing to me. I would be getting, I guess, $250 in that situation, or like it's like a half and half split. I think that's how it works. Not entirely sure on the Prime side. A regular tier 1 is like a 70-30, but a Prime would be half, right? I think. Now it's going to be even less than that. Now it's going to be $225 instead of $250. DJ Clancy, it is roughly $230 right now. So now it'll be What's up, DJ Clancy? The CEO is in the chat. So it is currently roughly 230 in the US. So every time someone subscribes with a Twitch Prime, I get $2.30. Now it'll be $2.25, I think, right? That's what it lowered to. It went from, where's the USA? What the hell? North America. United States, yeah, it goes down to 225. Same for Canada, same for Puerto Rico. I'm in Uruguay, but I have my Prime in the US. Was the conversion rate on that? Well, I don't know about that. All right, so yeah, that's the way it's gonna work. So some good stuff, and then other somewhat scary stuff as far as like any kind of revenue shift on the Prime side. Obviously, is going to be scary for streamers in general. It's understandable that it'll be scary for streamers in general, especially if it comes on the heels of like Amazon layoffs in general, Amazon back layoffs on the Twitch side, Amazon layoffs on the Crown side, Amazon layoffs on the Prime Gaming side. Any kind of watch the haters gloat that you were gonna make less money. Yeah, I don't care. These guys are insane. No one is always going to be on top permanently. Okay. So this is good. It's more sustainable. A sustainable Twitch can pay more people than a down the line closed down Twitch. But yeah, no, the 70-30, the 60-40 split, and then a 70-30 split, accessible to all is a good thing. So I think given that primes are a little bit top heavy, even though it is like probably a more democratic way of trying to distribute revenue from Amazon directly in the hands of the consumer base to as many streamers as possible. Basically what ends up happening is a good thing overall for many streamers. For some of the top streamers that have a shit ton of Prime subscriptions, they will see a marginal pay cut on their revenue because a lot of the top streamers get a lot of the primes. Okay. What I'm afraid of more so is what this spells for, I guess, like Amazon's, Amazon's interest on the continuation of the platform, and also more importantly than the continuation of the platform, what this means for Twitch Prime, which of course is plays a major role, in my opinion, in the stability and making Twitch a favorable platform for content creators overall to consistently stream on. So, that's the biggest fear, is like the removal of Prime. That's something that a lot of people think is the worst possible scenario. If they remove Twitch Prime, then that's like a major source of revenue for especially a lot of the top Twitch streamers, but just Twitch streamers in general across the board. The CEO said Amazon really likes Twitch Prime because it drives engagement with the benefit. Yeah, I hope that they continue with it. So the 1K Andes will benefit more, and your loss as a 20K concurrent Andy is minimal. Yes, pretty much. That says the opposite. What reducing the amount creators get paid with Prime says that a lot of people were subbing with Prime. Agreed. We are not removing Twitch Prime. We just need to make it sustainable. I know, but like even a move towards sustainability means that like things aren't, great, right? Obviously it's like permanent growth under capitalism. So any deviation from permanent growth spells trouble for many people. Anyway, so that's like, this is why Kick is the GOAT. Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, definitely. W Kick. Good job, for sure. Cutie just roasted you for merch sales? Wait, why? What did I do? Just a tip. If you want to save some money without using Prime, you can buy Twitch gift cards through Target with the red card debit and save 5%. Not gonna lie, super disappointed that the camo bag was just normal camo and not the same as the rest of the line. Oh, well, we slapped the... Thanks for the merch endorsement. Cutie roasted you. She made a 9/11 joke in her merch commercial. What the fuck? What is going on here? What the hell is this? Anyway, what is this? Merch on sale now. Merch.thestreamerawards.com. This merch is hotter than September 11th. It's Hasan approved. What the fuck?
Made me not fall.
Even small streamers love them. Oh my god.
Buy merch.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You fell for it. You gave her a free ad. What do you mean? She's my... That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You fell for it. You gave her a free ad. What do you mean? She's my friend and also my co-host on my podcast. You think I don't want her to like actually have a sustainable award show? Like, what do you mean? I did. I got you baited. No! I fell for it. I'm such a fool. I'm telling you, she's in cahoots with the yard. Yeah, she's the inside player. Anyway. Hi, Hassan. Misha here. Can you please release a written statement regarding what rights Kaya has? If you're a real socialist, you should support her emancipation. Good one. I think Prime will stay, but not make any extra money for streamers in the future. Wait, first of all, Prime is a big source of revenue for Twitch streamers, chatters. It's a big source. Like I just told you that I generate more revenue from Prime subscriptions than I do on like direct tier 1 subscriptions. When you add gifted subs, the tier 1 subscriptions make more revenue. But overall, honestly, kind of disrespectful. Like Cutie's fam on the pod without her. That's funny. People got mad in our chat about the 9/11 joke. That's funny. All right. So yeah, GXLDCPT Rick, thank you for the 10 gift subs. So yeah, no, Prime is a huge benefit for streamers. Like streamers look at Prime as a major source of revenue, and that overall makes the platform more competitive. But yeah, any kind of changes in the direction where like Prime revenue is decreased, I guess, like the Prime payouts are decreased in any capacity, is like definitely a little scary. Watch Cutie Noms, you're up. For what? I got nominated for what? What did I get nominated for? I'm not gonna win it, dude. Let's be for real, okay? What is? Yeah, see, I looked at it. It said El Hassan. First thing, best just chatting streamer. The Hassan, your rage feud is back on. Fuck that commie, Hassan. Hassan is a terrorist. Hassan is a terrorist.
My bad.
Oh, that's crazy. Putting me up against Will Neff on the just chatting category? That's insane. Ay. Did we get nominated for best chat? Who are these people?
This is Kai Sinat's second nomination in this show.
Okay.
Why am I here?
Bad for Will's numbers, not gonna lie. Are you kidding me? No. It's not bad for Will's numbers at all. It doesn't even split the vote at all because most people from my community will vote for Will. Like, I won last year, and I don't plan on winning this year, so I will probably lend support to Will Eber Savage Neff as well. Half of my community is already talking about how they're gonna vote for Will. Look at this. I'm voting for Will, and I've been subbed to Hassan for longer. Yeah, see, Hassan is washed. Okay, guys, you know you're gonna hurt my feelings a little bit. Calm down. You're doing the Biden. I'm going to choose a black Supreme Court justice. Wait, what? No, I'm not. I mean, I will push for Will winning. I've won this already. Chatter's mad at Twitter. You talk about the Yakuza game, but never game lately. I did. Throw everyone for a loop and vote and push your vote behind Wubby. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Anyway, our goal is to win one of every award. Yeah, we're not winning any awards this year. Okay, I can't beat Mr. Shakedown and Zero. What fighting style should I use? All right. Let's continue with what I was talking about. The polls are in. We think you're too old for the Just Chatting Award. Time to endorse Will. First of all, Will is older than me, so suck my dick. Man, you deserve recognition too still, though, because you won last year doesn't mean anything. No, I'm not planning on winning shit this year. Really? He looks 5 years younger? I hate this so much because chatters know exactly what... chatters know exactly how to tug on my fucking insecurities, and it's like so annoying, especially when like Will leans into it as a joke, and all of you parasocial dumb motherfuckers are doing it in the chat right now. Like, shut the fuck up, please. Oh my god, I can't even like have fun and enjoy. Okay, I can't even have fun, celebrate my fucking best friend without you dumb motherfuckers coming in here and being like, I'm the puppet master. You're fucking old. You're so old. Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck any of you. Stop negging, okay? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. We can't even have any fun in here without you motherfuckers turning around and being like, you're so old. You're so old. Yeah, I'm old, dude. I know. Okay. It's just like, oh God, Twitch is the worst fucking platform. I swear to God. It It is the worst platform. It's just like it's a mental illness factory. There is no platform out there that is better than just like actively trying to fucking mainline genuine mental illness directly to your fucking brain than Twitch, with the way that it like creates profoundly parasocial relationships that only actively try to like hurt the streamer's feelings desperately. No, it literally is worse than TikTok and Twitch and whatnot. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Let's get to the news. Yeah, it's either you are Wash Lamau or Small Bean. We love you, Hustle. I know. All right, Kick beat that by a mile. I mean, Kick is like mentally ill in a different way. Getting older is not even a real insecurity that I have. I don't really give a shit. You know what I mean? It's normal. It's more so very frustrating to try to like pin friends together, which is like, it's like mean girl shit. You know what I mean? Like why the fuck is a chat full of fans of both of these communities coming in here and like trying to literally personally put a wedge between two dudes who've known each other for fucking 10 plus years? It's really weird, you know? It was weirdo behavior. Anyway, having said that, yes, aging is easier on men. That is true. Yes, I will be lending my support to Will. I don't foresee myself winning the Just Chatting award. Okay? All right. So overall, I think you say it all the time, all terminally online peeps care about is drama. I know. Overall, good for a lot of streamers that will now be able to generate more revenue, but scary for long-term considerations for the platform, because any kind of Willnet fans are weird. Some of them don't like you. Yeah, I know. It's very odd. I don't know how the fuck that happened. Like, I don't know how we got to that point, but I mean, I'm happy for him because that means that he's like grown and fostered a community that is like just entirely his own. You know what I mean? But I do know that like there are super parasocial fans of mine that used to go into his fucking chat and like yell at him and be like, "You're gonna lose, Hasan, if you keep this up." And now I feel like there are fans of his that do the same, like they come in here and do the same to me, which is very odd. You know what I mean? It was gross when like my ultra stans were doing that, and now it's like I mean, it's still gross on the other side. Live streamer fans are legit more parasocial than K-pop fans. Yeah. Onların hepsi geldikleri belli, önemseme. Did you see this about DeSantis's wife? No, I did not. Yeah. All right. Moving on from Twitch revenue. All right. We're moving away from this. Let's get to less depressing content like Israel Palestine, Joe Rogan, Jujutsu Kaisen fans being too horny, Andrew Schultz flagrant, having Andrew Schultz having Vivek Ramaswamy on accidental browser. We're going to click away from that. I don't really care about that as much. And also the Barbie controversy. Okay. Oh, by the way, congratulations to me for getting 1 vote, which is 2 votes less than my uncle did in Nashua Ward 19. That's right, Hank Pecker. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy that in the in this ward in New Hampshire, I got 2 less votes as a meme name than Jenk did. This would be fun for later anime award nominations. That's got to be a real dude somewhere, Law. No, that's definitely a meme. Law, I know Nashua Wells' sister and her husband lived there until a couple of years ago. She might still be registered there. It's also the hometown of Ludwig. Wait, really? Yeah. Also, a thing that I find very interesting is that Joe Biden had a write-in ticket, right? And that write-in campaign was actually backed by like a massive Democratic Party super PAC, which I find real strange that like they did that, especially because, and I think the Chapo boys and gals were talking about this earlier. It is rather odd that they haven't really campaigned much so far. The branding camp, I mean. And I don't know where that's coming from. They did that because New Hampshire has it in law that they have to have the first primary, but the DNC actually is holding New Hampshire primary in February. It's obviously meant to obfuscate any actual voting dissent in the primary. I just think it's like one vote for Joe Biden. Release Hamas hostages. What the fuck is Joe Biden? What? Joe Biden. Who the fuck? What does that even... What? Someone fucked up the writing. Someone fucked up the writing campaign, dude. They're like, I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. Joe Biden, most literate person in New Hampshire. Yeah. None of the above. Yeah. It's just like he probably wrote, dude, you're saying shitty handwriting, but like there's extra letters there, chat. I'm sorry. But there's extra letters. I don't think that's shitty handwriting. Okay. But yeah, Hank Pecker, rise up. Hank Pecker, rise up, folks. We're doing it. We're doing it. That's it. I'm announcing it. I'm running. None of the above. Anyone else? Things are not great, but it is funny that like they even put a Hank Pecker in there. I'll celebrate it. Voting is live. Yeah, we'll vote later. We'll vote later for the streamer awards. We'll do that today. Okay. Where was I? All right, let's get started. I was going to finish the Israel-Palestine proportion of this debate, but I don't know if I have time for that. But yes, let's get started on the New Hampshire primaries first, okay?
GOP presidential nomination. It's getting more personal after the New Hampshire primary. Now, CBS News projects a win for Donald Trump in yesterday's contest against former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. But in her speech last night, Haley said she is not dropping out of this race. Instead, she is vowing to fight on, and she is sharpening her attacks on the former president.
And speaking of attacks, former President Trump gave a victory speech that at times felt angry to some and included some threats threats of investigations, veiled and not so veiled in many people's view, if Nikki Haley does not drop out of this race and soon. We've got team political coverage today, including how the Biden campaign is responding. But we're going to begin with Caitlin Huey Burns in New Hampshire, where I was just yesterday. Caitlin, good morning.
Hey, Tony, good morning to you. Well, you got out just before the snow came down here in New Hampshire. It had held off yesterday, which led to record turnout, and independents showed up big, too. But still, it wasn't enough for Nikki Haley to overtake Donald Trump. However, she's vowing to plow on, and this remains, at least for now, a two-person race.
With New Hampshire, it's back-to-back victories for former President Donald Trump as he moves closer to the Republican presidential nomination.
We have to do what's good for our party.
Trump's win in the state, where nearly half of the voters identify as independents, adds to questions about former ambassador.
I think New Hampshire is different. I think New Hampshire is built different. That's it. Like, sure, there's a lot of, I guess, momentum among moderate Republican Party voters or whatever that are looking for anyone but Trump. Okay. But it doesn't yield turnout. There's two things to understand here. One, what does this mean? Like, is this a large enough constituency within the Republican Party that it will hurt their chances in the general? As in, will they turn around and lend their support to Donald Trump and rally around him when he is the candidate? The second question also is that, are there enough Republican voters in the Republican Party in the primaries that actually will go for anybody but Trump, right? And I don't think that there are, especially in other states, including the state that Nikki Haley was the governor of. The entire state legislature is backing Donald Trump pretty much. Her own state is like, Donald Trump is like a 50-point lead or something. You know what I mean? He has a major lead on Nikki Haley in her own goddamn state. So that's not good. That's not good at all. And even the media, at least like NPR and the like, have started talking about Nikki Haley's campaign as though, you know, when will she drop out? Will she, won't she drop out? When will she drop out? So like, that's also not good for her. None of this looks good for her. So are normie conservatives just fine with Trump now? I've told you guys this already. There's two types of Republican Party voters, okay? People that vote for the Democratic Party moderate Republicans, that is, and Trump voters. That's it. The Republican Party is mostly comprised of people who like Trump, but I guess think that he might be a little bit too much of a liability. That's it. There is no reason, and I've been saying this for years, there is virtually no reason for you as a moderate Republican to not vote for the Democratic Party. If you are a moderate Republican, why don't you just vote for the Democratic Party? Like, the Republican Party only offers you one thing that's different than the Democratic Party, and that's just like, you know, more chaotic racism and bigotry. That's it. Like, the idea that it's like guns and stuff is so silly. The Democratic Party can't fucking do anything about guns and will not do anything about guns. So if your whole shtick is that you're like, you want to lower taxes, but you're not like, but you don't want to come across like super racist, then why don't you just vote for the freaking Democratic Party? The switcher is not upside down. That's the design. Anyway.
Ambassador Nikki Haley's path to victory. And Trump spent a majority of his speech last night appearing almost angry as he fixated on his only remaining GOP opponent.
This is not your typical victory speech, but let's not have somebody take a victory when she had a very bad night. She had a very bad night.
Trump's success in New Hampshire comes down to the strength of his base. According to CBS News exit polls, 80% of Trump's voters described their support as strongly for him, while only 30% of Haley's voters said they strongly favor her. Most of her backers said they were voting for her with some reservations or because they disliked Trump.
New Hampshire is first in the nation. It is not the last in the nation.
Still, Haley is vowing to stay in the race, criticizing her 77-year-old rival.
With Donald Trump, you have one bout of chaos after another. This court case, that controversy, this tweet, that senior moment.
While Trump appeared to forecast a bruising campaign against Haley if she stays in the fight, and he leveled baseless accusations.
And just a little note to Nikki. She's not going to win. She's not going to win. But if she did, she would be under investigation by those people in 15 minutes. And so would Ron have been.
Oh my God. This is so sad. Come on, Tim. Tim, you're a married man now. Have some fucking respect, dog. What are you doing? God damn, dude. Just straight up standing behind him and just trying to be like, I'm here. I got pussy. Guys, I got pussy, by the way. I did get pussy. I don't know if you guys know that, but like, I have a wife now. I'm a wife guy. Yeah, I did get pussy.
But he decided to get out.
But Haley says it's on to her home state of South Carolina.
Every time I've run for office in South Carolina, I've beaten the political establishment.
I did hear Nikki say, and now it's off to South Carolina. Well, I love South Carolina.
And speaking of South Carolina, that contest doesn't happen for another month. But if you live there, get prepared for the ad wars. Nikki Haley's campaign is spending nearly $4 million on ad buys there, and she's headed to South Carolina tonight for a rally in North Charleston.
No, Tim Scott is not VP. It's not happening. Okay? It's just not. You're crazy.
Great senators, which is hard. I mean, did you ever think that
Tim Scott smiles along as Trump points out that since Nikki Haley appointed him to the Senate and he endorsed Trump, you must really hate her?
she actually appointed you, Tim? And think of it, appointed, and you're the senator of his state, and she endorsed me. You must really hate her. No,
God.
it's a.
Yeah, you think so? Chat, what do you think? You think Trump is gonna? That's his VP. You think?
Shame. It's a shame.
I just love you.
No, that's what.
Come on, dog. Let me tell you something. Question: will you admit you were wrong about Ramaswamy getting a cabinet position because now Trump has him on the campaign? No, I don't think he hasn't gotten a cabinet position. He's just on the campaign. Okay, and no, I don't believe Trump will give him. I don't believe Trump will give him like the Department of Education. I said at most he will get an appointment to an embassy position that is like a shitty one. That's what I said. You guys were talking about how he's going to be like the Secretary of Education, or he's going to be like he's going to be in charge of like he's going to be in charge of like a serious. No, he's not even going to be the ambassador to like India. Okay, that's like an important position. Also, admit you were wrong about something that is truly a guess, and it's still a guess, by the way, at this point too. Why would I admit that I'm wrong? It hasn't even happened yet. Anyway, and the reason why I am saying what I'm saying about this, you actually and precisely said that he's not even going to get India. Yeah. The reason why I'm saying that is because I hope you guys understand. A lot of those agency positions are oftentimes given to people that have actually demonstrated their bona fides in that specific sector, right? Like you got people that have dedicated their whole lives to basically lobbying the government or getting lobbied and writing legislation that is directly antagonistic to that federal agency. Like those are the people that get propped up, not the Andrew Yangs of the world who are just like one-upnistic to that federal agency. Like those are the people that get propped up, not the Andrew Yangs of the world who are just like one-trick ponies. Okay. I think his background in pharma would be valuable if he was like a Betsy DeVos type and not simply like a Silicon Valley pharma bro that, wrote the book on not being woke. Okay. You're giving the Trump administration too much credit. No, I think that agency appointments are not specifically just Donald Trump, because if that's the case, it's not like Betsy DeVos and Rick Perry and the like that's getting all of those positions. Those are who you put. Like those are who you put in those positions. That the people that you put in those positions are people that have shown that they are worth being put in those positions. With the exception of Ben Carson. Like HUD was more like, token black guy, urban. That's it. I didn't say Ken Carson. What are you talking about? I said Ben Carson. So yeah. A lot of like it's like thinking Trump is actually hand selecting the Supreme Court justices when they're not. Those are handpicked by the Federalist Society, and obviously Donald Trump recognizes who's greasing the wheels here. Does that make sense? So that's my speculation on why I think it's not going to happen for Vivek. He's definitely not getting VP. I don't think. That would be fucking insane. Okay. I still think that his VP pick will have to be someone that's like at least gotten the Koch nod, the Koch brother nod, like the old school Republican Party donor. Old school Republican Party super PAC owner, donor guy says this is our guy, so he can present that person for like stability's sake. And also, obviously, someone from a state that is maybe contested or close, right? So you can pick up some votes. Like Mike Pence gave Donald Trump the evangelical base of support, because Mike Pence at the time was popular with evangelicals, certainly, but like Donald Trump was still more popular with evangelicals. But at least the real reason why Mike Pence was brought in wasn't the evangelical Christians, but it was actually because he was a Koch guy. Mike Pence being brought in as the VP was a way to tell the Koch guys, like, hey, no, like, don't worry, I'm gonna be normal, okay? Don't worry, I got you. You'll have. Pence didn't do anything for the Koch. No, it doesn't matter. You're misunderstanding. It's basically a nod to the other side of the Republican Party mega donors that like he's with them, right? See, okay, this is a good one. Rick Perry couldn't even remember the name of the Department of Energy when asked if which departments he wants to eliminate, and he became the head of the Department of Energy under Trump. Dumbasses can get those positions, but they need to be in some conservative recommendation list. Exactly. That's the thing. Rick Perry is a longtime conservative Republican politician. he has all of the industry connects. It's a direct open door for the Department of Energy for whichever kind of like, whichever kind of Republican Party backing like fossil fuel giant wants to go into the Department of Energy and be like, fix this shit. Okay? Can we do a theory reading stream on Trump's book? What? The Kid's Guide to President Trump? Yeah, no, we're not touching that.
Why he's a great politician. Two great senators.
So that's it. Ramaswamy is like a new guy. He's a new guy that rose to power because he has like good instincts, such as sucking up to Donald Trump, but also very bad instincts, such as being an annoying debate lord and like being one of those nerds that has like a unique take on, has like a really weird and unique take on foreign policy, beyond him being like, you know, brown and having the white evangelical base consider him to be a heretic or even worse, a Muslim, right? He also was like lame as hell. He was very like he was sucking up to Donald Trump, but also simultaneously he was just like very like his ideas were really nerdy. Like the woke, I'm constantly gonna fucking attack wokeness, and that's what I'm trying to kill here. The wokeness, that's like too internet for the regular Republicans in general. Does that make sense? He's too much of a tryhard. I don't know. I see the future of Ramaswamy not in the Trump cabinet, but like an Andrew Yang type person. He'll be like maybe kind of a media guy. This is what the betters say. Okay, let's see. So right now, Elise Stefanik, Kristi Noem, Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Carrie Lake, Byron Donalds, and Ron DeSantis. Okay, I'll tell you right now, definitely no Ron DeSantis, no to Byron Donalds, no to Carrie Lake. Byron Donalds doesn't give you anything. Like, this is nothing. He's a freshman congressperson from Florida that's like anti-Ron DeSantis and pro-Trump. That doesn't do anything for him, right? Ron DeSantis is a no as well. Obviously, again, for almost the same reasons, he doesn't offer anything, and he's also incredibly uncharismatic. Carrie Lake is a loser, too toxic, too much stink on her, so no shot, okay? No, Donald Trump wants to win, folks. If you're gonna be associated with the campaign, you have to have someone that at least like offers something, anything, okay? She's a permanent loser. She doesn't bring in any new votes. She's a fucking loser. Can't even win in Arizona. And overall is just like way too obsessed with like QAnon conspiracies, and that Donald Trump already has the QAnon base. He now has to bring in the other normal Republicans and maybe some of the white women that are scared of the abortion shit, okay? Which is why I think having a female VP would be a good move for the Trump campaign, okay? Which is why I think Nikki Haley doesn't look too bad. The only issue with Nikki Haley is that she doesn't really bring anything because Donald Trump's already defeating her in South Carolina right now. People of South Carolina like Nikki less than they like Donald Trump, okay? Vivek Ramaswamy, absolute fuck no, no shot in a million years. His last name is Ramaswamy. That's not happening. I'm sorry. Your last name gets put next to Trump's last name on the fucking campaign placards. It is not going to be Ramaswamy, okay? It's just not. That's like the easiest way to eliminate him from the pool. Tim Scott, I don't think is a real likelihood either. Mostly because, again, what is his offering? I don't think he offers much, even though I guess he gives like stability and institutional Republicans, but he's like not even remotely like he's not like an entity. He's not a known entity at all. I guess, I mean, he's been around for a while, but definitely not choosing Mike Pence again. I don't even think that he's on here. Robert Kennedy would be the fucking crazy pick, and I'm on board with that one. I think that'd be wild. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for the unity pick, folks. That's who I'm betting on. So, Kristi Noem and Elisa Stefanik are actually the top picks, understandably. Kristi Noem being the highest likelihood, and Elisa Stefanik being... Kristi Noem being the highest likelihood, Elisa Stefanik being the second highest likelihood, but the only reason why she's actually risen in the polls, I think. I don't think it's going to be Stefanik either, by the way. But the reason why she rose in the polls is because fucking Sebastian Gorka was like, it's going to be someone from New York. Okay. At least Stefanik is just like kind of riding the wave of like yelling at Claudia Gay or whatever. She's having a bit of a moment right now, but overall, not a very serious player. You know what I mean? George Santos is a meme. Come on, guys. But it would be really funny. It would be really funny. I don't know. Don't think Trump Donalds would do best just because it sounds funny. No. I mean, the Trump Santos ticket would be memes, okay? Like, Lord God, I don't ask for much, but a Trump Santos ticket where Donald kicks it in the first week of taking the office would be the funniest fucking thing to ever happen in the history of these United States. Yeah. I just don't think that Trump is going after a gay Hispanic man who has been outed as like a serial con man. You know what I mean? Trump already is, well, not Hispanic, but like very gay coded. Trump is one of the most queer coded presidents we've ever had. Okay. That's number one. Number two, he's already a fucking con man riddled to the brim with controversy. Like, George Santos doesn't offer anything. You know what I mean? What does Noam bring in other than being a woman? South Dakota is red, and she isn't known for doing much other than keeping the state open during COVID. It's the same as like a solid Republican, right? Having a solid Republican that's a woman. Why do you lie yourself like this? In what respect am I lying? That at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break? If that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I am lying to myself and lying to you guys as well, which you can of course avoid by subscribing. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. A flashy VP pick can only hurt him. He will pick a nobody like Zeldin. No, I don't think so. I mean, Lee Zeldin is also a non-entity. It's like two, and Trump is already like locked down on New York Republicans and also Florida Republicans. You know what I mean? Lee Zeldin is ridiculous. I feel like Lee Zeldin is not a good choice. It would be very odd. I think he needs a woman. I'm not kidding when I say I think a Nikki Haley VP pick would be kind of a wild situation. Pence was a non-entity. Yes, but Pence gave stability. Pence showed stability. He was the stability pick. So there's a balance within your VP pick, right? Your VP is supposed to, just for the election and nothing else, really. They don't do fuck all, right? What you're trying to go for is like, what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? Who balances you out well? And Michael Pence was brought in because like he's solid with evangelicals, which Trump already was solid with anyway. But beyond that, it was more so for stability, right? Pence, not too aggressive, not too flashy, and is like a old school, die in the wool right-wing guy who is like a coke-backed entity, right? That's a solid pick. Here, how the Kokes are using Mike Pence to shape Trump's White House. 3 key takeaways from the New Yorker's Pence profile. This was in 2017. The power struggle between populist hardliners and moderate generals in the Trump White House is well documented. Vice President Mike Pence has largely stayed out of the drama while quietly becoming one of the most powerful people in the Trump administration, according to a new profile. Donald Trump doesn't want to fucking manage. He doesn't want to do the actual president shit. This is why I'm saying those picks for like agencies and like cabinet appointments and stuff is going to come from someone who's just going to quietly do the bidding of the institutional Republicans. You think Donald Trump personally gives a fuck about cabinet appointments? He will move in on certain cabinet appointments if they annoy him, right? If someone like pisses him off, he's going to be like, all right, fuck you. I'm going to put someone I care. I don't like you anymore, right? Trump once joked about Pence wanting to hang gay people. Pence showed stability, but that turned out to fuck Trump over at the end. I don't think Trump gives a shit about stability now. He's rooted out everyone in his circles who didn't support him on 1-6. No, he needs a guy that will still offer some loyalty to Donald Trump, but then also simultaneously will still, quiet down the Kokes, because you need the Kokes. And I use Coke as a placeholder in this situation. Okay. These are one of the many Republican mega donors that are like institutional Republican, like Republican Party defenders that don't just individually dump like a couple $1 billion across many, many decades into the Republican Party. These are the guys who maintain the infrastructure of the Republican Party. Okay? We're talking all of the organizations from like Turning Point USA and the ones that you know about, all the way down to like the American Enterprise Institute. Do you understand? Like the very important think tanks that play a gigantic role in writing the legislation, justifying it through the media, both on liberal outlets and also obviously Fox News and whatnot, but also astroturfing campaigns. We only see like the ones that get a lot of play in the media, like the NRA or PragerU or Turning Point USA and shit like that. But it's so much deeper than that. The tentacles are all over. It goes way beyond that, right? So like Trump had the Mercer backing, and he had like some populist, crazy right-wing guys that early on, Trump had the backing of course, some shadowy billionaires. You have to have that. There's no way you're making it out the cut without that. But beyond that, he needs like the entirety of ALEC. Thank you. That's a great one. ALEC is a perfect example of an organization that very quietly is manipulating the conversation and changing legislation on a daily fucking basis. Trump needs Trump rallies will benefit greatly from having those organizations who then also do astroturfing, right? Astroturfing that will turn around and bus people to his protests and things like that. So that's important. That's definitely very important for him. So I think Donald will look for a person that will be first and foremost loyal to him, but also not just loyal to him, but has like enough bearing in the Republican Party and enough history with the Republican Party that like those institutions will still be confident in backing him and aren't simply backing him because they're forced to, if that makes sense. What is the actual benefit of astroturfing support? Are you kidding me? Astroturfing was the opposite of the grassroots movement, correct? Yes. Astroturfing is when you fake a grassroots movement by mobilizing, basically mobilizing people by paying them to go out to protest and make it seem like there is just genuine momentum. Most right-wing ideas are born out of astroturfing. The Tea Party, for example, is literally a Koch brothers project. Koch brother now, but it was a Koch brothers project. Like they single-handedly created this like wing of the Republican Party, got people elected to this Republican Party that almost entirely dedicate themselves to gutting the power of the legislative body and destroying our institutions across the board like that. And they're doing it at the behest of obviously corporate benefits, corporate profit margins. Yeah. And they pretended they were grassroots funded campaign. Exactly. Most conservative movements you ever see in public are astroturfed. Yeah. Except for like really gross ones. But even those are actually astroturfed. Like all of the, here's an example. All of the fucking anti-abortion movements, every single one of them is bought by psychopathic white evangelical weirdos and the lawyers that they hire that basically have like their entire life dedicated to making abortion illegal. Okay? Like those guys get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to go and like fight every step of the way to ensure that the Republican Party's ultimately incredibly unpopular goals are getting pushed through, right? Some to remember, some to consider. Anyway, in a lot of instances, they will also take something that is like that is building organically. They'll take something that's building organically and will heavily lean into it so they can personally make it a much larger thing and tie it back to the Republican Party's other agenda items like charter schools and private schools and the abolition of like the Department of Education or the abolition or the destruction of public schools in general. That's a major Republican Party goal, right? So if you remember, at the time, I used to talk about QAnon rallies. During these QAnon rallies, okay, during these QAnon rallies, what would these guys push for? They would go to the QAnon rallies and they would have like Republicans running for local office talk about school choice. The fuck does school choice have to do with QAnon? But they would find a way to do it. One way to tie the QAnon crazies to the school choice narrative is by pushing for, you know, trans agendas at schools. That's a good way to like tie both of them together. The ultimate material goal there is to undermine public education, ruin public education, cripple it, take away its funding, and obviously like abolish the remainder of the labor unions that still exist in that field, and go for unaccountable, ridiculous private schools that are all like religious, or push for homeschooling, make the population dumber, and you know, destroy social cohesion that comes along with public education at the behest of a larger right-wing fascist project, right? Anyway.
Tony?
Not
Lots
good.
of money being spent. Caitlin, thank you very much. Let's go to Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa. Bob, good morning to you. When we were speaking yesterday, you said Nikki Haley needed single digits to convince donors to give her the money to stay in this race for the long term. Looks like she's in double digits behind Donald Trump. Is that enough?
Good morning, Tony. As Caitlin just said, there's a month between now and the South Carolina Republican primary. And in politics, a month can be a lifetime. Based on my conversations last night with top Haley allies, they're going to spend the coming days trying to figure out, is the money there? Is the momentum there? Meeting with donors, meeting with campaign officials in these further voting states, not only in South Carolina, but on Super Tuesday in early March.
So what are you hearing, Bob, about the Trump strategy going forward? He took a lot of personal pot shots at her last night.
Oh, Gail, you are so right. We are now not just in a political campaign. We are in a season of political war. Look for a barrage of attacks on the airwaves, on social media from former President Donald Trump and from many members of the Republican Party. They are going to start coming out with more endorsements in the coming days, pressuring Haley to get out of the race and say it's time to coalesce around Trump.
Bob, Nikki Haley's talking about chaos on the Trump side. He's got all these legal entanglements. But so far, unless I'm missing something, it seems to be helping him, not hurting him. What's your read on that?
The key there is what you just said, Tony, so far. Right now, Trump campaign officials believe all of this on the legal front is helping Trump. It's stoking the grievances of his supporters. It's helping him generate momentum in this Republican race. At the same time, what's notable is behind this.
No one on earth has benefited more from Trump's presidency than George W. Bush. No. I mean, that's definitely a good take. But I think that the Democratic Party certainly has benefited tremendously by being like a feckless, neutered institution that, you know, got a shit ton of donations in that process. I think that the media greatly benefited from Donald Trump's presidency. You know what I mean? Rich people loved it too. Like, it really got people interested and invested in politics, even if it was like shallow overall.
The scenes, many Republicans are telling me they're concerned about what's on the horizon. If Trump's the nominee and then he's in court all of the time, even during the Republican convention, facing a trial on January 6th, classified records and so many other things, that could be a drag on the entire Republican ticket.
All right, Bob Costa, thank you very much.
Get more now from our Chief Washington correspondent, John Carl, Chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. I watched Rick go through the map right there, John. But Nikki Haley, it's hard to see a path towards any kind of nomination for her at this point.
Look, New Hampshire was the state where she was best positioned to win. Of all states, she came in second. She wanted to come in second in Iowa, and she wanted to win in New Hampshire to propel her to what still would have been an uphill battle against Trump. Instead, third in Iowa, she loses a two-person race in New Hampshire. But, George, it's not over. I mean, we should keep in mind what Rick said at the beginning. Only two small states have voted. She goes to her home state where, true, Trump is even more popular there than he was in New Hampshire or Iowa.
And her home state senator.
People are still not realizing how anti-Trump the Democratic Party is going to be if Trump wins again. It's literally going to be the American version of Peronism. What? That's wild. I think that the Democratic Party loves being in a position where they can't do anything. They still have asses in the seats, right? So they have like some semblance of like aesthetic institutional power, but then they also can't really do anything because Trump is there to veto it, right? So I think that Donald Trump winning the presidency is so good for liberals in general. It's so fucking good. They can pretend like they are radical revolutionary figures who legitimately want to save America. They can get a shit ton of support because nobody galvanizes and unites the base like a good figurehead that pisses everybody off. Okay? That's what I mean. It's going to be the anti-Trump party and nothing else for years to come. Yeah, I think that's precisely what happened under the Trump administration, and they will keep pushing for it. They can scream at leftists again, too, which they love, instead of accepting that a genocide lost them the election. I don't think that it's necessarily the Israel-Palestine stuff that, unless it comes down to like just Michigan or something, I don't think that it's going to be Israel-Palestine that makes this election or breaks this election. Palestine stuff that, unless it comes down to like just Michigan or something, I don't think that it's going to be Israel-Palestine that makes this election or breaks this election. Because the people that do vote are not, they don't give a shit. The people that do end up voting, they don't give a shit. Now, could you make an argument that you could probably get more people on board that there is not COVID? You're saying the same thing Lib said in 2016? Wait, what? What have I said so far? Record number of Zoomers came out for Biden in 2020, so I don't know what you mean. Beautiful analysis. Couple of reasons. Okay, they wanted Trump out. Secondly, there was a lot more availability, like the way that you can vote, and also a record number of turnout for Trump too. Something to also remember on that front. Okay, Trump being unpopular will motivate the base enough. What do you mean? I didn't say that. That's not what I'm saying at all. The major issue right now. Okay, here's the major issue right now with the demographics. Okay, currently, with the way that the demographics work, is that all of those constituencies that voted for Biden that are not always like going to be there, like younger voters, for example, are actually very much not interested in voting this time around. This is a big weakness for the Biden campaign. One that they've been able to, at least on the polling, overcome by picking up a lot of the suburban, moderate Republican voters, the educated white voters that would otherwise, that vote in large numbers, obviously, and would otherwise vote for the Republicans, but have realized like, oh, well, you know, some of them are too stinky. Inside of this faction, you have white women specifically that do care, or even white, educated, otherwise Republican voters in the suburbs that do care about abortion. They have daughters. They give a shit about it. They think that it's like too much. Okay. And the other bases of support, the other areas that Biden can draw from, like the youth vote, which doesn't vote in large numbers at all. Okay. In comparison to other demographics, older demographics. But when it does, will usually consistently and reliably vote for the Democratic Party, are not actually, they're not actually interested in voting at all. There's like I think it's like there's 17% or something. I remember from earlier polls that I was looking at that are still not sure whether they would vote for Biden again or not. This was a couple months ago, so obviously things might have changed since then, and things certainly will change as the election gets closer and closer. But there's definitely, I think, a lot of youth voters, for example, that are absolutely tapping out almost entirely because of Gaza, and not even remotely interested in being activated. Does that make sense?
Tim Scott is endorsing Donald Trump
Well,
there.
both home state senators and everybody in the congressional delegation, except for one member of Congress, the governor, they're all with Trump. But let's not forget, she got elected governor twice there. She was a popular governor, got reelected overwhelmingly. This is not over.
To be honest, I think if Trump talked politely and acted more like in his old school TV days, The Apprentice, not WWE, most Democrats would probably vote for him and he'd be seen as a good president by the average normie. I mean, Nikki Haley is like literally what you're describing. And yes, Nikki Haley beats Biden with a higher margin than Trump does. Nikki Haley literally beats Biden with a way higher margin than Donald Trump, almost doubling Trump's margin. And another thing that you have to remember is that, like, Democrats, given the way that the Electoral College works, I think, given the way that, like, Democratic votes are not based on land, but instead by population, Democrats have to, like, beat the Republicans by at least, like, 3 to 5 percentage points on the popular vote. So if you look at the popular vote percentages and you see that, like, Nikki Haley's actually beating Biden by, like, fucking 6 points in certain polls, and Trump is beating Biden by like 2 points. That's a massive fucking failure overall.
Over two
But
small
are
states.
you actually convinced she's going to stay in through South Carolina?
Look, she's the only one left. She has the money, she has the resources, she has a candidate that she's running against in Donald Trump, who is volatile, under investigation and all that. And look at his speech last night. It was vindictive, angry, threatening. And it continued after he was done speaking. He went on social media complaining about Fox News.
No, that's a huge conclusion so early in the race. I agree. Any kind of polling that you look at right now is silly. Also, Nikki Haley's not going to win the primaries regardless unless something like insane happens and Trump dies or whatever. You know what I mean? So obviously, this is pure hypothetical this early on. I'm not fucking saying that, like, I'm not saying that is a guarantee at all. I'm just simply reporting on what the polls are saying.
He was attacking his former press secretary, Kelly
for
McEnany.
now.
He is a volatile candidate. I think that there will be pressure on her to drop out, but there will also be donors
just to see
who
what
want to
happens.
stay in just because you don't know what's going to happen with him.
Is this truly the candidate that Joe Biden wants?
Look, the overarching message from the White House and the president's campaign is that Joe Biden beat Donald Trump before and he can beat him again. And this morning, the message coming out of the Biden campaign is game on. They are very clearly gearing up for a general election. I mean, the president in a statement last night said flatly, Donald Trump.
Yeah, they're gearing for the general election is so fucking stupid. One, they have not activated at all. Like, I feel like they are unironically asleep at the wheel. Finally, they're campaigning. Okay, finally. And they're pushing defend choice. Of course they're going to push that. Thank God. Holy shit. The fact that, I mean, this election is going to be won or lost on abortion. That's it. That is the main issue, okay? People will say, oh, inflation is a problem, blah, blah, blah. By the time the election comes around, unless OPEC Plus 100% lends full-blown support behind Donald Trump and does something incredible that greatly explodes oil prices and you know, inflation skyrockets once again as a consequence of how expensive oil is, and Brandon can't turn it around and normalize the prices with his like reserve fuel or whatever. Without that, the economy I don't think will be as big as a player in this election. Major point of contention is abortion. It's a huge deal. People haven't forgotten. People want to punish Donald Trump. Donald Trump did that. Okay? Can Democrats really win this by abortion talking points alone? If it wasn't Biden, if it was a more dynamic candidate, yes. Like by incredible numbers, actually. Not even close. Like it would be like Ronald Reagan decisive victory, but in the other direction. No, I'm not even joking on this. You're crazy. Any guy that is like a little bit younger, any person that was like younger and more dynamic right now would be going nutty mode with abortion, saying I'm going to protect and enshrine protections for abortion and access to medical care in general would be a massive benefit. The fact that Biden can still win on that, I think, is enough proof for me, at least, that it's a totally prescient point that Americans do care about.
Trump is going to be the GOP nominee. And he says our very democracy is at stake here. And he made a direct appeal to those key independents and Republican voters who don't support Trump to go ahead and join his fight. And George is also changing up his campaign structure. He is now dispatching 2 of his top White House aides who helped run his 2020 campaign, sending them over to help manage his reelection. And perhaps the clearest sign yet that he's changing gears, Biden himself is ramping up his direct attacks on Trump. He called him out 14 times in his speech yesterday.
It. And John, if you look at the results last night, you basically had 2 incumbents. On the Republican side, Donald Trump. On the
Biden hasn't done anything for abortion in his term yet. It don't matter. 3 Supreme Court justices that Trump put in power literally lied to the American population and destroyed abortion protections is Jover. That will forever be stinky. That stink doesn't go away. Isn't that what is worrying, though? Because we care about weed incarcerations, but that is always used to pander to the base when they need help like now? I'm confused about what you mean. I love that the Democrats' major focus is independents and Republicans. Yeah, well, if I'm being really real, that's easy mode. The reason why Democrats' main focus is independents and Republicans is because those are the motherfuckers who vote, okay? If outsiders voted all the goddamn time, if young people voted, if outsiders voted, and they were like a serious voting constituency, and they were able to like overcome the hurdles that they have in front of like voting, which, you know, especially for young people, there's plenty of hurdles. Work, school, not being in the same zip code where you're actually like supposed to be at the time during the time of voting. If you overcame all those hurdles and they became like an active, valid, and not caring as well, but if you became an active, valid voting bloc that lent support to candidates that are truly popular and are actually beloved, like Bernie Sanders, okay, then there would be a different dynamic. There'd be a different equation. The reality is, this is the worst group of people to talk to about this because you guys are all going to vote. A lot of you LARP and say, oh, I'm not going to vote. I'm a Maoist third world. Just shut the fuck up. You're all, the overwhelming majority of Americans in this chat that are under the age of like 35 are still going to go out and vote. You say nope right now, but you're inevitably going to go out and vote, and you should anyway. You're very active. You're very interested in politics. You're very abnormal that way. The majority of Americans in your age demographic don't give a fuck, okay? They don't care. If they did, Bernie Sanders would have absolutely crushed, okay? You think they didn't try? They did. They tried to beef up a voter turnout. The strategy for Bernie Sanders was, we're going to get the people that don't vote, okay? We're going to get the people that don't vote normally, that are going to come out and vote, the disenfranchised Americans. And turns out it's not enough. You know who goes out and votes? Old people, rich people, reliable voters that vote year over year, that fucking watch MSNBC, watch CNN, and watch Fox News. Okay? So that's the point. So that's why the Democratic Party's like, yeah, fuck those guys. I don't give a shit. They're not going to vote anyway. Let's look at the increasingly shrinking population of voters that do go out and vote all the time, and let's try to win them over. It's like, it's literally because boomers are such a large plurality, dude. Stop blaming the youth. I mean, overall, I'm not blaming the youth at all. I'm just simply stating that Bernie Sanders' outreach strategy was not good for the primaries. Primaries were dominated by the older population, the population of reliable voters. It's just true. It's not like, oh, y'all are too lazy to go out and vote. Like, I'm not saying that at all. I will never punish voters for not going out and voting. I think the responsible party in the situation is always the actual parties that don't do enough for outreach, that don't get people to want to go out and vote for something, that don't demonstrate to the non-voter population, okay, which is still the plurality, I think with the exception of this last election, all right? The plurality of the American voter-eligible population are non-voters, okay? That's a massive chunk of the population. How do you get them active? They're just sitting there, waiting. Bernie failed on that, you know? I phone banged for Bernie, and what hurt him a lot was people saying he was He was my vote in November, not understanding that they needed to vote for him in the primaries. A lot of young people that I talked to didn't know primaries were a thing. Yes, primaries are dominated by the largest party loyalists, and there's a reason for that, obviously. And even beyond the actual democratic process within the primaries, there's also, the fact that the DNC doesn't actually have to go with a democratic process when they're picking who their candidate is. They have actually defended the undemocratic process in courts successfully. They don't have to do that. It's a private institution. Anyway, so didn't work that time. Doesn't mean it won't work with someone different. I'm simply stating that there is a multitude of different reasons as to why a lot of people don't vote. One of the most important ones is the fact that they believe that their vote doesn't count and it doesn't matter. And in many instances, it kind of doesn't matter at all. It's true, because the reliable voters in like deep blue states are always going to go out and vote. The reliable voters in deep red states are always going to go out and vote in quantities that like it literally makes it feel like your vote doesn't count. If you're in a deep blue state or a deep red state, either way, it doesn't matter. Okay. So that is true. That is the reason why a lot of people are just like, who gives a fuck? Okay. Yeah. Voting matters in like a couple swing states. Okay. And even then, you have to just spend a lot of time and effort and successfully campaign in a couple of those blue states. So I think that that's one reason why people don't vote. The other reason is because voting is not easy. It's confusing. There's no compulsory voting. It's not done on a federal holiday. It's insane. Like, imagine neither party does shit for you and you work a fucking 9 to 5. Why would you wake up early to go out and like make sure that you are a part of the voter rolls? Okay. That you haven't been purged from the voter rolls. Figure out exactly what polling station you're voting at. And also the entire process of like where you can vote and how you can vote is very different. And it varies greatly from state by state. Like, it's all a very confusing process. Anyone who's ever voted can tell you that, unless you're in one of those like suburbs where it's actually very streamlined and very easy for you. For the most part, it's not an easy process at all. Not an intuitive process at all, So why would you take time out when you feel like your voice doesn't matter because you're in a deep red state or a deep blue state? And then beyond that, you're sitting around and going to vote for like a guy that you don't think has your best interest at heart. It's not going to happen. Washington mails us ballots and I walk a block to drop it in a drop box. Yeah. So that's why I love living in Colorado. 100% mail-in voting, and we get our ballot weeks in advance and have tons of times to study every candidate, amendment, ballot initiative, etc. Yeah. I love when people say, for the record, I love when people say like, oh, there's so many people in here that don't vote. Like, dude, look, that is the average HasanAbi watcher. Okay. Dude who loves the fucking vote. Why else would you be watching politics? Doesn't matter if you don't vote for the president or not. You're invested. You're interested. Okay. Many people in the age demographics that we're in are not interested or invested at all, especially when it's an election cycle that's boring as fuck because it's one between 99% Hitler versus 100% Hitler, and they're both geriatric and they're both like chaotic and they're both boring in different ways. It's a repeat of 2020 and there's no COVID. It sucks. Sorry, broski, there's a genocide going on. Yeah, nobody cares about that, by the way, either. So, if we're talking about voting or the American population, the American voter population and their interests on it, they don't give a fuck. Anyway, this is also funny, though. If you're politically aware and don't participate in elections, you do not matter. You unironically Roblox yourself. Not really. Anyway, then why is Brandon so low lately? What do you mean? I'm from Hawaii. Our vote truly doesn't matter. We have fully mail-in ballots, and I still vote. Deep blue state. I live in Texas, and I worked elections since I was 18. And 2018 was my first year I was able to vote, and I campaigned for Beto, and I met him, and I was so convinced he was going to win. It was so disappointing when he didn't, but I think that's when I educated myself and became a socialist. Yeah, there's a lot of people like you in the Beto campaign that were, like, shocked when Beto revealed his own personal interests. I'm guessing the pandering is going to be at an all-time high this election. No, I think you're wrong. Judging by where we're at in the electoral cycle right now, in the election cycle right now, and how little pandering that the Biden camp has done, it's going to be an all-time low. I don't know a single damn thing we're in the election cycle. Primaries have started. I don't know a single position of Joe Biden's Not one position. I don't know the talking points. I haven't heard a single argument as to why you have to vote for Joe. I don't know a single damn thing. What's his platform? Why are we supposed to be voting for him? He's not even saying the lame shit that he did last time. Like, I'm here to restore the soul of the nation, Jack. Fascism is coming, and I got to stop it. I'm the only man who can stop it. He hasn't even done that. He hasn't even been like, I'm not Trump. That's the crazy part. You guys are saying, well, he's not Trump. He's not even communicating that. That would be at least communicating a coherent narrative on the campaign. There is no coherent narrative on the campaign. Guys, that's crazy. You have to understand. That is absolutely insane. He just started doing rallies like yesterday. Okay? He just started doing rallies like this week. I can't even find an issue section on his website. That's awesome. There's no issue section on his website? January 6th, abortion.
Freedom, personal freedom, is fundamental to who we are as Americans.
Abortion,
There's
abortion,
nothing
abortion,
more
gay
important,
rights.
nothing
good.
more sacred. That's been the work of my first term, to fight for our democracy.
This shouldn't be a red or blue issue.
To protect our rights, to make sure that everyone in this country is treated equally and that everyone is given a fair shot at making it. But you know, around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up to take on those bedrock freedoms, cutting Social Security.
Okay, signaling that, like, Republicans vote for me, don't vote for the MAGA extremists, okay? Independents and moderates.
That you paid for your entire life while cutting taxes for the very wealthy, dictating what health care decisions women can make, banning books, and telling people who they can love, all while making it more difficult for you to be able to vote.
It's kind of funny that he didn't do any of these things, by the way. Like, that's besides the point, because the bar is in hell that, like, what are the issues? Like, what are the vibes of the campaign? We finally have, we're finally seeing, like, how the campaign is going to structure itself. What are the issues it's going to care about and what the vibes are going to look like? But if we get to the point where it's like, what has he done to defend those issues? Not great.
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are. The question...
Yeah. Remember, exactly what I ran for 4 years ago. We're still doing that. It's like Trump being like, make America great again. Dude, incumbent campaigns are awesome. It's always so fun. It's just like, let's run it back again. Sorry, I just wanted to look at my little cutie pie. Hi. She's so pretty. Such a little baby.
What we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom, more rights or fewer. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too. This is not a time to be complacent.
The other chatter, Easier, was asking why Biden's approval ratings are down if voters don't care about Gaza. Biden's approval ratings are down because he's 7,000 years old. People have seen a depreciation of their quality of life and a negative real wage growth for at least almost 2 of the years of the Brandon regime. Okay, that's not going to go away that easily. Obviously, the economy is experiencing the soft landing that the Brandon camp correctly pointed to. Okay, we're in the process of that soft landing, but you're not going to forget the other shit. You're not going to forget half of the fucking. You're not going to forget the half of the Brandon regime where your life sucked dick. Okay, so those are the reasons why his approval ratings are low. Okay, his approval ratings have been low. You're talking about like before the ethnic cleansing campaign that he lent full support to. Okay, before Israel and before October 7, before October 8, there were polls coming out before the primary season officially launched where 75% of the Democratic Party's voters wanted a different candidate. There was a poll that showed that an unnamed generic Democrat would outperform Biden by 18 points. 18 points! The Democratic Party ethos is strong. Okay? Literally meaningless poll, dude. Come on, that's not meaningless at all. 75% of the Democratic Party saying that they want a different candidate is meaningless? Like, that's 3 months ago. You're hyper-focusing on the unnamed generic Democrat without seeing the point. The point I'm making is that The Democratic Party's own voters wanted fresh blood. I don't know what to tell you. Then be the fresh blood. Thanks. Yeah, I'll be the fresh blood. You got it. Yeah, but the unnamed would do better. But once they are named, it changes big time. No, the unnamed is important to understand because it shows, policy. Yeah, but the unnamed would do better. But once they are named, it changes big time. No, the unnamed is important to understand because it shows, policies. Okay, it shows how people feel about the Democratic Party in general. Plus, it doesn't matter if inflation is kind of leveled out. The prices stayed higher than they were before inflation took place. Plus, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, that's how inflation works. What you're describing is deflation. The need for the prices to go down once again. The growth, prices increasing cannot outpace wages increasing. That's it. And when prices increasing outpace wages increasing, which did happen, okay? When that happens, you're cooked. The point is, obviously, price increases are not going to go away. Inflation is going to be there. It's a growing economy. It's just that the goal is to make sure that the wage increases outpace the price increases overall. Now, obviously, there's a lot of massaging of those numbers that a lot of people engage in, especially liberal economists, okay? One of the major reasons as to why your wages technically increase, but you don't feel it in your pocket, is the sectors of inflation that have skyrocketed, ballooned, like healthcare. Okay, a lot of those benefits that yes, explain to us inflation, rich man. Okay, I'm gonna give you an hour off because you asked me to run for president and I'm not even 35 years old. And I feel like you're not of the right mindset here, okay? One way to show that we have a lot of wage growth that doesn't necessarily change the way, that doesn't necessarily change your bill at the end of the month is due to the fact that your healthcare is paid for with your salary. It's tied to your employment. So when healthcare prices skyrocket and your company is still paying for said healthcare prices and your premiums, right? That qualifies as wage growth, but you didn't actually, your take-home pay didn't increase dramatically. Does that make sense? Your take-home pay didn't increase because your wages technically on paper increased because your benefits are added to that, but your take-home pay has not increased at all, and the price of goods has increased, so now you got a pay cut. You got a massive pay cut. In some instances, your take-home pay might even decrease. So rent is going up. Big ticket items are going up still, and your wages cannot compete with that. And everyone is turning around and saying, no, don't worry, your wages are actually competing with that, I promise. And when they're saying that, they're basically talking about your healthcare prices going up that your company is covering. So technically, on paper, your wages have increased because your benefits package is better, but it's not better. It's just more expensive, right? That's the problem with neoliberalism. Every aspect, every social spending, every dime spent is still going back to private healthcare, private institutions, private middlemen that don't actually have a genuine vested interest in healing you or solving a problem. Their only interest is profits. Anyway, Brandon is not going to individually solve any of that and would not be able to solve any of that regardless. But he's not even doing a good job massaging the narrative overall. I don't know what the fuck's up with that.
That's why I'm running for re-election, because I know America. I know we're good and decent people. I know we're still a country that believes in honesty and respect, and treating each other with dignity. That we're a nation where we give hate no safe harbor. We believe that everyone is equal.
Pac-Man, who's normally logical, somebody who currently shouts how amazing the income is for everybody currently. It drives me insane. I agree with your view on it. Yeah, I don't know why people don't make that assessment. On paper, yes, wages are, wages are going up. On paper, wages are going up. Wages are going up. Okay. But your take-home pay is not. Where are they going up? They're going up because your healthcare costs are going up. A lot of liberal economists keep saying wages are going up. Went up for who? I mean, when you look at it, it went up for lower wage workers in general. It did. it went up way higher for lower wage workers, and it actually didn't go up at all for middle income people, like people that are making around, like, I guess, people that are in like management, lower management positions and shit like that. What? But wages shouldn't be tied to your employment. It should be a flat rate that's the same for everyone, provided to you by the government. That's awesome. Yeah, you're right. Totally. What do you say to the people who say inflation is due to wage increases? I laugh at that notion because inflation has been consistent when wage increases were not happening. So it's oh my God. Look, that is just pure post hoc rationalization and copium. The notion that, like, oh, dude, well, you guys wanted, people to get paid better, and now hamburgers are more expensive. It's like, that's so insane that you said that. Like, the wage increases came after the worst inflation, like the worst increases in inflation. What the fuck are you talking about? These guys are supposed to be the smart econ guys too. Like, I'm not a very smart guy at all. Anyway, remember COVID? The inflation was crazy during that, and most people couldn't even keep their job. Anyway, but yeah, people say the McChicken is $2.69 now. Like, sure, that's a real index. People do look at that, the Big Mac. However, it's not just that. There's a lot of amenities that we care about that you could live without technically. But it kind of is the whole point of living in this project, in the American project, is that you get the treats. So when your treats that you could cast aside and penny pinch on go away, then, well, the project kind of falls apart big time, as a matter of fact. Okay. Anyway, how the fuck do we get here? Oh, Brandon.
That everyone should be given a fair shot to succeed in this country.
Thank you for choosing us.
Every generation of Americans has faced a moment when they have to defend democracy. Stand up for our personal freedom. Stand up for the right to vote and our civil rights.
The general population isn't going to care about technicalities about how abortion rights were lost. They're going to tie their abortion rights lost to it happening under Biden, and Biden isn't offering any path to get the abortion rights back. You're wrong on that. No. I think Trump will try to frame it, if he's smart, to make it seem like it happened under Biden, which would be laughable, while simultaneously still claiming that he is responsible for it in front of an evangelical audience, while simultaneously saying that actually Brandon is responsible for it in a broader audience. But because Trump does shit like that all the time. But having said that, no, abortion is very much a Republican thing. It's very much in the hands of the Republicans. It's 100% something that Americans understand is the Republican Party's responsibility. You can get MAGA Trumpers to potentially believe in that, but also they already like that the most hardline MAGA Republicans are already anti-abortion anyway, like the evangelical freaks. That's why they love Trump the most. So there's no reason. The most malleable part of the Trump base that is more readily able to believe him, or more interested in believing him, more passionate about believing him, already fucking hate abortion and think Trump is God King for, yeeting abortion in general. The only thing standing between the U.S. and complete chaos in the streets is a $5 jalapeno poppers at Applebee's, and it's not even a joke. Yes, you're absolutely correct on this. That's not even a joke. Americans need their treats. They need their entertainment. Netflix prices go up. The price of the $5 a month subscription goes up. All of a sudden, you're maybe not going to avoid the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? Maybe you're not going to pay for a Twitch Prime anymore, right? Something to consider, something to think about. Okay, this is the whole project, the American dream. All of the death and destruction that we deal overseas. Well, it's valid if it's offering us treats that we can consume at a relatively affordable price. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Speaking of treats.
And this is our moment.
We, the people, will not decide.
So if you're with me, go to joebiden.com and sign up. Let's finish this job. I know we can. Because this is the United States of America. There's nothing, simply nothing we cannot do if we do it together.
Finish the job, Brandon. Start fucking nuking Texas. What are we doing? Finish the fucking job. It's time. It's time to get the National Guard in Texas to go in and arrest Governor Greg Abbott. Okay? That's right. Next order of business is Texas, probably one of the worst states in America, which I may or may not be going to tomorrow. Okay? Governor Greg Abbott is a survivor of a tree incident. We will never forgive the tree for that. And is a reactionary piece of shit. Okay? Governor Greg Abbott has been going extra hard on the issue of immigration. Governor Greg Abbott also famously was shipping migrants into other states in order to, I guess, democratize or socialize the problem of immigration. Really fucked up thing that he was doing. Okay? Fucked up, but expected, because he is a piece of shit after all. A little bit of human trafficking. Now, there was a Supreme Court decision that came down the other day that I didn't talk about on the Texas immigration issue. Okay? The High Court ruled in a 5-4 victory for the administration, which argued federal agents would be unable to enforce U.S. immigration laws. A U.S. Supreme Court ruling allows U.S. border agents to remove razor wire installed by the state of Texas to stem the flow of illegal border crossings. Okay? The Supreme Court 2 days ago cleared the way for the U.S. to remove the Texas border barrier. For those of you who don't know, in the border, the United States border on Texas, we have been putting razor wire, concerta wire, and many other booby traps, which would be considered a war crime, in my opinion, against the horde of migrants coming in. Okay, but the High Court maintained the position that yes, the Brandon administration has the responsibility as the federal government in dealing with matters that pertain to immigration on the U.S. border, and therefore could remove these concerta wires in a minor dub, I guess. The U.S. Supreme Court on Monday ordered Texas to allow federal border agents to access the state's border with Mexico, where Texas officials have deployed miles of concertina wire. The order did not explain the justice's decisions. For now, it effectively upholds the long-standing court rulings that the Constitution gives the federal government sole responsibility for border security. In October of last year, Texas sued the federal government after Border Patrol agents cut some of the wire strung along the Rio Grande, arguing that the Department of Homeland Security destroyed the state's property and interfered in Texas's border security efforts. The 5-4 order from the Supreme Court vacated a previous injunction from the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals that prevented Border Patrol agents from cutting the concertina wire. Okay? Now, this is like, it's like bare minimum beyond bare minimum. Okay? If it had gone the other way on immigration, it would mean that states could just, completely refuse the federal government's orders, okay, and the federal government's interference, which would, of course, create an incredibly dangerous precedent, considering that you also have a state like California that is also a border state. In the eyes of the Republicans, feel as though that would be a relatively scary concept. And yet, Texas is still going crazy over it. In recent weeks, Shelby Park and Eagle Pass have become the center of a standoff between Texas and the federal government over immigration enforcement. Most recently, Governor Greg Abbott has ramped up border enforcement around the 47-acre park by surrounding the perimeter by the razor wire and limiting access to the city park. The Biden administration has repeatedly cut wire that Texas installed to stop illegal crossings, opening the floodgates to illegal immigrants. The absence of razor wire and other deterrent strategies encourages migrants to make unsafe and illegal crossings between ports of entry. I love the notion that this is an unsafe, illegal crossing, which is, our goal is to make it even less safe. Got it. While making the job of Texas National Guard soldiers and DPS troopers more dangerous and difficult, Andrew Mahalaris said, a spokesperson for Abbott, in a statement. They should arrest the state of Texas. They should arrest Governor Greg Abbott for refusing to follow lawful order, which is well within the bounds of the federal government. Last time Texas tried to pull some shit like this, all I'm going to say is, the union had to do the job, okay? Had to do the goddamn job. Maybe we should, once again, do the goddamn job. Now, of course, in response to this, by the way, which is ultimately a political stunt, but a dangerous one for the record, what did the Texas government do? That's right. they're putting more concertina wire on the fucking border fences. Texas National State Guard engineers continue to fortify the area by the southern border. The state took over in Eagle Pass. They are reinforcing the sea wire on top of the shipping containers with razor wire. Now, beyond that, Governor Gregory Abbott also came out of the gate swinging with a statement. Going to read that in a second. What is this? Texas resident issues a call to action. What? Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Texas Governor Gregorio Abbott issued a statement as a standoff between the state and federal government continues in Eagle Pass. He said, zoom in, my old ass eyes can't see. The federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states. The executive branch of the United States has a constitutional duty to enforce laws protecting states, including immigration laws on the books right now. President Biden has refused to enforce those laws and has even violated them. The result is that he has smashed records for illegal immigration. Despite having been put on notice in a series of letters, one of which I delivered to him by hand, I wheeled it over to him, President Biden has ignored Texas's demands that he perform his constitutional duties. You're going to die in Texas? Fuck no. There's hella people in Texas that agree with me and despise Greg Abbott. And I will never go to a part of Texas that is like pro Greg Abbott anyway. Those parts of Texas are the worst fucking parts of Texas. And no, those parts of Texas that have like a shit ton of rural voters, I'm not interested in anyway. I'm not a fucking cow, okay? And I'm not like in the fracking business, so I don't give a shit. Like, I'm gonna be in Austin, okay? Blue as hell, baby. Doesn't California have just as Republican areas as Texas? Exactly. All right. President Biden has violated his oath to faithfully execute immigration laws enacted by Congress. By the way, the funniest thing is, this is not a Texas accent that I'm doing. I would say it's more so like a Georgia accent that I am doing, like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Most people in Texas just speak normal for the most part, okay? Anyway, President Biden has violated his oath to faithfully execute immigration laws enacted by Congress instead of prosecuting immigrants for the federal crime of illegal entry. President Biden has sent his lawyers in the federal courts to sue Texas for taking action to secure the border. Okay, President Biden has instructed his agency to ignore federal statutes and mandate the detention of illegal immigrants. The effects is to allow their en masse parole into the United States. By wasting taxpayer dollars to tear open Texas border security infrastructure, President Biden has enticed illegal immigrants away from the 28 legal entry points along the state's southern border bridges where nobody drowns and into the dangerous waters of the Rio Grande. That sounds more like Texas, in my opinion. James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and other visionaries who wrote the U.S. Constitution foresaw the United States should not be left to the mercy of a lawless president who does nothing to stop external threats like cartels smuggling millions of illegal immigrants across the border. I feel like that's more Texas. Yeah, it makes me so darn mad. Gersh darn it. Anyway, why does this guy be so hell-bent on kneecapping his own state's labor pool? Anyway, listen. Point is, you can't do this on immigration. You can't just be like, no, as a state, like, we're fucking putting borders up that you can't control. But anyway, let's see what the Texas resident issuing call to action has to say.
I'm sure by now, by the time you see this, you'll see the Supreme Court just ruled in favor of Biden to cut through our barbed wire fence that's protecting Texas's border. This is my call to action for y'all. I want you guys to contact Governor Abbott and share your support for him. I'm gonna put up the link here in a minute. It'll be down below, but also here is his contact information for you to call directly and just let him know we support him. We need to keep fighting.
What's going on with the hair situation? Oh, this is okay. Are you ready? This is a crunchy granola liberal that used to live in California and absolutely went nutty mode, like complete nutty mode during COVID and lost their fucking mind. Okay. Still granola, still crunchy, definitely hardline QAnon believing right-wing person who went to Texas. There are so many of them. Okay. Not just crunchy granola or whatever, but there are so many people. That's like half of the Texas population. Texas's OG population, like, you know, multi-generational Texans are nowhere near as hardline right-wing, especially those that live in the cities, are nowhere near as hardline right-wing, okay? It's all the fucking fresh off the boat motherfuckers that come into Texas because they're like, oh yeah, I moved into Texas because, you know, that's how it is. It's like right-wing. It's right-wing as hell, right? Like, that's why I'm there. There are so many people like this. Another version of this is obviously like the people that, you know, the Joe Rogans of the world, exactly. The Joe Rogans of the world that go to Texas and they're just like, they you know, adorn the yee ass mentality inside of Texas. There's plenty of people in Texas that are like Hank Hill, exactly. That are just like, yeah, whatever. Texas born and raised people are not like this, okay? But it doesn't matter because there's a lot of people that move into Texas and change the voter patterns aggressively. Something to remember. I think Beto, when he first popped off as like a progressive beacon in Texas, had a much larger percentage of the multi-generational Texan vote, okay? Multi-generational Texan vote than Ted Cruz did. Ted Cruz was all first-timers voting in Texas for the first time ever, because they came in from different states. Anyway.
We're not going to give up. The border is ours to protect, and Biden's immigration policies are not going to stand anymore. We are done. Here are the phone numbers. You can reach him directly.
This also proves my point one more time. This also proves my point over and over again, which is that like everyone is a liberal at the end of the day. Okay? Everyone is a liberal at the end of the day. No, boo, you're wrong. Doesn't know Texas history at all? What the fuck do you mean? What? What am I wrong about with Texas? Texas is a non-voting state. Texas has a steady flow of traffic from other states, with all of the worst pieces of shit from other states moving into Texas to like live out their right-wing fantasies. Okay? That's 100% correct. I don't believe that this person is a lifelong Texan, okay? I feel like if I were to look at their fucking TikTok, they're someone whose brain broke. They either came into Texas after COVID, or even if they were like a crunchy granola lib in Texas before COVID, the COVID shit broke their brain permanently and made them into right-wing people. Okay? Anyway, center-right libs from California go to Texas, shoot a gun one time, and all of a sudden they have 46 Texas for life in their bio. Yeah. No, they live out like lifelink. They live out like a time, and all of a sudden they have 46 Texas for life in their bio. Yeah. No, they live out like lifelink. They live out like a lifelong fantasy of what they think it is to be like a conservative from Texas, what they think it is to be a Texan. Brother is someone who grew up in the South. This person is 100% a native Texan. All right. Anyway, my take on the Texas saga, point that is super prescient is the fact that she is so lib-coded. Not just the hair and the behavior, like not the aesthetics, but the way she speaks. Like, actually, like our identity is under attack, and we need to be. Biden is doing a bodies in spaces by removing the concertina wire from the border, and like the Texas identity is supposed to be, defended with any means necessary. And here's how you can take action. It's like, what the fuck are you saying?
In favor of Biden to cut through our barbed wire fence that's protecting Texas's border. This is my call to action for y'all. I want you guys to contact Governor Abbott and share your support for him. I'm gonna put up the link here in a minute. It'll be down below, but also here is his contact information for you to call directly and just let him know. We support him. We need to keep fighting. We're not gonna give up. The border is ours to protect, and Biden's immigration policies are not going to stand anymore. We are done. Here are the phone numbers. You can reach him directly. And like I said, I'm going to put the link below to email him if you so choose.
Awesome. You sound like that? Yeah, always. Thank you.
This may be the start of the Civil War as we know it, but
I famously always talk about how the Civil War is happening in America.
we are not going to back down. Sorry, ain't happening.
This is so Marvel Cinematic Universe Funko Pop soy face coded. Okay? Like, sorry, not gonna back down, sweaty. It's like the words and the aesthetics kind of align, but the meaning behind the words is like the ideology behind it is just the entire opposite. Why? Because everyone is a fucking liberal. That's it. Everyone's a goddamn libtard. Okay? That's it. People don't do the regular old racism no more. They don't just go, yeah, I hate them brown folk coming over here. Okay? They talk about bodies and spaces and the unique Texan culture, which is, of course, hilarious to say about Texas. It's like the most Mexican state in America, but, you know, we're not even going to get into that fucking shit. So stupid. Texas has a unique indigenous culture, and by that I mean like indigenous white culture. And a lot of these migrants that are coming in have very barbaric opinions and want to ruin the beauty of Texas. And therefore, we have to protect our autonomy. Like, just say you hate brown people despite living in one of the brownest fucking states in America. Okay, that's it.
We're not going to back down. Sorry, ain't happening. Abbott, we support you, and we will constantly support you. The rest of
She used to be 100% a lib, but I think she was always a Texan.
Hi, Brian. My name is Stephanie, and I'm a 40-year-old straight chick, but I live in a 40-foot toy hauler on the lake. This is my view.
That's her.
And I'm only about 4 hours away from you in Grapevine. And I'm not really good at fishing, but I bow hunt. So if you ever just want a quick getaway for some free bass fishing on this wonderful lake of ours, just hit me up. And I'd be happy to entertain you.
Bro, what the hell? What the hell? How did this happen? How did this happen?
I really do love my life here on the lake, and I could totally use more friends. Also, I own my own company too, so we could talk a lot about stuff like that if you needed to. Beyond.
This is from 2021. That's from 2021, dude. That's crazy. I thought at that point, like, she would have already been, you know, she would have definitely had the dreads at least, like the white people dreads. He never called her. That's what happened. He never showed up. He never showed up to the Grapevine to get some bass fishing going. 40-year-old woman transforms.
Chinese netizens are helping girls to look and dress better. She's a 40-year-old single mother looking.
Oh my God. This is my favorite genre of TikTok. Chinese netizens online giving life improvement updates that people follow and then like dramatically alter the course of their lives in a positive way.
For a partner. She posted on Xiaohongshu asking netizens for help. She listened to netizens' advice and on the next day immediately.
It's also funny because like saying Chinese netizens just vibes it out in a way that I appreciate. I don't know why.
Change her glasses and get bangs. Netizen told her to lose weight with a healthy diet and exercise. She got a gym membership, learned to cook healthier, and lost 15 kg in 6 months. Little Wang is 30-year-old. One day, her male boss.
You're the opposite of progressive, but fascist coded? Hell yeah, brother. That's what I'm talking about. That's my goal.
Told her to go home and dress better. She posted a full body shot, captioned the photo, "I listened to advice, I'm not glass-hearted. Please sis, help transform me." Received more than 5,000 comments in one day. In the next 10 months, she got a new haircut, tattooed her eyebrows, got eyelash extensions, and learned to apply makeup. She experimented with different outfit styles. She confessed her biggest reward isn't just looking pretty, but becoming more confident to bare some skin, having the courage to speak to a foreigner in English when she traveled to Singapore. This 27-year-old girl said she's ugly all her life and she's open to advice. She spent more than $4,000 on clothes in 6 months. Now looked completely unrecognizable. A netizen who haven't seen her posts for a few days asked, "When did you become so?"
A netizen who hasn't seen her post. Before you watch this, make a prediction as to what business you think the dreadlock lady owns. I don't know. But okay,
trendy,
let's keep watching
leaving
this.
me alone to herd cattle in the village. But others are
I'll get
suspicious
to
that
it.
there may be a team behind her because how fast she learned.
Like, I feel like it's too on the nose if it's crystals, right? Like, if she's selling crystal shit.
Hello to all my new followers. Who am I? My name is Stephanie, aka Dahlia, the Dinah. That's my bike's name. I am a female that owns a construction company. Surprise, surprise. I have 2 kids, and I love to ride my Harley. So
She owns a construction company. I did not think that.
welcome to my page. If you got any questions for me, leave them below, and maybe I'll go live later, and we can...
That's shocking. Okay, let's keep going.
Learn to do makeup and pose. They suspect these girls are just participating in the trend of listening to advice to gain followers and sell products.
Dude, they're just better dressed. Yeah, obviously you can't change your life in 9 days. Anyway, the Chinese netizen sidetrack was really funny, and I love that, and I will always have time for that. You know what I mean? What is this? China deploying advanced spy strategies. PAP members learning how to disguise a woman during infiltration training. Anyway. Yeah, weaponizing femboys is unstoppable. China has cracked the code, folks. Once you put the femboys out there, is over. Nah, they're just pranking that one guy. I think so too. Anyway, I guess that's it. That's what's going on for the Texas situation. Yes, I'm going to talk about the UAW endorsing Joe Brandon in a second.
On the Democratic side, Joe Biden, relatively, Joe Biden did better with Democrats than Donald Trump did with the Republicans.
Oh, a lot better, and without really campaigning, without having his name on the ballot. And look, a lot of those who voted in New Hampshire, and we saw that.
Would you be down to do a workout stream with me around Streamer Awards, Mr. Hasan? Fuck yeah, I'd be honored. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that verified badge right there. I didn't even know that you were verified, or you weren't verified. Wait, I don't know if I think I have. Unable to add VIP. Visit the achievements page on the dashboard. Learn how to. You know what? Fuck it. We're making peach jars. Not even VIP. We're modding. Yeah. Now that you're partnered, I can confidently mod you without feeling scared to do so. You know what I mean? The libs are losing it on what? Maybe this is an oversimplification, but Ryan Gosling being nominated, but not Margot Robbie and Greta Gerwig, perfectly explains to me why we aren't in the 8th year of the Hillary Clinton presidency. What the fuck? What? Hello, what is going on? Dude, the Barbie thing is worse than I thought. I was just going to like briefly look into it and like make a couple jokes and move on. But I think we have to genuinely ask ourselves, are liberals okay? Are they doing all right? I got the Clinton one and I got the Matt Walsh one. Oh my God.
This in Iowa as well, who voted for the non-Trump alternative, which was Nikki Haley, didn't vote, they told people in exit polls, did not vote because they liked Nikki Haley. They voted because they wanted to oppose Donald Trump. And this is...
I like that Donald Trump, for the moderate Republicans, have become like a Hillary Clinton style figure, right? For the independents and the moderates. And they're just like lending support to anyone that comes along, even if like in 2016, that person was a fucking, rugged ass socialist.
This is a phenomenon that could really hurt him in a general election, which is you have a significant number of Republicans and Republican-leaning independents who simply will not vote for Donald Trump. In a close race, that could be decisive.
John, Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Hi, everyone.
Have you seen this Chinese netizen trend? Stop. Is it poop sock?
What is the white people meal all over Chinese?
Oh my God, I love Chinese netizen talk. Jesus Christ, stop. Stop. I always click on it and I always want to watch more. We got news to cover. Oh my God, Hillary Clinton, you're out of control. I love you. I love you, Hill Dog. The combination of Barbie reactions to people who seem to think Jon Stewart is hosting TDS on Mondays going to alter the course of the election is all too much for me. Yeah. Interesting take on the Barbie situation. Oh no, not. Oh no. All right, we'll see. Curious if you covered the news about Team Canada RP case. What? From 28 World Juniors, shit's crazy? No. The dude who made that Hillary Barbie tweet might be the most liberal man on the planet. Oh, yes, let's go. I'm not Muslim, but I care about immigration bans. I'm not gay, but I care about marriage equality. I'm not female, but I care about reproductive freedom. I'm not a dreamer, but I care about DACA. I'm not black, but I care about police brutality and voter suppression. Hashtag empathy. Bro, one of the most beautiful tweets I've read in recent memories. Thank you. Right along with kindness, consideration, respect. Dude, 2018 Twitter, okay, was so much better. God, this shit is so cringe. But oh my God, dude, this tweet right now would literally be like riddled to the brim with like absolute nutty psychopaths just like, here's your address. I hope they kill you, homosexual man. And like, just like schizo posting underneath it and being like, Brian Behar has dead, decapitated children in his basement. Everyone knows he's a pedophile. And then like K-pop stan Twitter too in there for some reason with like gifs, and then a shit ton of porn bots. So many porn bots being like, I'm not Muslim, but I'd love to take your Muslim penis. And then it's just like a censored porn bot. Okay? You're not gay, but you will be after my OnlyFans porn bot. Oh, it's so bad. I hate Twitter. I hate it. I hate it so bad. And then like cryptocurrency charlatans. Too much for you? Censored pic? Oh, God. Oh, stop. Blech. Me when Jacob Elordi gives me a golden shower? God, I love capybaras so much. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We have to stop. We have to stop. This is so silly. I was just joking yesterday about like how not serious the Oscars are. And I guess like I was entirely wrong. I guess I've not been more wrong in my life. Oh my God, I totally forgot how much liberals care about like dumb culture shit like this and how much they have invested into a fucking advertisement for Mattel products. What the hell is going on? Joe Biden is going to secure the white woman voting bloc by one, going up on stage with Taylor Swift while simultaneously saying Greta Gerwig should have been nominated for Best Actress, even though she wasn't acting. Okay? Alongside Margot Robbie. That's it. 100% of the white women votes secured on top of abortion, dude. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. God, these are a sign of just the really terrible times. Really terrible times. Things are really, really bad, folks. These are not good times, okay? This level of investment into the Oscars, oh my God. Holy moly, holy baloney. Jesus Christ. Things are not good. Things are bad. Things are not good. They are very bad, okay? I am blocked by this person. Shoe on head. This shit was 9/11 for affluent liberal women whose main takeaway from the Barbie movie was women should win everything always. But also, we're talking about women winning over other women. Like, what do you mean? It's not like fucking, it's not like Margot Robbie was like out there losing to like men in that situation. Who cares about poo on head? Yeah, I don't really care about poo on head. Anyway, all right, let's do it. 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 Yeah, Stavi's take I saw. Desperately trying to get some of the worst head of all time voice. Holy shit, is so fucked up. Barbie got snubbed like that. Great take. Okay. Brandon stroking out. Oh no. Another person that has blocked me.
Mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
Nakba noticer. Vaccine injured. Aesthetics does not equal ideology. Vaccine injured. My back probably hurts. Appalachia partisan. RFK West. Patriarchy still needs smashing. Yo. Fuck, dude. The median American voter, dog. Yeah. It makes no sense. She goes crazy hard. That's awesome. That is so sick. Dude, I fucking love, oh God, I love American politics so much. Oh, it's so sick. Respect to Brooke Hines. Oh my God. Look at this. She hates Biden. That's a Jimmy Dore voter right there, okay? She hates Biden. She has a vaccine injury. She's an anti-vaxxer, okay? She lives in Appalachia. I don't know what me/CFS/FM means, so I'm skipping that part, okay? She's like very upset. This account is obvious satire. No, dog. This is not fucking called it. That's not satire. That's not satire. That's not satire, man. Oh, that's so sick. Oh, that's my favorite. This is my favorite, dude. What? We live in a horror show. Thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life for justice. Joe Biden's staff don't trust him to talk to media on Social Security. They gave him a printed handout to use instead of talking. Here he is giving a report instead of answering it. Oh, okay. She's on the RFK West ticket. Okay. RFK/West. How do you write for polar opposites? Wait, no, I don't think she means Kanye West. Oh wait, you're right. She does mean Kanye West. Oh my God. I don't know why I was thinking of. Oh my God. I was thinking of. No, she's talking about Cornel West. Yeah, I don't know why I went with what you guys were. Yeah, no, she means Cornel West, not Kanye West. I don't think she means Kanye. That'd be crazy. But so is Cornel West, to be fair. Anyway, God, I love American politics so much. Like, this is the type of shit that it just like lasers my freaking brain. It's just so good. This is 1000% the type of person who's like, excuse me, you fucking betrayed the revolution. You're a rich piece of shit. Like, you just tweet away from your stupid fucking mansion and also simultaneously defend the DNC. You're a part of the MSN DNC squad, which is why I like the Republican Party. Actually, and we'll be voting for the Republican Party instead. This is Libwatch that a hogwash? No, she's what do you have against Cornel West? Wait, what? I love Cornel West. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, I love Cornel West in general. Don't necessarily love what he's been doing recently. She's also woke. Yeah, no, I know she is. She's like, you said she's crazy for supporting him. No, I'm saying it's wild to be on the RFK Jr. Cornel West ticket, which basically goes to show you that you only care about is pure aesthetics. Like, it's just anything but the Democrats. That's what that means. Do you understand? Like, RFK Jr. is the most normal Democrat, okay? Literally just like the most normal Democrat. If you were to put RFK Jr. and Joe Biden side by side, okay, you would have a hard time figuring out whose positions belong to who, with one exception. RFK Jr. is a rugged anti-vaxxer. That's it. Without RFK Jr.'s anti-vaxxer positions, he's just literally a Democrat. If you never talk to him about like vaccines, RFK's takes are literally, if you don't talk to him about vaccines and COVID, RFK's takes are like, he cares about the environment. He's like insanely anti-Semitic, but also loves Israel, right? He's a Zionist hardliner. Why are more people not upset about RFK Jr. being Epstein's best friend, though, lol? Because he's in the crowd. Chad hasn't seen RFK's takes and are running on vibes. You were totally right. Yeah. The thing is, a lot of what RFK's like, a lot of what gets RFK a lot of play is like all the COVID weird shit, like all the truther stuff, like even his like allegiance to crypto, for example, or all this other like dumb shit, like being an anti-vaxxer and all this stuff, right? Being an anti-vaxxer, saying that like COVID was created by the Chinese to like avoid killing Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese. Just the funniest conspiracy. Like all that stuff is insane. But beyond that, every position he has is like carbon credits. We're going to have the free market fix climate change, which is real. Excuse me. What are you talking about? That's like beyond the conspiracy shit, his overall legislative agenda is fucking identical to the Biden camp. Incredibly militant. Anyway. All right. But let's do the Barbie. Let's do it.
Was too basic and that our world sexist. The movie was we failed. Well, the highest grossing movie of the year did get a nomination for Best Picture. The woman who was responsible for pulling off that great feat didn't. The only explanation for Greta Gerwig being left out of a category in which she overperformed in is that the Academy Award voters believe that Barbie directed itself. Like, the dishwasher just unloaded itself, or the kids were raised by themselves. The entire way that we invisibilize female labor in our society and our economy. But Gerwig wasn't the only woman whose labor went unrecognized. Margot Robbie, who actually fought for the movie to exist, convincing executives that it would have mass appeal, also got shut out. At this point, you're wondering, well, I guess Ryan Gosling didn't get a nomination either if everyone's getting shut out. No, he did. He sure did. People are saying that the Academy lost the plot of the movie, but actually, they just brought it to life. According to their own data, the Oscars are the most...
She did get a nomination. She got it for not for directing, but she got it for adapted screenplay, which that was a. She did get a nomination. She got it for not for directing, but she got it for adapted screenplay, which that was another can of worms because they also like people were upset that it was like technically considered as a adapted screenplay rather than yeah. See, people are saying adapted from what? I don't know why it was considered an adapted screenplay. I don't know what the distinction would be because it's not off of a book or anything like that. But I guess they were saying like it's the Mattel franchise, right? I genuinely want these women to explain who should have been left out of the best actress or best director categories for Margot and Greta to be nominated. Yeah, the crazy part about this Barbie. I guess like any existing Barbie IP, that's why they're saying it's adapted. But that's the reason why they're saying it. Anyway, the point is, it's weird because they're making it seem like, for some reason, like the best actress that would have gone to Margot Robbie, right? Or the best actress nomination that would have gone to Margot Robbie is given to men instead. Like, yeah, Ryan Gosling got one, sure. But also, like, the other women are still women. Like, the best actress category is all women. Like, so if you're, like, riding or dying for women in this situation where you're like, this is about feminism, well, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's about feminism if you're mad that, like, other women beat out Margot Robbie. It's not like I just don't get it. No. It's because out of the entire movie, the only one recognized is the man. But that's not even true. Barbie was up for other stuff too. The issue is like this was an insane column. Okay, Mary McNamara, the LA Times writer, she wrote, "If only Barbie had done a little time." Oh no, an LA Times. Yeah, this is the one. If only Barbie had done a little time as a sex worker, or barely survived becoming the next victim in a mass murder plot, or stood accused of shoving Ken out of the dream house's top window. Certainly millions of Barbie fans are currently wishing they could push someone, perhaps a member or two of the Film Academy, out of a very high window. This is literally just peak white feminism, okay? Because, like, you're basically saying all the other women that got put, even though America Ferrera got nominated, okay? But, and she is, you know, a woman in Barbie that got nominated, but people are not even thinking about that, right? Maybe because she is brown. Let's be fucking real. All right. Literally. And then beyond that, you're talking about like the first American, like Native American woman that has ever been nominated. Like even if you're thinking about it from the framework of like liberalism and identity politics, like you're being a bad feminist. Okay. No, this is straight up. I mean, I looked at this morning and I tweeted. I mean, I'm a little scared about tweeting about feminist issues because there's a lot of rad femmes out there who just go nutty mode. Okay. But I think it's a perfect demonstration of white feminism. Like this take is a perfect demonstration of white feminism. Someone said, no, this is Greta and Margot. While it can sting to win the box office, but not take home the gold, your millions of fans love you. You're both so much more than Knuff. Hashtag Hillary Barbie. And it's like, I don't get it. America Ferrera was put up from Barbie, but that's not enough. Okay. And everybody is like going crazy over Margot Robbie and Greta Gerwig not getting the recognition. Okay. You should put on your Knuff hoodie. And the fact that these women are ignoring that Lily Gladstone was the first Native American woman to ever be nominated for the Best Actress category. First American Native, because the main character from Roma was a Mexican Native woman and won. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I personally don't get it. You have to be a leading lady, but you can't be nominated for Best Actress. You have to be a strong female director, but you can't be nominated for Best Director. You have to have a wildly popular dance song, but you can't be nominated for Best Original Song. The reality is that they pushed the number of Best Movie nominations to 10 a while back, so it's impossible for every director to also be nominated since there are 5 slots. It's silly that people are getting so aggravated. For the record, like, I love Margot Robbie. I think she's awesome. She's pro-labor union. She's great. I've defended her when people were falsely smearing her and claiming that she was mid. Okay. All jokes aside, I'm being a self-referential, ironic misogynist in a situation where I'm not supposed to be, because everyone is going to get very touchy-feely on it, especially white feminism. Okay. But the thing is, all jokes aside, like, she's great. And I think she was great in the movie as well. Okay. But we have to pull ourselves out of this situation for a brief moment and just have a little bit more of a macro approach to the subject matter. You're mad that the fucking Oscars snubbed your actress in a fucking Mattel advertisement. It was an enjoyable one, but it was a fucking ad for a toy. What are we doing? What is going on? What the fuck? And you're also mad that Margot Robbie didn't get this slot over other women. Robbie, to be clear, is a true working producer. She's in those pre-production meetings. She's on set. She's putting out fires and getting yelled at by agents. When I point out that many actors who get producer credits don't actually do any producing, she says, yeah, that pissed me off. It's so annoying because I have to fight every time. By fight, she means fight to be taken seriously as a producer. Early in every project, she's kept off email chains and not invited to calls because some people assume it's just a vanity title for her. Then everyone realized after a few months, oh, she actually is a producer. She says, but even still, people direct all the money questions at my producing partners, never at me. And so many times Tom and Josie have to say, she's the one to ask actually. The other thing I respect about Margot Robbie is that, like, she was on set and married, like, what was it, like the fucking sound guy or something? Like, she's literally married to a normal dude, which is cool, personally. I think that's cool. I forget who she's married. I don't respect that. That's just another proximity marriage. What do you mean? That's fucking sick. Like, to me, it shows that she sees every single person on the set as like a normal human being and not just like, he's a British director. Oh, he is a director? Never mind. Her husband owns a production company. Wait, no, they presented it as though her husband was like a normie. I wonder if he bought the production company afterwards. Did I get fucking duped? I looked it up and he isn't just some random guy. No, he might not be now. Nope, he's a director, producer, and actor. He co-founded with Margot, according to Google. Yeah, now he fucking owns his own production company with his insanely rich wife. Okay? But I think at the time, the couple first met in 2013 on the set of World War II drama Suite Franchise, where he was an assistant director and she was in front of the camera. See? Assistant director, not as normie, but still. He co-founded the production company Lucky Chap Entertainment with his wife, Margot Robbie. Oh my God, he literally called his production company Lucky Chap. He was an assistant director. That's like not super high in the fucking ranks. He's a lucky chap, he is. Nice. Attaboy. He was the third assistant director. Okay, dude, come on. Okay, I wasn't wrong. That's crazy. He's basically the fucking PA on set. Come on, dog. He's a PA with big dreams. Even the assistant director is literally fucking, even the assistant director, not even the third one. Even if he was just simply an assistant director, you don't know anybody who's an assistant director. You only know them when they become the director. Okay? The fuck out of here. Third AD makes more than PA. Feels bad, man. This is the guy. He was born in Surrey, youngest of three brothers. He grew up in Guildford, England. He attended St. George's College in Weybridge before moving to Godalming College. Ackley began his film career as an extra. Dude, come on. Dude, you're like, oh, he's an actor and a director, son. He's not a normie. You're doing a phenomenal job here, really beefing up the narrative. He was a fucking extra in Harry Potter. He was a production runner on Gambit. In 2012, he was a production runner. And he was a production runner in 2013 when he met. From 2012 to 2016, Ackerley also worked as an assistant director for various different television series and films, including Pride, Sweet Franchise, all released in 2014, and Macbeth. In 2014, he and his future wife, Margot Robbie, alongside their respective childhood friends, co-founded a production company, Lucky Chap Entertainment. Ackerley met Australian actress Margot Robbie on the set of Sweet Franchise in 2013. The two began dating the following year. Dude. In the UK, the third AD on set responsible for background actors and the main assistant to the first AD. The second AD sits at unit base and does organization for future days. You think a normal person has those opportunities? I think you are greatly, and I mean greatly, overemphasizing what the third assistant director is doing on the set of a fucking television show that you've never heard about in your entire life. Yes, I'm trying to bait you, bro. Yeah, how about you bait the top of the hour ad break? People literally, dude, this is why when we were talking about like, when we were talking about IATSE strikes and shit, or when we were talking about the WGA, every American's brain breaks. They literally think that like every person on set, like the best boy on set is Margot Robbie, okay? They have no way of understanding that like so much of the entertainment industry is propped up by literal regular dudes, okay? Dudes who rig for a living. Dudes who put up lights for a living. Dudes who hold fucking boom mics for a living. And oftentimes they're union guys. And people just think that those guys, because they're in the fucking set in proximity of rich people and wealthy people, glamorous people, are actually just like also glamorous and rich. And what the fuck are they complaining about? You know what I mean? That's nuts to me. That's nuts to me. Read a book. No, 100%. A dude who was an extra in Harry Potter and it was a fucking production runner at the same time that he got like an assistant director, a third AD position on a fucking TV show or whatever that you've never heard, a drama film that you've never heard about before, okay? That dude is 100% a normal guy. Anyway, his biggest claim to fame is Draco pushes him aside in one scene, that's it, before Margot. This chat is dumb. Yeah. People think that like extras are comprised of like people who are people who are just like super tied to the industry. They're not. Okay. The reason why I think a lot of people make that mistake is because a lot of people join the industry with big dreams and then some people do make it. So everybody goes, well, that guy started as an extra. And then your brain does this weird thing where you just associate like being an extra in a Hollywood movie or something with like actual, with actual proximity to wealth and prosperity and not with like, just a dude who got paid $50 for the day to stand behind a famous person. Okay. Like extras are human. That's it. They're nothing. They're just like bodies. Yeah. Literally, Moist Critical was an extra in Hunger Games. It gets you nowhere in Hollywood. That's my point, though, because like people look at Moist Critical being an extra and think like, well, they make this loose association with like, well, this famous person was an extra at a certain point, right? So like a lot of people don't understand that like that did nothing for his career. You know what I mean? He was a YouTuber. That's what he was, and that's what he is, right? If you're being paid $50 a day, call your union rep. This is a CBA violation. Okay, I'm just, so, like I went to a cattle call before. It is gruesome stuff. Anyway, how the fuck do we dive into the Margot Robbie part of this segment when we were still talking about Barbie and how people lost their minds over it? I think that overall, it is crazy to me that people are placing this much value on the Oscars and people are like tying this to some kind of like real political momentum. And it is hilarious to think about because the real political momentum is actually also very stupid. Here's a Jack Easton tweet that I really liked. He said, Hillary posting this but not thinking to congratulate Lily Gladstone on her deserved nomination is a very good summation of the politician. Someone genuinely obsessed with optics and pandering, but also really bad at both things. This is the best take on the issue, okay? Because if you care about like identity politics and the optics and you're saying like, well, feminism would have won today when you're talking about like literally a nomination category that is made for women, okay? And then you fail to like even do the optics thing, the appropriate optics thing and like celebrate a Native American woman getting the nod there. It's so stupid. Anyway, Barbie was meant to be a feminist film, so the female director not being recognized is seen as odd, not because a woman lost to a woman. Yeah, Barbie is also a fucking advertisement for Mattel. The fact that it got as many nominations, including like adapted screenplay, says it all. It's getting like decent promotion from the Oscars in spite of being a fucking 3-hour ad for Mattel. Come on, dude. And that is a testament to Greta Gerwig in general. Okay? For sure. Like the fact that it's getting any nominations whatsoever is wild. It is literally made to hawk product. It's like MCU. Okay? It's Marvel Cinematic Universe stuff. Okay? This is white women Wakanda. Okay? It's the shill product. It's the shill Barbies. And it was fun. And I'm saying this as someone who enjoyed the movie. The fuck are we talking about? Why does it matter so much that it's an ad? It's culturally relevant to so many people. That's sad. Okay? That's sad. That's a sad state of affairs overall. Like, I just, you're sad? I don't think I am. I think it's like kind of sad overall. Like, even when we talk about Wakanda or the Marvel Cinematic Universe, that there is like an underlying source material there, right? That wasn't initially created for toys. Okay? Like it's more expensive than that, right? But for Barbie, that's just what it is. It is directly a toy movie. It is like the G.I. Joe movie. You know what I mean? The G.I. Joe movie. But for Mattel, for Barbie. Does that make sense? I don't know. Wakanda is just the same thing though. No, because like even then there is like a separate story there. A better analog would be G.I. Joe is what I mean. I guess the energy behind it is still that like you place a lot of value and a lot of emphasis on a fucking action movie or just a movie in general. And that's what's kind of sad. Does that make sense? The premiere toy movies is Transformer. Yeah, well, the movie is a good time with a decent soundtrack, but it's not as deep or meaningful in any way. One speech that resembles that of a college gender studies professor doesn't make it revolutionary. Yeah, and by the way, that person did get a fucking nomination specifically for that speech, which I think is also whatever, you know what I mean? Cowboy Bebop was a TV show specifically made to sell toys too. Does that take away its cultural relevance? I mean, I don't see Cowboy Bebop getting any fucking awards anytime soon, or did at the time. Cowboy Bebop is not even popular in Japan. It is infinitely more culturally relevant amongst Ameriboos. And no, it wasn't created to sell toys at all. I think every anime is made to sell manga. Yeah, the anime to manga distinction is like similar to MCU to like actual comic books. Anyway, just because you didn't connect to it doesn't mean it isn't socially important. Guys, its social importance also has absolutely nothing to do with Margot Robbie getting put up for Best Female Actress. What the fuck are we talking about? I don't personally think that it is like that socially important in general. It had its moment in culture, especially because it was like the first double blockbuster, double feature, like movies are back ass movie. But overall, I think that caring about award nominations is crazy. Okay? Caring about award nominations is fucking crazy. And it's also crazy to like associate like serious politics with like the Barbie movie. It is making me feel really sad about American politics and our future. This is a dire prospect. I thought it was a joke when I was like, yeah, it's movies, lol, who cares? Okay? Turns out it's not a joke to a lot of people. Turns out a lot of people are super libbed up in the sense that they do care about what happens with the Barbie movie. To prove you're correct, there are people who think the Ken song getting a nom is not feminist. Like, did Greta not put the song in her movie? Yeah. Someone said it perfectly. Barbie is presented as a serious feminist literature and not just a fun MCU type film. But when it is critiqued, it's put in it's just a fun movie for the girls, not that deep. That's what I mean. I don't think Barbie is serious feminist criticism. I think it's like very elementary entry point into feminist theory type feminist criticism. And beyond that, I think it would have been fucking boring and sucked if it was actually way more than that. Okay? It's just a fun movie to watch, which it was. It was a fun ad for Mattel. Beyond that, though, I can't really speak too much on the other like director nods that like supposedly snubbed Greta Gerwig, because I don't know, I haven't watched all of them. Me very calmly explaining the Barbie situation.
Corporations is to maximize profit and market share, and they also have a goal for their target, namely the population.
It's funny, hold on.
They have to be turned into completely
I gotta run the 3-minute ad break, by the way. I keep forgetting. Here it is.
You have to develop what are called created wants. So you have to create wants. You have to impose on people what's called a philosophy of futility. You have to focus them on the insignificant things of life, like fashionable consumption. I'm just basically quoting business literature. And it makes perfect sense. The ideal is to have individuals who are totally dissociated from one another, whose conception of themselves, the sense of value, is just how many created wants can I satisfy? We have huge industries. Public relations industry is a monstrous industry. Advertising and so on is, which are designed from infancy to try to mold people into this desired pattern.
It's great. People are simultaneously getting mad at you for calling it an ad while saying they find deep cultural significance in a literal toy which they only ever wanted as a kid because they saw ads for it on TV. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is. It is late-stage capitalism in display. It is a lack of intersectionality in your understanding of feminism in display. It is also an association with, like, a cultural institution like the Oscars being, like, somehow important. And everyone is just doing patchwork post hoc rationalizations for why actually their perspective on this matters, because they found this movie to be touching. This shows how capitalism is our religion, like you always say. Yeah, I mean, this shows how capitalism is our religion, like you always say. Yeah, I mean, it's cultural signifiers being like our primary association with, our commodity consumption is like the primary association with a sense of community, and is the most significant cultural signifier. It's just, ridiculous. You are really making a mountain out of nothing, damn. No, I didn't even start making a mountain. I just originally made jokes, and then turns out that people were not making jokes. People are like kind of serious about this being like a massive snub and indicative of all the stories that were being told inside of Barbie. If awards were an actual reflection of the work put into the work done, do you think that it'd still be as culturally important? What do you mean? If awards were an actual reflection of the work put into the work done, do you think, man, bro, what are you writing? I know what you mean and I agree, but the way you're coming off is kind of insensitive. I know to you it seems stupid and surface level. I don't know why, but it kind of stings a little because it's the same things we've heard our entire lives. Yo, I don't get it. There's like, what? Especially as it pertains to like best actress. The other people are women too. What the fuck? He's a man. He don't get it. Chatter is right. I just don't get it. This reminds me so much of the Oscars so white discourse, an approximation of legitimate diagnosing of structural issues without the substance behind it to correctly prescribe solutions or anything material. Yeah, that's why we do it. This is a fundamental plank at the HasanAbi broadcast. Welcome. Anytime you're fucking chirping about culture, you're doing it because you are powerless and you recognize it. And the only areas of change that you think you have just a crumb of power is these like institutions that listen to what you have to say because they want to serve you something, because they want to sell you shit. Marketing. Did I see a transgender black woman in a wheelchair in an ad? Oh my God, I'm losing my fucking mind in either direction. Ultimately, it's there to sell product. Okay? That's it. That's it. And people, and Americans are just constantly stuck in this weird back and forth pulley mechanism. Right wingers see that and go, that's the worst thing I've ever seen. Look at when the ads used to be good in the 1950s when women stayed in the kitchen. And then liberals look at that and go, well, there's a little bit of progress here, but more progress needs to be made. We need to put more diverse representation in the fucking ads. And it's like, none of that does shit, especially at a time when women's bodily autonomy has been fucking robbed from them. Okay? The fact that we're spending any moment on a Mattel product ad that was enjoyable, okay, and had great, entry-level feminist politics baked into it. But like the fact that we're making a mountain out of a molehill here is crazy to me. And it is perfectly illustrative of how feckless and neutered we are as a country to make any material change whatsoever. Whew! That's it. Bro, you're being so dense right now. That's not what we're saying. You're fucking loud and wrong. You're not talking about the Oscars. You're shitting on representation. No, I'm not. I'm shitting on hyper-focusing on representation for the sake of representation. You're not seeing that at all. Okay? Representation only matters if your personal experiences reflect your product. Okay? Reflect what you do. Brother Cornel West said it perfectly when he said, black faces in high places do not actually change the outcome for black people. Okay? He's right. It's not just about putting a black person in power, for example, like Barack Obama. It's about actually having that person and all of the collection of that person's experiences as a black man be able to genuinely motivate change. Because of all the experiences that someone has as a black person in a position of power, they are now going to show a different product. They're going to put a different thing out there. They're going to change people's minds. They're going to materially improve people's lives, which when it doesn't happen, that doesn't mean anything. Diversity without action is just hollow identity politics and is just there to market product. Okay? That's it. If diversity simply mattered, then Candace Owens would be enough for you to automatically assume Daily Wire is not a racist institution. Okay? And the reason why I find it like particularly odd that people are losing their minds over it is because the Barbie movie got nominated. Best Adaptive Screenplay got nominated, obviously. America Ferrera got nominated, but she ain't a white lady. And I feel like the importance of Barbie for many wasn't just about feminism and what that represented, but specifically about, what individual white women were getting out of it. And they're not getting that, even though they kind of are, and it doesn't even matter. And we're having this conversation, and while like the Oscars are also promoting I guess, and I did not know this myself originally, okay, a 2023 movie called The Color Purple. Like, this is like it just, I can't help but feel like this is some real white feminist circles here, like white feminism in display here. I feel like there's nothing more, I don't know, there's just like nothing more odd to me about like being this lasered in on the Barbie movie, while like if you do care about the optics and if you do care about identity politics, like you have Lily Gladstone. That's a big deal. And now like her moment in the spotlight has been taken away because Hillary Clinton is chirping about Margot Robbie and Greta Gerwig not getting what they deserve. Caroline didn't care about Margot not getting nominated. Of course she didn't. Imam Hassan. I don't like you and Chess saying people are crying over the Oscars. The issue isn't people wanting representation. It's that they don't recognize real recognition unless it's packaged in white neoliberal feminism. Wait, what? I think demanding that like someone else has a slot taken away from them so a white woman gets that position for the Barbie movie is kind of definitionally white feminism, neoliberal white feminism. Yeah. Oh, here, this is a perfect argument. Barbie movie discourse is so funny because it's just a fun, silly movie for the girls until you say anything against it. Then it's a modern day feminist text. And when you critique it like feminist text, then you're misogynistic and insulting something fun and silly for the girls. Exactly. I've maintained the position that it's fun and silly movie for the girls. I liked it. Okay. I was one of the girls. I thought it was fun. I thought it was silly. It has some entry level politics in it. Fine. Right? Fine. It's true. That's why when Ben was losing his fucking mind over it, Ben Shapiro, if you recall, I said the same shit that I'm saying now. How are you so fucking triggered about like surface level, entry level feminism in a movie that's just fun overall? You said it best when you said entry level feminism, which makes that take kind of just thoughtless because it's not philosophical. I don't think that's what most people are saying. Wait, what do you mean? No, that's fucking fair. Lasering on Margot Robbie is wrong. What you said afterwards is disgusting and sad for people to be seen by Barbie. That's why you're wrong. Wait, what? I think your ADHD makes you say some stupid shit that's not what you're trying to say and argue whatsoever. What did I say that's disgusting? Well, you said afterwards that it was disgusting and sad for people to feel seen by Barbie. That's why you're wrong. No, I think it's sad. It is why I'm standing on that. That like this movie being this pivotal and this impactful to ride or die for a movie that is literally a toy company's very successful and very fun way of selling product. It makes me sad. It makes me sad because like that's the way we do politics. It's much broader. It's much broader than like simply saying you're sad for seeing something from this movie. I'm not saying you're sad. I'm saying the state of discourse and the state of our existences. It goes back to the same thing that I harp on all the time. It's just that we have no power. We are ultimately powerless. And we go back and forth on endless culture wars with no material change associated with it whatsoever because it's a perfect way to argue on grounds that don't actually change anything whatsoever. It demonstrates how hollowed out our politics are. And it's something that I've been saying for fucking years. I think a lot of people, maybe I haven't repeated myself in recent years, in like the last couple of fucking months or maybe the last couple of years, like so maybe people forgot, but this has always been my take. People always come in here and fucking demand my position on some fucking cultural phenomena or a movie or a TV show, and people get mad at it. And I'm always like, look, man, if it's good and if it's fun, I like it. Good job. It entertained me. I don't give a shit. I yelled about it the other day. Someone was like, well, you're giving clicks to a fascist YouTuber who like doesn't even do YouTube anymore. And it's like, what are we doing here? Totally separate product. Vagrant Holiday or whatever is a totally separate product. Doesn't even have any fucking impact anymore at all. And it's just like, ugh. As someone who sees, I guess, the necessity for some level of commodity fetishism, who thinks that it's important to dull the masses so they don't fucking rebel, okay, and makes people feel fun. As someone who also engages in like purchasing of unnecessarily expensive goods because it makes me feel good, I'm right there with you. But I'm never gonna make it a political stance that like I had to buy a fucking $500 hoodie or some shit, okay? That's not political at all. It's me being a fucking idiot. And sometimes we do stupid, idiotic things because it makes us feel good, okay? That's it. But it's unfortunately the only way that we can like move the needle in here. That's why we talk about consumer activism as though it's a fucking viable way, as though it's a viable way to do politics, okay? Anyway, let's talk about Joe Rogan, who ran it for half an hour before Bobby finally shut him down. This is a couple clips.
When you look at the number of people, whether or not they have natural.
This literally went on for 25 minutes nonstop. At the 35-second mark, you can hear Bobby blurt out, "I'm with you, bud," just to get Joe to stop. But Joe completely ignores it. It keeps going for another 15 minutes.
When you look at the number of people that died of COVID, something like 90+% had 4+ comorbidities. 4+. Cancer, diabetes, heart attack risk. Fill in the blank. 4 comorbidities, 90+% of them.
Yeah.
It's not that it's not bad. Of course it's bad. But it's, you know what's worse? You motherfuckers telling everybody what they have to do and not have to do. You motherfuckers telling people they could shut their businesses down and they have to take this experimental medication regardless of whether or not they have natural immunity. Dude, it was Gestapo shit.
I'm with you, but I'm with you.
It was fucking mind control. It was totalitarian, authoritarian tactics. They were limiting people's livelihood, limiting people's ability to travel, shaming people. It's not an obligation to pay attention to everything.
Okay.
But it is something that I think would help people break out of the cult. Because that cult, it's like you think you're a good person if you buy hook, line, and sinker everything that the left says. That's crazy. These are the same people that want war. These are the same people that are encouraging censorship. These are the same people that are trying to silence dissent. That's all totalitarian shit. And just because it's done for trans kids or for Black Lives Matter or for any social cause that you think is like undeniably worthy, it's still the same thing at the end of the day. The Patriot Act still controlled people in a way that was never allowed before. And it did it under the guise that we have to stop a terrorist attack.
Yeah.
So even if they don't do...
Isn't that funny that the only materially important thing that he's mentioned that actually has passed through is a phenomenally right-wing pro-surveillance state that came after the reactionary perspective of Americans in the immediate aftermath of 9/11? It's just like the only thing that he brought up that was legislation that was actually a real thing was motherfucking Patriot Act. The rest is just whatever the hell he's thinking of that he finds to be a real problem in modernity.
Evil shit to make these things happen. Once these things happen, they take advantage by doing evil shit. And they enact control over the people that they never had before. And that's what they did during COVID. And the redistribution of wealth was insane.
Yeah.
The redistribution of wealth to big corporations
Like
and companies.
Gates profited bad.
Oh
big.
my God,
I mean,
so
yeah.
many people did. Billions of dollars was moved.
Yeah. Well, it just stresses me out. You want to talk about the movie?
Yeah.
Can we talk about the movie I'm promoting?
Yeah.
Here's a longer clip if you want some serious brain damage. Clip compilation of Bobby attempting multiple times to steer the conversation away from Joe's political and culture war rants. Bobby just wanted to goof off and make Joe's in the serious vibe was stressing him out. Yeah, it's like, not only is it a serious vibe for Joe, but it's also a serious vibe on the dumbest fucking shit. It's like if I had guests on, okay, on the Fear and podcast, and I was just constantly talking about Gaza, which, by the way, would absolutely be infinitely more valid than complaining about COVID shutdowns in 2024. But even then, it's a way of not reading the fucking room, okay? No, don't say you would do that. I don't do that. You want to know why I don't do that? Because I read the fucking room. You guys are crazy if you think that that is what you're supposed to do. Like, no, it's not valid to do that all the time.
Who's deciding what happens and doesn't happen? It's not that guy, right? So if it's not him, who the fuck is it? Is it the Secretary of State? Is it the press secretary? Is it the military industrial complex? Are they completely at the helm? Will they ever let control of that wheel to anybody else now that they have it?
Is it the shit you think about when you lay in bed at night?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How the fuck do you sleep?
Sometimes I don't. That's a real problem at night.
Yeah.
At night, I have my most anxiety-filled moments about this stuff. I've talked about it openly.
Wow.
Like, I'll really freak out at night because I legitimately think we are one or two events away from living in the Stone Age again. And I think it could happen in our lifetime, and it could happen to you and I. And he said with Pegasus 2, all they need is your phone number.
Yeah. But Joe, can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
What? Can't you just shut it off and not? I mean, there's so many people in this country just walk around and they just don't. All these things that we're talking about right now, they don't think about it. They just live their lives. Don't you think that that's a happier life or no?
It depends on whether or not your voice actually matters.
Yeah.
He's a journalist.
I just feel so stressed out right now.
You should.
Why?
Because that's the reality that we live in.
It's stressing me out.
That's the reality that we live in. We live in a very dangerous, complicated world.
Yeah.
Hell,
yeah.
But it's merely speculative.
Yeah.
Really. These people all have your best interest in mind.
Is that a...
Be fucking normal. Sleeping is just a government conspiracy. Be normal. Be normal. Some of you behave like this. Be fucking normal. This is the most important thing that I try to explain to chatters on a daily basis. Be normal. Chatters think, just like Joe, even if their politics are on the right side and the issues that they advocate for are actually overall good, and the problems that they're pointing to are real issues, ongoing struggles that deserve attention, don't see how valuable it is to be able to be fucking normal and read the fucking room. Joe has lost the plot. He's lost it. He's lost his dang mind. It's clear. At least be funny if you can't be normal. True. Superpower. Absolutely. He doesn't have to care anymore. He just wants to bitch and moan about woke culture. Man, you did that to Felix with your guest star. Come on. Yeah, I know. It was a fucking massive issue. And the reason why you're bringing that up right now is because you feel called out. So you have to be like, well, you do it too. I know. Sometimes I fuck up too, dumbass. I'm not saying that like I've never fucking done that. Okay? What you just did is not productive. What you did is a level of fucking cope. You're like, well, you've done it too. Yeah, I know. I admitted to my mistake immediately after. You didn't actually internalize the thing I'm saying. You just looked for a way out to feel more comfortable about not being normal in other situations because you feel like because you feel like you've been called out. It's good. It's good to remember that. Okay, guys?
Cigar?
These are little baby cigars.
Can I have one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You're okay with nicotine cigars?
Yeah, I'm not going to inhale it.
You want a real cigar? A big one?
No, the little ones.
You want like a real cigar?
These are good. I like them.
Yeah, why don't you have one of these?
Is Cuban?
Yeah. No, these are, they're from Nicaragua. These are JRE cigars.
Oh, fuck.
They're actually really good.
Yeah.
Here, I'll open it. This is what I think, man.
Okay.
I think evil's real. And I think evil exists in many forms. And it exists in callous disregard for loss of life for profit. That's evil, right? And that's a real thing. Like, you could say evil is the devil. Here's a little lighter here, buddy. You could say evil is Satan, and evil is demons, and evil is, exorcisms and shit. There you go. Look at that, baby. But also, evil is profit over human life. They just there's no other option for them to work.
But there's a powerless...
Bro, Bro, years and years of like Fear Factor and being like a Hollywood guy who's like kind of a bro carries him so hard here because anyone without Joe's background here talking is going to be regarded as like an insane person.
Powerlessness that one feels like, what is little Bobby Lee going to do about any of this? So it's like a lot of times I'm just like, everything that you said, I'm with you, but I'm just saying that like it stresses me out.
It should.
Yeah, and I want to walk around a little bit more free, and
Hey, you deserve that.
Yeah,
you're a comedian, man. You provide laughter and you help people, and if it's fucking you up, knowing about all this shit that's happening in the world, that can get in the way of your job.
Yeah.
The billions of dollars was moved.
Yeah. Well, it just stresses me out. You want to talk about the movie?
Yeah.
Can we talk about the movie I'm promoting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your movie, Bobby?
Oh, I'm barely in it. And they're making me, but it's like...
But they're making you do promo and you're barely in it?
Well, I have 4 scenes.
What's it called?
It's called Drugstore June.
What's it about?
Anyway, really good to be here.
Great to have you. You want to leave? You can bail if you want.
You're gonna keep going?
Yeah. Keep going.
Why?
Well, we can stop.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't?
No. We're talking.
2.5 hours is...
That's good enough.
That's huge.
It's plenty.
Yeah. But if I leave, you're going to keep going?
No.
All right. Let's just stop
Please.
now.
Okay.
So the next time I have other things I want to talk about.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Beautiful podcast.
So great.
It was beautiful.
Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure, brother.
Watch the Drugstore June.
So now that we cracked our ice and we did this, we'll do them more often, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, 100%. And please consider moving here, man.
I know.
An awesome addition.
It's a thing.
Like I said, Theo's considering it. Paulie's considering it.
Would you go on?
He's
Joe
only
Rogan?
saying whatever
Yes.
the fuck they write down.
Oh, hell yeah. Joe's got Bobby Lee on. This is going to be so fun and silly. I can't wait to listen. Rants about COVID for 90% of the episode. Yeah, no, man, he's stuck. Something you got to remember, chatters. Maybe you got mad at me when I said be fucking normal. Read the room. if you catch yourself on a super long-winded rant about late-stage capitalism or some shit, also remember that like the other party might be just kind of sitting there managing it, but it might not be so fucking fond of that experience. Says you, yeah, guys, you come in here for this specifically, okay? You come in here for this specifically. That's a little bit different than like, you know, keeping people captive. Oh, yeah, do you guys have the Joey Diaz clip where Joe Rogan watches the anti-trans video and gets duped? Oh, yeah, do you guys have the Joey Diaz clip where Joe Rogan watches the anti-trans video and gets duped? Yeah, but you do that with other streamers? No, I don't do that with other streamers. That's why my podcast doesn't feature politics. That's why I rarely ever talk about politics with other people that are not like super fucking invested in politics. I've seen your friend hangouts. You always insert political jokes. If it's on camera, then I'm playing the role and making a political joke as a joke for you to laugh at and maybe cringe at. That's entirely different than like how I am in situations that you don't actually fucking see. Anyway, serious question. What about bringing it up with my therapist? Watch the Destiny Ben Shabibo debate. Yeah, brother, you're a day late. Okay. Watch the VOD from yesterday, I guess. Oh, the Joe Rogan one. All right, here it is. All right.
So that's a real thing. Now, the people that want to deny that that's a real thing.
Now, the people that want to deny that that's a real thing.
You're doing a disservice for everyone. You're doing a disservice to all the innocent women that have to go into those bathrooms and don't feel safe.
Absolutely.
And you're doing a disservice to real trans people. There's gonna be a bunch of people that game your system. And there's gonna be a bunch of perverts with fucking beards.
There was no assault.
Shit, if that was in San Francisco, they might arrest that lady.
Joe, come on.
They might arrest her for being a bigot.
Calm your ass down,
Who fucking
Joe.
knows, man? It's Narnia out there. It's a fantasy world. People have lost their fucking mind. And I think it's...
That's an RM Brown clip. Where's the real one? Where's the actual fucking video? Joe gets fooled by the internet again? No, I want the OG one, man. No disrespect to RM Brown. I just want to fucking watch the OG video without any additional seasoning. I'm not gonna lie, after spending the first lockdown alone in an apartment, only weed and Jerry, listening to his voice is now kind of unsettling. Here. Thank you.
This video, there's this lady in Chicago, and this guy is trying to use the women's room, and she's going in there with her daughter, and this guy has a full beard, just a full beard, and she's yelling at him. She's like, you are a whole man. And he's like, I am a woman. And like, big, deep breath, deep voice, big, husky guy with a fucking beard. What the fuck, man? Like, what the fuck? Is this being kind? Is that what this is? Is this being open-minded and compassionate? Or is this opening the door to fucking psychopaths? This is it. Yeah, click this. Look at this. Look at the size of that dude. When you see this guy's a big dude.
Yeah, he is.
I don't get it. Like, so now when Joe Rogan sees like a very obviously fake video, he's still like he sees like a very obviously fake video because he's a boomer. We have to just like sit there and talk about like the seriousness of this very obviously fake video because he believes it. Yeah, newsflash, old man believes fake shit online. Like, what the fuck? Bro, yeah, boomers' media literacy is becoming a big problem. It is a big problem because we have to fucking sit there and act like this is normal and real. You don't know what you're talking about? This is clearly real, Hasan? Yeah, dude, totally.
With a beard.
Hey, man, use another bathroom.
Bro, this is literally like, yeah, why does it lie? This is Joe Rogan's why does it lie moment. Because, like, it's like, remember when Joe thought that, you know, dad actually beat his own son? And it wasn't just his name was dad. And then he was like, well, why does it lie? Except this time it's not like an apolitical situation where he got duped. He got duped in a way that like a lot of right-wingers also get duped because they're really energized in that direction to get duped in that direction. So then they like defend it.
So that's a real thing. Now, the people that want to deny that that's a real thing, you're doing.
That's so awesome. He's like, that's very real. That's a real thing. It's a real thing that's right in front of my eyes. It's happening. Definitely real. Joe Rogan would look at a fucking SNL sketch about like kitty litter in classrooms and go, that's a real thing, right? I mean, it might look like that guy, that new heartthrob Jacob Elordi, but that's a real guy. That's definitely not Jacob Elordi in the kitty litter thing that we're watching. It's a very real situation. Don't let this man watch Jurassic Park. Yeah, Joe Rogan watches Jurassic Park, is terrified.
There's going to be guys that are crazy that take advantage of this thing that I think has been at least partially engineered by other countries. I think the algorithm supporting that and pushing that out to people are super easily influenced, man. Super easily influenced.
Bro, what? It's like, what is he saying? I feel like is he unaware? I mean, he is unaware, but he's like also doubly unaware that he's like talking about himself.
And if you make it this thing where you just have to accept everything that happens to be trans, everything is fine as long as you call it trans. Well, then what about perverts? Don't you think perverts are going to game that system? This is a Willy Wonka golden ticket for perverts.
Dog,
that's what it is.
Wasn't there a fucking TED Talk a couple of years ago about some chick saying that we need pedophiles?
I'm looking through comments on this saying that this video we just watched is satire.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen other videos like this where there are people that I don't know who they are, but there are groups of people that will make videos like this that make them seem real, and then post them
God,
on
that
Facebook
lady's
and
a great
Instagram.
actress. There's going to be guys that are crazy that take advantage of this thing.
That's your hero? I mean, he is a bit of a hero for like how fucking stupid he is. And he is like, he lives his life by his own rules. His brain is broken and he can still fucking farm dumbasses to the millions. Okay? Financial security permanently for the rest of his life. Joe Rogan is like the hero of apes all around the world. I myself am also an ape. So I do appreciate, like, I recognize what an ape can do. He's like the king ape. I think this is insane. I don't know what else to say other than this is insane. We are operating on the whims of a dude who has demonstrated time and time again that he's not all there. And then the classic, oh, so that's a fake video? Well, the fact that I believed it really shows how full of problems our society's in is, of course, one of my favorite counter arguments to that too. And it's just another way to reinforce being a fucking moron. It's just so sad that chatter is making a joke. It's so sad because like that's 90% of my haters as well. It's like make up a lie, okay? And then someone corrects them and goes, that's not correct. It's a lie. And someone goes, well, I'm wrong. But the fact that I thought I was right says a lot about society and Hasan. And it's like, no, that says a lot about you, fucking stupid. That's what it says a lot about. Anyway, let's watch some Chinese netizens and relax.
What is the white people meal all over Chinese social media? White people meal, aka meals that require the least amount of effort to sustain vital signs, are very popular among the working class. This trend got its name when Chinese international students shared their white classmates' lunch, containing some green leaves, chicken breast, and a little fruit. Many girls on the
I don't understand. Maintain vital signs. This is anti-white racism straight up, dude. The grossest thing. Shield your eyes at the top of the hour, chat. Anti-white racism has come to the HasanAbi broadcast once more. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, folks. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me, folks. That's right. Don't know why I'm doing that voice. I actually don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's just so much is wrong with me. Anyway, here's the 3-minute right now.
on a diet quickly discovered this type of meal is great for weight loss, and migrant workers quickly caught on to this trend and amazed by its convenience. White people meal have 3 key elements: cold, vegetarian, and small portion. You're only a noob if your food needs to be heated up in the microwave. If your food can be eaten cold but requires some washing, you're at the intermediate level. Advanced would be lunchable, no heating, washing, or cleanup. When Chinese are dipping carrots and celery in hummus as dinner, white people are eating Panda Express and gulping down boba milk tea.
It's funny because this is like all good fun, but white identitarians will see some shit like this and go, oh yeah, that's right. Well, what about your insert incredibly racist tirade? What about your food? You eat dogs out there? Ha, got him. That type of shit. Anyway, I love this channel, man. It's always talking about Chinese netizens. Oh, I heard that too, Kaya. Who's that? Who was that, Kaya? Oh, Marat. All right, let's hear
Anderson.
the South Carolina voters on Nikki Haley versus Donald J. Trump. What's
We
good,
are
King?
in Charleston County, South Carolina, in the town of Mount Pleasant. And I have a problem with my earphones. Sorry about that. I'm going to turn it off, and now we're good. And we've been watching the coverage, CNN's coverage of the New Hampshire
Good, bro.
primary.
Shot
15 loyal Republicans here in Charleston County.
Yeah.
South Carolina, incredibly important primary next month. Nikki Haley says she will be in it. She'll continue running for president. But will she? That's a big question right now. For context, I want to explain to our viewers that 9 of you plan to vote for Donald Trump in the South Carolina primary. 2 of you plan to vote for Nikki Haley. 2 of you are undecided or staying neutral. So with that context, I'm going to ask you, do you think this was a good night for Donald Trump, this margin that he won by? Yes or no, everybody? Yes. Does anybody, these are our 2 people right here who are voting for Nikki Haley. Do you think it was a good night for Donald Trump? Do you think it was a good night for Donald Trump? Okay, so my question is, should Nikki Haley stay in the race? She says she's going to. You are Nikki Haley's supporter.
Well, she said she's going to stay in the race, and we'll see what she does. I think at the proper time, she'll make that decision. But right now, she's not at that position, at that decision yet.
How do you feel?
I think she should stay in the race. I think she has come from behind in other races, and I think she has 4 weeks, I believe it is, to make some changes in her campaign. And I think she needs to really drive her message home to the South Carolina voters.
You are undecided.
Yeah, famously, the people of South Carolina are unfamiliar with Nikki Haley. You know, that's why they can't make up their minds about Nikki Haley. It's like, what do you mean, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Good, King. Okay. Good. Good at.
Are you still undecided after seeing the results from tonight?
Yes, I am. And I'm basically waiting to hear about policy, you know, specifically what they will do for some of the concerns that are in the black community, like education and crime.
Do you think Nikki Haley should stay in the race? Like
I think she should stay in the race because I haven't heard from her about what she thinks right now and some of her policies and what she might do.
Larry Kabrowski here is a county councilman, former chairman of the Republican Party in this county. So you're staying neutral right now. My question for you is, do you think Nikki Haley should stay in the race?
I think it would be a very tough road for her. I think you look at our state, our governor, or both our senators, or 5 of our 6 congressmen all came out, you know, for Trump. And if you looked at the results in New Hampshire tonight, as I was watching, 75% of the Republicans voted for Trump. I feel this would be a very tough state for her.
Maurice Washington used to be the chairman of the Republican Party here. You're supporting and going to vote for Donald Trump.
Correct.
Do you want to see Nikki Haley stay in the race?
I think she needs to take a long, hard look at the demographics, the voter demographics. If she couldn't win in New Hampshire, which favored her as a candidate for the presidency, I don't see a pathway forward in a state like South Carolina and other states ahead or after the South Carolina primary.
You're a Trump supporter. What do you think? Do you want to see Nikki Haley stay in the race?
I agree with.
Do you think she'll stay in the race too?
Do I think she probably will hang in there? I don't think it's a wise decision.
Why?
Well, like you said, most of the majority of the people have spoken in the party, and you've seen where Vivek, Tim Scott, and Ramaswamy, everybody is bringing the party together. I think now is the time for unity, and I think this kind of like splits the party and takes away where we can unite. And most of the party right now has.
No, these are not. A black Republican from New Hampshire? Are you kidding me? There are no black Republicans in New Hampshire. There are no black people in New Hampshire. These are South Carolina voters. What do you mean? South Carolina is very black, as opposed to other parts of the country. Much of the South is where a lot of the black people live. Wrong. I know the black. I know the black guy from New Hampshire. Oh my God, Ludwig's stepdad. Oh my God, Ludwig's stepdad is the one black dude from New Hampshire. Oh my God, you're right. That's crazy. I stand corrected. Anyway. Mount Pleasant is 93% white. New Hampshire is like 90+% white, dude. It's insane.
United.
Does anyone else think she should drop out, your former governor? So a couple of you. Well, here's the question. I found this really interesting. I want to tell our viewers that almost everybody here, I think, except for one person, thought that Nikki Haley was a good governor here in South Carolina. Who doesn't think she was a good governor? Okay, one person. But everyone else said she was a good governor. Why don't you think she'd be a good president?
Well, I don't know if it's so much that she wouldn't do a good job at that. I just think she's the wrong person for the job at this time.
Why is that?
I just think Donald Trump has made a presence in our world. He has made hard decisions with other leaders all across the world. And
they're so crazy, dude. It's just because they love Trump. That's literally it. Bro, people in the chat thinking that she's making like Hillary Clinton style memes like, oh, well, she's a woman. It's not the right time for women right now. No, that would be more logical. That's on. I'm active duty military and went to a store on base today and they're giving away Cenk's book to everyone who came in. Bro, he's winning. Cenk is undermining the American military by infiltrating the minds. The officers are all Cenk loyalists. There will be a coup soon. Don't care, still voting for Cenk.
he's proven that already. I mean, he was the only one who has kept us out of wars, kept us out of conflict.
Well, he's not the only one ever, but you're saying during his, because we've had presidents since George Washington.
Well, true.
Okay,
True.
I think we all know that.
Yeah.
I was never a history teacher, but I know that.
So
Okay.
he's just the man for the job. He's proven himself. And
What do you think?
Well, I think it's undeniable that Nikki Haley had a good track record as governor, but President Trump had a good track record as president. And he did a lot of good as president, and I think he can continue to do that.
One of the things I want to ask you, Nikki Haley, when she spoke, we were all watching her speech and Donald Trump's speech together. She said, quote, "The first party that retires its 80-year-old candidate will be the party that wins this election." What did you think of that statement?
Well, I thought it was a bit of poor judgment for one thing, because that is an age group that vote. They have the highest turnout of any age group routinely. So I think disparaging that age group, and it was not a smart thing to do.
What do you think about it?
They're coping. They're doing optics arguments. Guys, this small business fascist that narrowly avoided dying to COVID is over here saying Nikki Haley is doing bigotry in the form of ageism. Okay? That's American politics, baby. Everybody's a liberal. But by the way, I want you to know that if you ever turned into a right-wing griefer, I would still support you the same, relatively, but still. Hell yeah, thanks, brother. The fuck? I would have to be phenomenally entertaining for any of you motherfuckers to actually follow along with what I'm saying if I was like directly undermining everything I advocate for right now, okay? It would have to be generational talent, like unimaginable talent, like you've never seen before for me to get a bunch of left-wing people to turn heel and become psychotic right-wing reactionary content watchers. Maybe all the people who hate me would become left-wing revolutionaries, though.
About that, when she said that.
I think she got some enemies from that. That was just a low blow.
A low blow?
Yeah, it was a low blow.
Because I saw some of you hiss when she said that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Does anyone think there's accuracy to that? What about you?
She has said before that she likes to tell the hard truths. I think in that she told one. I think she's probably spot on with that comment.
To our two Haley voters, if Nikki Haley doesn't make it and Donald Trump is the nominee of the Republican Party, will you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I will.
What about you?
He'll have to convince me with his campaign. He needs to be what I call more presidential. He needs to have less drama, and he needs to have better results.
And do you think that if he isn't, you could possibly vote for a Democrat?
Bro, what do you mean? He has to convince me with his campaign. He was the president, bitch. You know how he is. By the way, he's 100% voting for Donald Trump. God damn it, I hate American politics so much. Being a Republican is so awesome. Because, like, especially if you're, like, a rich white guy and a Republican, like, your guy's giving you everything you want. Then, all you need to do is fucking worry about, like, the aesthetics of it. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know. Aesthetically speaking, I don't really like the way he carries himself. It's like, what are you talking about? Okay, so there's functionally no difference between him and Nikki Haley, then, beyond just the simple aesthetics of the matter. Fuck! Must be nice getting everything you want all the time.
Joe Biden, for example.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch. I worry, though, with when a president creates and lives in drama, I worry about the global situations that we face. And I think we only need one dictator to be offended by something our president, whoever it may be, says, and we could end up in a very serious situation. So it concerns me that we have so much chaos. And I think Donald Trump, he loves chaos because that's when he does best.
So one more question about this. I want to make sure I know what you're saying. But if Donald Trump, in your estimation, keeps continuing chaos, and you don't like Joe Biden, who might you vote for?
I might write in somebody.
Who would that person be? Yourself?
You.
Me. I'm not running for president. The one thing I want to tell all of you is thank you for watching this with us. It's nice meeting all of you, and I hope all of you with different opinions stay friends after this. Are you going to?
Sure.
Okay, good. The South Carolina primary.
Right in Jank.
I know we haven't talked about it a lot, but there was actually a Democratic primary in New Hampshire yesterday. It wasn't sanctioned by the National Democratic Party, and President Joe Biden wasn't actually on the ballot, but he easily won it as a write-in candidate over other challengers. Biden's campaign is already turning its attention to the general election, and Nancy Cortez is at the White House and has more on that. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. Yeah, they are looking past the primaries. Mr. Biden's allies say that Donald Trump is knocking out some of his top GOP rivals more quickly than they expected, which means they need to speed up some of their general election plans. That means some staffing moves at the top of the campaign and stepping up their attacks on Trump.
Donald Trump is betting you won't vote on this issue.
In Northern Virginia, President Biden argued one man is responsible for the full or partial abortion bans that now exist in 21 states.
It was Donald Trump and his Supreme Court who ripped away the rights and freedoms of women in America. And it'll be Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and all of you who are going to restore those rights for the women of America.
Even as he spoke, his campaign was keeping an eye on events unfolding in New Hampshire. Biden campaign officials saying Even as he spoke, his campaign was keeping an eye on events unfolding in New Hampshire. Biden campaign officials saying Donald Trump has all but locked up the GOP nomination and labeling Trump's victory speech bitter and confused sounding.
They used COVID to cheat, and they did a lot of other things too.
Abortion rights will be a major theme for the Biden-Harris campaign. And here's one reason why. Exit polls from New Hampshire last night found that 2/3 of Republican primary voters oppose a national ban on abortion that's been proposed by some congressional Republicans.
Extremists are trying to pass a national abortion ban to outlaw abortion in every state. But what they need to know is that we will not allow it.
And yet another issue is likely to dog President Biden throughout the campaign season. Pro-Palestinian protesters interrupted his speech.
Bro, this is literally like hog shit. Like, this is just Trump shit. Straight up. It's kind of crazy. Like, I guess just the American, this is like a American thing. You know what I mean? Like our proclivity towards like hog-like behavior, I think, transcends ideological boundaries.
Over and over last night and had to be escorted out.
We got a couple more of these, I think.
We learned last night that President Biden is going to be sending 2 of his top White House aides to join his campaign.
No, it's moving to the right. It was unacceptable under Barack Obama and Bush. No, that's not true. I think Americans love a good old-fashioned genocide. You know? They love it.
Campaign sooner than expected to the relief of Biden allies who had been urging such a move for some time. The Biden campaign is also signaling that the GOP presidential primary race is over by selling these new T-shirts with the slogan, quote, "Together we will defeat Trump again." Gail?
Damn, bro.
All right, Nancy,
Those
we
are
shall
ugly
see.
as
Thank
hell.
you.
When I first came into office, we made some
Anyway, listen. Papa's speaking, okay? Everybody calm down.
headlines
Big Papa
by
is
saying
speaking.
that our endorsements would be earned, not freely given. We've said we'd stand with whoever stood with us in our fight, not because somebody was nice to us and we want to be nice to them, but because we need to know who's going to put up and who's going to shut up. And going even further, we need to know who's going to stand up with us.
I like that people are mad at Sean Fain for endorsing Biden. Yeah, dude. The dude who fucking, the dude who showed up to his picket line, he's not going to endorse the president who showed up to his fucking picket line. Shut up, Chad. That's insane. Yeah, I can't believe he didn't endorse Cenk instead.
And this choice is clear. Joe Biden bet on the American worker while Donald Trump blamed the American worker. We need to know who's going to sit in the most powerful seat in the world and help us win as a united working class. So if our endorsements must be earned, Joe Biden has earned it.
The only problem is that like the timing of it is shitty because it's just like the UAW literally pushed for a ceasefire. So you are going against what your rank and file wanted. You think Trump will hold a grudge against him for this? Yeah, no shit. Sean Fain was never going to endorse Donald Trump. Y'all are crazy if you think that. Can you explain the Republicans that are pro-union? No Republican is pro-union. Democrats aren't even fucking pro-union.
Biden hitting the picket lines today in Michigan with thousands of United Auto Workers asking for better pay and benefits.
It's very unusual for a president to go to the picket line.
The historic nature of this is lost on no one.
You deserve the significant raise you need. We saved them. It's about time them to step up for us. Thank you.
And it's evident that President Biden's visit here today struck a chord with the labor movement in Michigan and has sent a signal around the country.
Any president that puts their money where their mouth is, he said he'd walk the picket line and he is, and he's walking the walk and talking the talk.
You've heard me say it many times. Wall Street didn't build the country. The middle class built the country. And unions built the middle class.
You previously said this isn't about any president, current or former. You seem to want to keep politics out of it.
The UAW has yet to endorse President Biden's reelection.
So why host President Biden at the picket line today?
We put an invitation out there for people to join us, and the White House responded right away. It was great to see that, and we've never seen it before in the history of this nation for a sitting president for the first time in our history to visit a picket line. I think that goes a long way in showing where he stands with working class people. Thank you, Mr. President, for coming.
Sean O'Brien met with Trump. Why do you think he did that? He received a lot of heat for it. He's a bit of an opportunist. He's a bit of a populist and a bit of an opportunist for sure. Whereas Sean Fain is not like that at all. What is this? Edgar Guillermentum has joined the movement. Don't care, still voting Cenk. Yep. TYT Groper should be the new breed of base lib that 2024 brings us. Okay, his entire fucking replies is just this chat. The don't care, still voting for Cenk 2024 momentum is just you guys, dude. We need more than the Cenkers that are out there. You need to go out and find more Cenkers, okay? We are not janking hard enough. We are not janking as hard as we should be. I'm janking off left and right. But one cannot simply jank off on their own. One must remember their comrades while janking off. Always and forever. Oh, gotta jank people from across the border? Yes. Yes. Canada. Yes. Mexico. Jank off with me. Anyway, here's what Sean Fain said. Look, I trust Sean Fain. That's it. This man wants to put together a general strike in 2028. Okay. And I trust him. So I don't love that this is the time that he decided to endorse Joe Biden, but I get why he did it. I wish he had not done it right now, or at least, I don't know, some kind of conditions should have been met. But Joe Biden has done a lot for the UAW in comparison to other presidents, and that much is true, and he respects that. And he also understands that the opposite side is Donald Trump.
Is a scab. Donald Trump is a billionaire, and that's who he represents. If Donald Trump ever worked in an auto plant.
Can you tell us two things he's done, effective things, not standing in front of union members? What, for Joe Biden? The IRA, pretty solid infrastructure bill. I know that it was like neutered, but pretty solid infrastructure bill that has brought in more. That's created new manufacturing awards. Manufacturing awards. Sorry, manufacturing facilities. Sorry, Kaya is going fucking nutty mode here right now, and she's very loud. You guys can't see or hear because it's like because the noise gate is really good, but she is like throwing her big ass bone. Dude, enough. What the fuck's wrong with you? Come here. Get over here. I'm petting her. Now I'm getting her riled up. God damn it. Drop it. Too loud. It's too loud. Good job bringing it over here, though. Play with Fiona. Yeah, I want her to play. I want them to play, but like over there, so they're not loud. You know what I mean? She jank on my piker until I Uyghur. What do you think about that, Marat? It was very uncomfortable. Joe Biden's appearance at the union helped Joe more than it helped the union, I think. No, it was pretty significant. Anyway, we were talking about Joe Biden and like what good deeds he's done. IRA is good. Funding bills for the IRS is good. Infrastructure spending is good. Opening up manufacturing facilities is good. Obviously, 4 million jobs is not something to just cast aside. Post-COVID boost, certainly. But still, those are good things, okay? The agencies being populated by actual people who are doing their fucking jobs is good. Joe Biden is also, since like FDR, spent the most amount of money on railroads in this country. Like passenger rail, too. Not just infrastructure. Yes, you have Lena Khan. You have the NLRB. These are all good things. The federal agencies are actually working. Okay, CHIPS Act, sure. Like, there's a lot of stuff that he's done. Capping overdraft fees is marginal, but whatever. I'm talking about like the actual serious stuff. So the rail strike deal was fucked up. No, I've corrected the record on that before. The issue is the Afghan pullout was good. Safe Plan has me paying $0 on my student loans. Yes, some of the student loan debt relief that he's implemented is also good. Video games are back. You're putting Goebbels to shame with your whitewashing that you're doing for Biden. Hold on, I'm going to get there. Okay, all of this stuff is fine, but he's also accelerating ethnic cleansing. But if you want to understand personally like why people like him, or if you want to know like what the honest assessment is, then yeah, Joe Brandon, despite being old as shit, has, for one reason or another, mostly because he's done what needs to be done, right? The adult in the room. He has basically done a decent amount of shit. He is relatively progressive on a lot of economic issues. It's like odd to think about. However, he's also facilitating an ethnic cleansing campaign in the last fucking quarter of his administration. 10,000 game workers have lost their jobs over the past few years. Video games are not back. No, video games are back, but the video game companies are also behaving even more capitalist than before. Video games are back from the perspective of like the consumer, though. So does this mean that it's bullshit that Republicans are blocking everything Biden wants to do? No, Republicans, of course, are blocking everything Biden wants to do. And in spite of that, through spending packages, Brandon has been able to enact a decent amount of his agenda, even though they also personally kneecapped their own momentum with the rotating rotating villain inside of the Democratic Party in the Senate. However, like I said, currently, the way he's behaving on capping overdraft fees isn't marginal. That's like a seismic change to the banking profit industry. Billions previously transferred from the poorest Americans to megacorps is cut off now. That's a massive W. No, I think you're overemphasizing. Like, it's a good thing. Capping overdraft fees is a good thing. I've talked about overdraft fees being bullshit. But it's like, capping overdraft fees is exactly the type of thing that, like, one politician who is overzealous will get involved with and will actively push for it. It's like Ralph Nader with, like, seatbelts or something. You know what I mean? It's like, it's good. And it will, of course, it's legislation. Like, no matter what you do, it will absolutely greatly impact people. That's kind of the whole point of fucking politics. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Marginal changes like that do have seismic shifts in the way that people, live. Obviously, the real seismic shift would be the complete abolition of overdraft fees, which should be illegal. But like, I'm not discounting that. But I think that 4 million jobs plus like actual manufacturing facilities opening up in American cities, especially in middle America, is probably a little bit more significant than that. Does that make sense? That's why I said like that's marginal in comparison to other stuff. It's like the dude focusing on more leg room on airplanes. Yeah, no, exactly. And it's good. It's fucking phenomenal when they do that. Like when someone pushes actively to like beef up the Better Business Bureau or something, and then like they do end up making gains on that front, and that's great. But there are, in my opinion, a lot more things that he has done that are better than just that. So, antitrust lawsuit Google is going through, Amazon as well. So, you know, there's definitely, like, Biden is minus Israel. Biden is minus Yemen, which is a continuation of Israel. Biden is more progressive than Barack Obama and Donald Trump on almost everything. That's because it's a necessity, in my opinion, to make these policy changes at this point. It's like pushing for infrastructure spending, because if you don't do that, motherfuckers are dying. You know what I mean? Bridges are like falling apart. Does that make sense? Like, Biden's progress has come out of necessity at this point because he's always the center of the party. Feel me? Of course, Brandon himself is a mummified version of what he once was. So him being the champion of this like almost Bernie Sanders style economic focus has been kind of odd. Policies are good, people like it, but people don't like who's pushing for it. And that's why you see the Democratic Party kind of thrive in some ways. That's why I brought up the whole point about, you know, people like the Democratic regime. They don't like the guy leading it. That's why there's an 18-point difference between Joe Biden or a generic Democrat. So, he's just too fucking old, dog. That's it. I think so, yes. I'll try one more time. Can you look at my chat logs and answer my question? If not, it's cool. I'll let go after this. I'm really interested in hearing your opinion on this. What are your reasons to vote for Jank? Wait, what? With peace and love, do you really think Jank is the answer? He has some bogus takes that you have admittedly disagreed with. Do he think he's the least worst? I'm not trying to come with this, right? It's a legitimate question. Chat, it's a chatter. It's a joke, man. Brother, I'm memeing. Oh, fuck. We janked too hard, dude. Don't care. Still voting for him, okay? Yeah, guess what, chatter? Now I'm voting extra hard for Jank. I'm janking off, dude. Fuck it. Yeah, Sean Fain has every right to endorse Biden, especially with how he behaved during the strike alongside the IRA investment. Any chatter who doesn't see that shit is stuck online. He's a union leader, not your favorite leftist YouTuber that you don't want him to agree with you on every issue. Yeah, no, 100%. I totally get why he did that. Totally get why he did that. But he should have voted for Jank. He should have endorsed Jank. Let's be real. You know? But I totally understand why he did that.
Quit. He wouldn't be a UAW member. He'd be a company man trying to squeeze the American worker.
If anything, I'd be real mad right now because, like, the margin of victory for Sean Fain in the first ever election did come from, and many of you might not know this, the grad students that are also a part of the UAW. Okay? The grad students are also, by and large, the ones who are definitely more loudly protesting Biden's actions on Israel and are the ones who are demanding a ceasefire. So the college-educated grad student coalition that elected this man, he has betrayed, technically, within the rank and file. Not that it matters all too much because this is still a democratic process. And overall, I trust him. I trust Sean Fain. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I think he's got good instincts. I think he's a very smart guy. And I totally understand that despite the fact that they called for a ceasefire as a union already, as Central Committee also correctly pointed out, that he went and endorsed Biden right after. While that does, how has he betrayed them? Wait, what? I'm joking. When I say he's betrayed the constituency that carried him over the finish line by endorsing Biden instead of demanding a ceasefire and then endorsing him after the ceasefire conditions are met. He also betrayed Jank by not endorsing Jank in general. I do, however, think that, yeah, like, Americans just don't give a shit about militarism. Like, that's it. They don't care. I do like Sean Fain a lot. I would say I like him more than O'Brien. And I like O'Brien a decent amount, too. But I really like Sean Fain. I think he is the perfect, in many ways, perfect union leader. He's very smart. He's very pragmatic. He's very charismatic. And also, I think he's not afraid to push a broader agenda and get a room. Dude, I'd fucking clap his cheeks. You don't understand. He's sexy as hell, bro. Look at him. Look at how hot he is. He's hot as hell. But is he natty? I do think he mews a little bit. I don't know if that breaks it down a little bit for you. It's just creatine. Just creatine. He definitely is mewing, though. Creatine is also causing a little bit of hair loss, but his speech is so bad, though. Usually has bangers. Faint speechwriter kind of missed, but the crowd likes it. Yeah, his heart is not really in it. Not to be too parasocial here, but it seems like this is more of a pragmatic choice to endorse Biden, rather than like one that he has a lot of passion in doing.
Donald Trump stands against everything we stand for as a union, as a society. When you go back to our core issues, wages, retirement.
What are your opinions on shit? No, I do not condemn the IRA. Anyway, I like him. I like him a lot. Smart guy. He's what we need.
Healthcare and our time. That's what this election's about. This election's about who will stand up with us and who will stand in our way. Those are the questions that will win or lose this election and will decide our fate. Those are the questions that will determine the future of our country and the fate of the working class.
Yeah. As far as I understand, I feel like O'Brien caves into that whole like fake right-wing populism bullshit way more than Sean Fain does. Sean Fain does not fuck around. O'Brien, on the other hand, like even going and linking up with Donald Trump at all, which I thought was maybe a way to try and, I wouldn't say he's corrupt. No. I don't think O'Brien is corrupt either. I don't think that. I mean, you have to remember something. Like he also is like, guys, two major reform movements occurred, like in both the Teamsters and the UAW, and like Sean Fain is a direct product of that. Teamsters are also very important. But anyway, here Sean O'Brien went and discussed issues with Donald Trump, and I think this in and of itself is like bullshit because you're just giving Trump the hype. You're literally giving Trump, like you're caving to Trump's absolute bullshit. Yeah, the difference is Sean Fain is a member of the reform movement, UAWD. O'Brien just supported the Teamsters TDU and is anti-corruption. Both are very good, but one is slightly more militant. I think this basically allows Trump to keep posturing as this like pro-labor union populist when he very clearly isn't. He's gross, disgusting piece of shit, billionaire, asshole, monstrous person who goes way fucking beyond like even being like anti-labor union. He doesn't even pay his non-unionized employees. Like he doesn't pay anybody. Well, I guess that's why he's anti-union. Let's be real. It's just he's awful. Anyway, optically a bad decision in general. All right, let's get to United Auto Workers endorse President Biden.
We want to go back to that meeting of the UAW because it is official now. The president of the UAW, Sean Fain, saying the UAW is endorsing Joe Biden as president of the United States. You'll remember he actually joined auto workers in a first ever for a president on the picket lines in Wayne County, Michigan.
Brandon is so pro-union, he stopped the rail strike. Guys, Joe Brandon's administration stopped the rail strike, which I mentioned, but the Joe Brandon administration also went back to the rail companies and made the rail companies concede to the demands that the rail workers had made. They just did it quietly after they engaged in the strike breaking, and that's why you didn't even hear about it, despite the fact that I talk about it all the time. So the trade unions, as far as I understand, some of the demands, the trade unions, the rail worker railroad trade unions seemingly were happy with the decision at the time. Yes. Yeah. You know who else also was presented? You know who else was also presented as like one of the major players in that deal? Pete motherfucking Buttigieg, okay? I've heard about this, but there's definitely should have been a lot more news reporting on it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's one of those things where I don't know why they're making these decisions. I don't know why they don't fucking advocate for these like for the things that they've done. If you ask the average American, they don't fucking even care about like the IRA and all of the things that the IRA brought. You know who's promoting? You know who's promoting Biden's infrastructure bills? Motherfucking Republicans who voted against it. They go back home and they act like they brought money back to their hometowns. Okay. It's very stupid. It's very frustrating. And I don't like it. I don't like what the fuck they're doing. I think they're bad and wrong and old and very frustrating. Okay. Very, very frustrating. Dude, fuck your benefits of fuck genocide, Joe. I hope Trump gets elected and destroys America KKK. So a lot of Westerners get better benefits. It's actually fine to support a genocide. First of all, I don't think it's fine to support a genocide at all. I'm simply telling you what's what. If you think that the average American gives a shit about genocide, let me tell you, they don't care. And as a matter of fact, when they do care, they usually want to do it more. Okay? In the United States of America, most people don't care about genocide or want to do it harder. Okay? Especially as it pertains to Israel-Palestine. So that's something you need to remember. Secondly, this guy's probably LARPing as a Maoist. He's doing Maoist standard English here. And secondly, you know who will do the genocide extra hard? Donald Trump. So that part is also, you know, completely ridiculous. I'm not going to sit here and be like, you have to vote for Joe Biden. He's going to change your lives. He's going to do incredible things. But I will always be truthful with you that, yes, in spite of the... So I won't care about Western lives either. Wait, what? I don't know what you're saying. You should care about the top of the hour ad break, okay? Because you're probably a fucking Iowa Maoist. And I am definitely serving ads to Iowa at the top of the hour. So you better fucking get your goddamn Amazon Prime ready, okay? And subscribe here at the top of the hour because you're about to see a 3-minute ad break. That's number one. Trump isn't going to lead to the collapse of the first world. Yeah, I know. These guys are engaging in pure fantasy. So what? It's okay to set the precedent that strike busting is okay. Don't you think that the optics of labor seizing a crumb of autonomy is important? Empowering labor, for me, that's not acceptable. Brother, what are you talking about? If he met the demands on that strike after strike busting, strike breaking, and then literally went and participated at the picket line, then on the optics side, he's done the empowerment for labor as well. So that's it. He met some of the demands after defanging the shit out of unions and strike breaking, man. There has not been as aggressive or as militant of an NLRB before Joe Brandon in recent history. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. Like, guys, you're trying to argue with facts here. Okay? I'm not even telling you to go like vote for Joe Biden and he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm telling you that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break though. Okay? But I'm sorry, if you fucking ask me, like, what's what, I'm still going to tell you the truth, just like he is absolutely funding and facilitating a fucking genocide, which is immoral, and he's doing it not even for pragmatic reasons, but because he's a goddamn zealot. However, if you're going to ask me about his, like, approach to labor unions, yeah, especially at the eve of him getting endorsed by Sean Fain, if you're confused by it, I'm telling you why he's done that. Why Sean Fain has endorsed Joe Brandon. There is a good reason for it. That's it. It's really simple. Lamont, I'm from the third world, pal. Okay. I don't know what you are telling me. Like, if you ask me a direct question, okay, and if you think that Trump is going to implement permanent first world genocide, you're wrong. Okay? It's not going to happen. If anything, it'll accelerate towards fascism a little bit faster, but that's pretty much it. It's happening no matter what. Fain is trying to set up a legitimate general strike in 28. He doesn't want to alienate most Dems before that. Yeah. I wrote this extensively. Check my logs. Anyway, the thing is, it doesn't really matter that much. That's just the reality. Some are going to be better. Oh, you said top of the hour. I already ran it, bud. I already ran it, King. Do you agree with Sean Fain's opinion on her sub count? What's his opinion on my sub count? When we go full fast, do you think they will keep weed legal? I don't know.
In addition to that, 380,000 members represented there at this meeting. Powerful voting bloc in some key states, Michigan, Wisconsin, battleground states, but also people who can man phones and go door to door. And Sean Fain took an opportunity to really go after Donald Trump. He said Donald Trump is a scab, a billionaire, and that's who he represents. He doesn't care about the American auto worker. Instead of trash talking about our union, Joe Biden stood with us. He said our endorsement must be earned. And then just a couple of minutes ago, he gave the official UAW endorsement to Joe Biden. One more note, the folks there were shouting, Joe, Joe, Joe. This is very early. UAW usually waits a while, many months from now, before they would normally endorse. But as we've been saying, this is going to be a very, very long campaign.
Doesn't seem like corporate class needs to go full fash. Already have what they want from us, complicity. There's no fucking labor union and Biden. Oh, that's difficult. That's really difficult. I can tell you who the worst one is. Trump, for sure. Like, by a wide margin. But as far as if it wasn't for Israel, I would say Biden, like, easily. Trump is the worst one. And if it wasn't for Israel, I would say Biden is better than Obama. Obama was the worst? What? No. That's crazy, dude. Obama is the worst by... Obama is not worse than Donald Trump. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, Obama is, Trump is worse than Obama, but George W. Bush is still worse than Trump. Just trying to be controversial. What the fuck? Obama was not worse than Trump and is not worse than Biden? No, I think without Israel, Biden would be better than Obama. Obamacare, hello? Yeah, Obamacare, hello. What do you mean Obamacare, hello? Pre-existing conditions and denuclearization with Iran are the only two fucking major things that Barack Obama brought forward. Everything else is ass cheeks. And Obamacare in and of itself, while creating the conditions so that insurance companies can't refuse pre-existing conditions, still was a major, it was a neoliberal American Enterprise Institute created market solution against socialized medicine. DACA is pretty good, but I'm biased. DACA was good too. Fair. How is Biden worse than Obama, dog? Obama did as much genocide. He was just way hotter. Oh, foreign policy is really, really bad on both accounts. I mean, Obama did the surge, so that was really bad. That's what I was thinking of as well. But, I mean, Biden pulled out of Afghanistan. That's pretty big. Obama's foreign policy, as far as like Cuba normalization, starting the process for normalization with Cuba, and the Iran denuclearization agreement was relatively decent. It's just that, like, Barack Obama is a bit like John Fetterman in the sense that if given the opportunity, he also would chase after a black person with a shotgun. And no, that's not what I'm talking about, of course. I'm talking about not that part of John Fetterman. I'm, of course, talking about the fact that he also got a head transplant. And by that, I mean, Barack Obama came in with a tremendous amount of progressive momentum, had set up an outside group specifically to get himself elected, which he then shuttered and hid under the DNC, basically. Like, he is like the AOC figurehead that, Jimmy Doreheads think AOC is like. Like, he came in with a massive momentum. He had massive fucking momentum. He had a supermajority. Like, think about that. We have not seen that since. He came in for hope and change, and oh my Lord, what did he do? Oh, no hope, no change, bitch. Nothing. The amount of social political capital he had that he basically fucking cast aside for no reason other than so he could, I guess, be like a part of the pedophile elite and I don't know, make podcasts and Spotify playlists and hang out with Jay-Z and Beyonce, and tell David Axel Dick that he can't come to his fucking birthday party. Sorry, COVID restrictions. Like, he's such a fake friend. One of the best things that you will ever, one of the most like Barack Obama moves that genuinely explains how his, like, what he cares about is like telling David Axelrod that he was uninvited to his birthday party so that like fucking, I don't know, he could be with celebrities instead. It's crazy. He's such a fake friend. Remember what he did to Reverend Wright? Remember what he did to like Palestinians? Anyway, yeah, he disowned Reverend Wright, but some will say that he was never really with Reverend Wright anyway. And then others say that it was because he was having gay sex with a pastor in that church and then assassinated him. By others, I mean, I'm talking about, what is it? The Cleveland suction cup himself. The fuck was the dude? The Dyson of Duluth.
This could also become an issue on this campaign trail. The U.S. military hit targets in both Iraq and Yemen last night after attacks on American forces. Charlie Daggett reports on the risk of a wider war in the region.
With each F-18 fighter jet taking off from the USS Eisenhower and yet more overnight bombing raids, America's involvement in what has now become a regional fight has escalated by the day and night. The new strikes against both Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Houthi targets in Yemen follow U.S.-led bombing raids just the night before, conducted alongside British Typhoon fighters. Defense officials say the strikes were retaliation for more than 150 attacks directed at U.S. forces throughout the region since the war in Gaza began, endangering the roughly 900 elite U.S. troops in Syria who we have visited in recent years and witnessed fighting alongside local Kurdish forces battling ISIS, to American troops on bases across Iraq, where the military maintains a force strength of around 2,500 soldiers. But it was the
Yeah, Trump really airstrike Qasem Soleimani and people just shouted at him not to be so aggressive. We got lucky that Iran didn't really do shit after that. Yeah, it's like kind of shocking because everybody always talks about how fucking good at terrorism Iran is supposedly at, and Iran supposedly is, and like not a single motherfucker was killed in an act of terror in like the Western world after that, which is kind of crazy. Like the only reason why that didn't escalate into larger issues is because of the restraint demonstrated by fucking Iran, okay?
massive missile strike on the Al-Assad air base in Iraq over the weekend, injuring 4 U.S. service members that triggered last night's counterattack. The local Iraqi militias and the Houthi rebels in Yemen, all backed by Iran. On the strikes in Yemen, U.S. officials downplayed any talk of escalation.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't define it as a conflict. Again, I would define it as action that's being taken to disrupt and degrade Houthi capability to conduct attacks against the international community.
Dude, considering that I saw Alden Markey tweet this the other earlier today, but like considering that these are like naval radar positions that they're shooting, and that the Houthis are the de facto, the Ansar Allah is the de facto government of Yemen. It's kind of like America is slamming at like the actual official like naval sanctioned radar positions of another country. Like it's like if someone else, that's how unimaginable it is. It's like if someone else came to our country and like started just actively blowing up our radar that they knew was there, because that's like in times of no conflict, that's, you know, that they're there. Like there's yeah, it's like Pearl Harbor. Sorry, dog. You refuse to sell us. You refuse to sell us oil. Fuck you. Gonna do Pearl Harbor now. Imagine if Cuba just started blowing up positions in the Gulf because of the blockade. No, like it just doesn't make sense. That first of all, we've done this to Venezuela. By the way, what? Come on, guys, chill. Mischievous training and gaining muscle for the girls, and y'all talking about politics. Yeah, what the fuck, guys? Chill. Anyway, the naval radars are often Iranian and usually based on the TEL. Transporters erect their launchers that they built to launch the anti-ship cruise missiles and stuff. Aren't some of the positions that they're blowing up utilized for civilian use in times of not war, though? The naval radars are often Iranian and usually based on the TEL, transporter erector launchers. Like it's what you would normally use to communicate with like back and forth, communicate with ships in normal times, no? The worst thing Trump did in foreign policy for libs was threatening NATO. His masters would never allow it, nor did Trump really believe it. Now you have a MAGA communist thinking he meant that shit. Yeah, they're stupid. No, because they're mobile radars on missile launch trucks. They're only used to detect ship locations. I thought they were also hitting infrastructure. Regardless, we're still bombing Yemen soil, which is unacceptable in general, but and escalating. But I thought that they were bombing not only like mobile radar positions, but like naval radar.
The strikes have not gone down well in Iraq, and these are U.S. partners. The Iraqi National Security Advisor calling it a flagrant violation of Iraq's sovereignty, saying the U.S. should pile pressure on Israel to halt the offensive in Gaza rather than bombing parts of Iraq. Tony?
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff by America. I love that we were talking about this yesterday. Like, well, not we. Ben and Destiny were agreeing on this issue yesterday about like America's actions in the Middle East is bad because it like it plays right into Iran's hands, and it's like, okay, well, that's not the only reason why it's bad. Okay, but yeah, it's not even pragmatic. It makes no fucking sense. So how about we don't do it? Nope, gotta do it to them. Yes, I saw the Gaza protesters were dragged out on the floor by their hands at the Biden speech. UAW workers were trying to drown them out. Yeah, we don't give a fuck, dog. The Gaza protesters are UAW workers. I just interviewed 3 of them. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, here's the funny video that we were going to watch. Here.
Listen to facts and focus on healing Burlington. And I would like to use the rest of my time to say how appalled I am that people are bringing up the Holocaust. Do not use other genocides to describe this one. I have been...
It's funny. Yeah. She's like, oh no.
We're not gonna tolerate that.
This one that I personally do not see. It is a horrible, horrible, horrible situation, and I cry for my Palestinian sisters and brothers. But I want to say I have...
Do you, though?
We're not gonna tolerate that.
This one that I personally do not see. It is a horrible, horrible, horrible situation, and I cry for my Palestinian sisters and brothers. But I want to say I have been to Poland. I have visited concentration camps. And do not say that is what litters Gaza and the West Bank. I have been in the West Bank, and I have seen the Arab villages there. Do not tell me what is there. I have seen it with my own eyes.
Dude, why are you as a 13-year-old riding this fucking hard for Israel? It's just like straight up indoctrination. I just feel bad. It's like a funny video because everyone is like dunking on it, whatever. And she very clearly gets like super sad immediately. Like, come on. It's a first-year college student. Oh my God. Wait, she's 18? What happened? I'm so old. I'm so fucking old, dog. That, I swear to God, I thought she was 12. I was like, wow, how wonderful that like a 12-year-old is so articulate. Like, I literally thought this was a baby. I thought this was like barely a fetus. She looks 12. You are okay? Yeah, what the fuck? Moving into the retirement home soon, I see. No, it's over. It's so Jover. It's never been more Jover for me. Brother, it's done. I'm done. I'm so fucking old. I'm looking at college freshmen and thinking they're 12, dude. It's done. I blew out my neck trying to get my hair pills this morning, okay? I woke up and I reached over to grab my fucking hair pills and I went, that's how I woke up this morning. You know my shit's fucked. That's a sad sentence, but it's my reality, okay? Oh, is that a sad sentence? It's my motherfucking reality, dog. Oh, anyway, I should have never taken that bubble bath. Hair has been looking great lately, though, if it makes you feel better. Anyway, okay, now that I found out that she's 18, my analysis has changed a little bit. I feel like it's way more valid to make fun of her if she's 18. That's one. And two, I don't know what happened. I don't know why she just like comes across like why is she behaving like a toddler? It's okay, brother. You get through it and find your groove back. Us older guys go through this worry phase.
It is a horrible, horrible, horrible situation, and I cry for my Palestinian sisters and brothers. But I want to say I have been to Poland. I have visited concentration camps, and do not... They
picked her to speak because she looks like, let's be honest, I mean, I don't think so. These are the health tests you should start
Well,
getting
how to
at
love
50.
your age, even though it's just a number, right? In a 4-part series, News 6 explores everything from retirement to relationships as you approach your 50s.
I mean, fuck you guys, okay? One day, you motherfuckers are going to be just as old as me, okay? And guess what? I'll be dead by then, so I don't have to deal with this nonsense. This nonsense that you guys are sending me, okay? Sons of bitches out here, dude. I fucking spend every goddamn waking moment of my best years out here trying to educate you motherfuckers, and this is how you repay me. This is how you repay the favor. My best years. Wait, is Hasan actually near 50, or are we joking? Brother, if I look like this when I was nearing 50, scientists would be flying from all around the world to figure out, to capture the essence of my youth. Okay? No, I'm 32. I'm memeing a little bit. You know what I mean? It's more fun than looking at, you know, Maoist third world is getting mad. This Maoist third world is saying, I'm from the third world, but he's still watching a fucking ad. How is that possible? What part of the third world is this Maoist third world is saying, I'm from the third world, but he's still watching a fucking ad? How is that possible? What part of the third world is still in the ad markets getting served? Hasan heel turn is starting. Hell yeah. If I were to make a right-wing grift, I think it would be more about, this is Burlington, Vermont. I was in the audience for this. What this clip doesn't show, and what parents also conveniently didn't have her mention, is that the person who made the Holocaust comparison is the child of Holocaust survivors. Jesus Christ. The meeting was about whether or not we should include an anti-apartheid measure on the March City ballot, even for more context.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Jordan Weiner. I'm a Burlington resident, and I believe the apartheid-free pledge should absolutely be placed on the ballot. I'm also a Jew who lost family in the Holocaust and whose legacies are daily tarnished by the genocidal state of Israel. I'm here to express my opposition to the attempt to restrict democracy in Burlington.
This is the loudest it gets, chat. Sorry.
By the Zionist faction of the city council. The Palestine Solidarity Movement surpassed the number of required signatures to get our measure on the ballot, demonstrating that there is popular support for this measure. The Zionist faction in Burlington is understandably afraid that their cause will fail miserably in the eyes of the public, so they are refusing to let voters decide at all. I want to talk.
This is what Jew hate looks like. Yeah. Like, as in I think he's saying, like he's doing the anti-Semitic hatred. That's what he's doing.
Made against putting.
He is so confident. He's like, I really popped off with this.
On the ballot. This Zionist counselor believes that no good can come of this ballot.
He's saying the speaker is a self-hating Jew. I know, which is ironically anti-Semitic. So that is literally, I mean, that is straight up anti-Semitic.
Measure, and it won't contribute to solving Israel's war on Palestinians. Yet somehow doing nothing will. For over 75 years, Israel has put Palestinians in concentration camps, arrested them, held them.
She's literally 18. I thought she was straight up 12. That is mind-boggling. The other girl. Anyway, literally every opposition against Israel is always called anti-Semitic. Yeah. And then there are like actual anti-Semites who love Israel, and you know, like people who love Israel will defend those anti-Semites, and it's like, what are you doing? Whatever. It is what it is. All right. What is this? In American occupied Korea, we are forced to work 21.5 hours a day. What the fuck is this? The Yoon Suk Yeol government allowed 21.5 hours of work per day. There's a lot of criticism towards the government that chose to encourage overwork rather than the humane lives of workers. Wait, what? That's too many hours in the day, man. Nah. I don't think it works that way. You can't. Wait, how do you? There's not enough. Do they think there's different amount of hours? Do they think that there's more hours in the day in Korea? What's happening? It's got to be a mistranslation, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're going to start defecting to North Korea. I saw the news when they were trying to increase the work week from 52 hours to 69 hours. Nah, he's just on the grind set. Oh, this
is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours.
I love that the other video was on minus 5,000, and this is plus 5,000
just like some dude
immediately.
in a cave did 300 years ago. My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I'm gonna kick your butt. Stack it up over a year, you're toast. Stack it up over 5 years, my entire life is different than it would have been otherwise. And if you do this for about 90 of your traditional days that you think are,
This guy's a beacon of health, though. Like, when I see this guy, when I see a guy like this, I'm like, oh, I want to know what his sleeping regimen looks like. How do I get that leathery skin? You know what I mean?
will come back to me and go, that profoundly impacted my life.
It wasn't mistranslated. Working 90 hours per week, South Korean labor sector emphasizes unrealistic examples. Despite this, labor sector in Korea has consistently opposed proposed changes. They claim the loopholes in the system could lead to working up to a maximum 90 hours per week and 21 and a half hours per day. Wait, what? Okay, 90 hours per week. What? Some South Korean people are claiming that the government is doing this so that they can save small business owners. They don't need to pay overtime pay if that's allowed. South Korea below the USA on how much they trust their government. China #1, even with -4 from previous times surveyed. 90 hours a week is not unheard of. First of all, you're talking to someone who literally is doing Dance Monkey for 80 hours a week for the past 5 years now. So that part, like, you know, I know. I like, what are we talking about? I do this dumb shit too. The difference is I do it voluntarily and I can stop if I wanted to. But 90 hours is way worse. Like, what the fuck? There's not enough hours. And you get great compensation, 2 cents an hour. Yes, your subscription to me comes out to, like, if you're paying $5 every month, but no offense, yours isn't physical labor. Yeah, I don't think these guys are all doing physical labor either, for the record. Wildland firefighters do it all the time, doing hard labor. Brother, what are you talking about? That's not a year-round process. And it's also like natural disaster relief. You just compared natural disaster relief to fucking like a white collar employee going into work at the fucking work at their office job in one of these, like what is it, Chaebol owned, like dude working at fucking Samsung. Korea is the only country in the world who transformed to a first world country in 5 decades by working 90 plus hours a week. As a former worker in Korea, I used to work 14, 16 hours per day. That was considered normal or average. The mentality is live to work in Korea. It's crazy. I feel like Korea really lucked out with the 90s memes being stuck with Japan, of the notion that, like, Japanese people overwork themselves and kill themselves. America too. Like, how the fuck does nobody talk about the fact that America and South Korea have way higher suicide rates than Japan, and also on average work longer hours than the Japanese workers do? It seems cool that everything is open late in Korea until you realize it's because work's so long. Parents literally give their kids plastic surgery to become more employable as presidents for passing the most important tests. Yeah, that shit's crazy. Japan has some more explicitly absurd workplace norms, but Korea just through straight pound for pound hours might be worse. Also, Japan has some of the best workplace norms, though. I don't know how it works in Korea, but the fact that you're, like, not allowed to fire someone is kind of cool. Like, sure, they bully you, right? Fine, they bully you. You're kidding, right? No, I'm not kidding. There's, like, a very strong cultural stranglehold that makes it so that it's, like, impossible for you to get fired. So what they do is they, like, if you make it through the door and you get the job, if you suck at it or if you fail, they don't fire you. They just humiliate you nonstop, and they try to shame you into resigning. They put you in a place where, like, you're relegated to, like, a shitty office. They don't give you work. They like avoid you. They make you into an outcast. And for me, I'm like, bitch, make me the outcast, dude. I'd be watching the HasanAbi broadcast all day. I'd be in the basement. Collecting checks, you know, on Twitch. Got the Steam Deck on the side. You know what I mean? Dream job. Hello. Oh, no. Everybody's making fun of me. Get the fuck out of here. That kind of work is phased out as the prevalence of contract labor increases. Is actually a big political issue. The pros really plays the part of Snap applications as well. What? A small survival Guide to Getting Fired in Japan. Don't trust your boss. Seek help. Life will be hell. It's called Power, Harassment, and Forced Resignation. Unless you're very clever and unduated by an entire company bearing down on you, your best path forward is to leave. Act as your boss will stab you in the back at every opportunity. Yeah, I've watched the Korean documentary. The Powerful Families of Korea documentary. Man, Korea is fucked up. All right, here, let's watch the female Jujutsu Kaisen
Warning
fans.
for what I'm about to show y'all. I am absolutely disgusted with the female JJK fandom as of now. First we had the shrines, then we had the girl with the Gojo figure with the blood, and now we got these. This is the Sukuna one. Now, why in the hell? I think I'm gonna be saying why in the hell a lot. We got Choso, and of course we're gonna have Gojo. Like, why? See, I don't even know what to say.
Yo!
I just want to really say, like, we got to get it together as female JJK fans, because I wouldn't even want to see this personally.
Dude, they're expanding in the domain. When you think about it, menstruation is like domain expansion of a different variety.
Personally, I would not want to see this. Let's please do better and make other things. So me being me, I'm gonna dig and do a little research. So I asked, where are they from, and I got a reply. I'm not even sure. I seen them and they didn't have a link. Hoping someone on.
Okay, this is not good for you as well. As far as like your online footprint goes, like your employer one day is going to find out that you were looking for the Jujutsu Kaisen pads. You know what I mean? Like that's probably not something you want associated with your name or your brand or your face. You know what I mean? What, people aren't allowed to have hobbies? I'm just saying.
On this bird app would know. I don't even know if these are real or not, but please stop.
And then they tell us men are more horny than women. Yeah, that is very horny. That's crazy. I need an unhinged weeb girlfriend like this so bad. I don't think that that's a good thing. I think that's definitely like, I mean, this is like waifu pillow to the max, dude. I feel like that's not good. Oh, we are horny for fictional men, not you real men. Guys, this is weird. Me who purchased a 24-pack of Obama condoms. What the fuck is an Obama condom?
我现在有点怀疑你那个皮肤都是染色的。
啊？你怀疑我是中国人吗？土房吗？不是，我这是外国人，我不是个人，真的。
你怎么说国语说的那么好？怀疑你是中国人。
不。
The wokest Chinese guy in China being like, are you doing blackface? That's really fucked up. Only to find out that like she's an actual black woman. He was just trying to be woke. You know what I mean? He was like about the course correct. You know what I mean?
你那个皮肤都是染色的。
He said, this is what you would look like if you were black or Chinese. Dude, how all these people learning Chinese so good? I need to hook up. I mean, they live there. Conspiracy mommy with a new banger. Uh-oh.
Statue of Liberty really is a statue of Satan.
Let's go, dude. My fucking goat. My queen.
This video is for educational purposes only. Nothing I say in this video is true. It's all fake. TikTok, leave my video alone. You guys, Lucifer is called the light bearer. In Latin, Lucifer means light bringing. The Statue of Liberty is holding what? Light, right? Now get this. The Statue of Liberty looks like...
Famously, people never, like, there's no other, like, nobody ever uses that kind of symbolism for anything other than Lucifer. Yeah. That's the only thing that signals.
It's like the Colossus of Rhodes, which is a bronze Greek statue that stood about 108 feet tall. So naturally, it was one of the world's greatest wonders of the world. But the statue represents something. It is dedicated to the Greek god named Helios, the god of...
You just said it's a fucking gift from the French, and the French are satanic people, and it would have been fine. Like, you didn't have to go into this like wordplay and shit. You know what I mean? That's it. The Statue of Liberty is French, which is satanic. She could have ended there, and everybody would have agreed.
The sun. So how does this relate to the Statue of Liberty? If we were to put all of the pieces of the puzzle together, I think you'll realize that the Luciferian agenda has been played out the whole time. The bringer of light is Satan. And not to mention the 7 points on her crown signify the 7 deadly sins of the world.
She loves the 7 deadly sins narrative. She always is talking about the 7 deadly sins, but chat, will she say it?
Go check out my video. I did one on it. So what this statue actually represents is freedom from God. After all, the devil's ultimate weapon is being invisible. I know it's a lot to swallow, but it's the truth.
It's called the American Dream because you'd have to be asleep to believe it or whatever. What is it? Wait, did she delete it from her profile? It's called the American Dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. Yeah, I got it. I nailed it. Oh my God, I nailed it. That's fucked up. Another conspiracy girly on the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Ever actually listen to the lyrics of the song by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication, which was, keep in mind, written almost 25 years ago?
I'm keeping that in mind. Like, wait. I love this because it's like, it's the edge of the world and all of Western civilization. How do we know that's real? Well, here's AI image. Here's an AI image of meteors falling on what looks like New York City. Bro, this is literally like being afraid of something that you imagined in your mind. Like, it's like what children do, okay? Or someone who hallucinates. Yeah, or the entirety of the conservative movement across the world, by the way, not just in America. And it's like, guys, I just thought of something that's really scary, and I realized, what if it's true?
Western civilization, the sun may rise in the east, at least it's settled in a fine location.
Wait, what? That part is just, why did she post this? I don't get it. The firmament, waters above the firmament, floodgates. What is this? What the fuck is this? Is this hollow earth theory or something? What is that? No, it's not flat earth, chat. It's hollow earth. Get with the fucking program. I think it's hollow, right? Wait, that's not like a unique concept. Okay, none of these lyrics are unique at all. Now you're just referencing the things that the song is mentioning. What the fuck is going on? Like, plastic surgery was very much around back then. She's like watching Nip Tuck, shocked at how revolutionary the show Nip Tuck was, that they invented plastic surgery many, many years before it existed, okay? Wow. That's not real, dude. What the fuck? Oh, that's so sick. Yeah, I'm losing my mind. Dude, do you think that he's like, you're pointing to things that he's referencing and then going, that's real. That's like, they figured it out. Like, he's actually, Red Hot Chili Peppers have never been the beacons of lyricism. It's like a known thing. Excuse me. Seems like he's spitting straight fire, talking about how the moon landing was staged. Finally, someone found the hidden messages in Red Hot Chili Pepper songs, which, of course, you can understand at face value. Now, let me tell you something, okay? This always strikes me as something that's like something I grew up with in Turkey, and I think they have it in America as well. Someone in the chat referenced it as well, like the hadiths, or, there's like always guys out there that will look at the Quran and be like, well, this surah, if you look at the number here, like the Quran actually predicted this historical event or whatever, hundreds of years prior. And yeah, it's one of my favorite genres of like being insane. Okay. However, because Americans are so devoid of like any kind of spiritual connection or any kind of like real understanding of religion or anything like that, or organized religion in general, and it's become, I guess, capitalism, that she's like looking at the truth in the same way that like this fake imam would looking at the Quran, but this time it's for Red Hot Chili Peppers lyrics. Okay? Oh. So, wait, hold on. What is the next line in that? Why didn't she identify the other part? Firstborn unicorn, hardcore soft porn. What does that mean? You know what I mean? Why does she not? I'm so confused. If he's popping off about everything, okay, makes you think, what does firstborn unicorn, hardcore soft porn mean? Damn, Anthony Kiedis predicted pornography, brother. That shit's crazy. Oh my God, let's go. Unmitigated mental illness.
That the things that you're about to see this year are going to rock your understanding.
I really do think that we're just getting, as a society, progressively more mentally ill, though. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's like social media and these guys are fascinating, so we pay attention to it. But like, yeah, why does this guy look like the forgotten Wahlberg brother? I feel like this is the Wahlberg brother that actually, in an alternative universe, stopped the 9/11 attacks.
Your faith to the edge, and you're going to realize that the spiritual battle that's been at hand, the things that were uncovered in 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 20 shall be brought to light.
I think this guy always existed. There's just like 360 million of them now. I mean, we're pretty mentally ill back in the 50 AC, but this is another level. I mean, were we pretty mentally ill back in the 50 AC, or were we just not aware of a lot of stuff? Like, I feel like we were just simply not aware of a lot of things that we are now aware of. And it is kind of wild that in order to justify somebody behaving like this in 2024, you have to go back 2,050 years, by the way. Okay? I'm sorry, but if you have to go back 2,050 years to describe a guy and how fucking psychotic he is in 2024, then yeah, shit's kind of fucked up. Okay? What the hell? Actually, more like 1,950 years given the age of the NT. Do you believe in the dead internet?
The dead internet theory
Yes,
relies
I've
on the
heard
idea
this.
that the internet as we knew it died back in 2016, and since then, everything we see online is artificially generated content created to gaslight the entire world. Now, when you first hear that, you might think it's just another conspiracy, which it is, but it is one that has some truth to it. Every day, the line between human creation and machine creation gets a little bit more blurred. Timothy Shoup from the Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies predicts that
This is so fucking stupid. No, that's not the dead internet theory at all. What? No, I thought the dead internet theory was something different. That like the internet is basically dying and that like the overwhelming majority of content will be like AI generated nonsense. Isn't that, maybe I misunderstood it.
that by 2026, 99% of the internet will be generated by artificial intelligence. And to give you an idea of this, take a look at ChatGPT. You can create a week's worth of blog or Twitter content in just 5 minutes. Now, imagine what that might look like in 5 years with just how fast things are upgrading. So no, the internet isn't dead yet, but there are some things we need to work out to prevent it from dying.
Yeah, no, he's not. What? No, it didn't like, what is he saying? The theory is that currently most of the audience in sites like YouTube and Twitter are bots. I think that there are a lot of bots, and it's just bots talking to one another. Holy shit, look at Twitter. It's like a perfect example. That's called model collapse. We're already there. Over 50% of the internet is already AI. Yeah, I think that a shit ton of the stuff, especially on like a place that is less mitigated, like less controlled, like X, is exactly what happens when you're just surrounded by bots. Okay? Bro pulled that number out of his ass. No, I think Twitter is a great example of what happens, like what the internet will look like inevitably. Okay? And because it accelerates when you don't have any moderation to try and deal with the problem of like non-human generated content or automated content. Bots, if you will. Okay? The AI bots get on Twitter, Reddit, etc., and get user feedback to improve their algorithm. The point is, I think, especially with Google, okay? Especially with Google, when you nowadays, when you look at Google, which used to be a pretty valuable search engine, AI made content dominates. It's really awful. Like, it is virtually impossible to use Google outside of just like going directly to Wikipedia. Okay? Which once again is still human moderation there, but even then that's going to be very difficult to combat with bots as well, with artificial intelligence getting better and better. The thing is, even 1% of the internet is a lot of shit to look at. This isn't a problem. Still lots of humans to watch. Yes. I do think that overall, when you search something, so much of what you are looking at is just nonsense. How Google search really has gotten worse, research is fine. The majority of high-ranking product reviews and result pages of commercial search engines use affiliate marketing, and significant amounts are outright SEO product review spam. Absolutely. And the worst part about it is, because Google profits from it, they don't even like try to tackle it, in my opinion. Oh God, now I have to fucking sign up. Come on, shit. I don't want to sign up to. Oh, I think the internet's going to come around pretty quickly. Like, the degradation of time is happening at pretty extreme rate if you compare it to the time it took to actually build the internet. Like, shit is breaking so fast that you would not have imagined Google becoming more useless 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago, you had no idea that at the top of the hour, someone was going to automate serving you an ad, okay? At the top of the hour, every hour, serving you a 3-minute ad break and telling you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Yeah, I am actually AI-generated, chat. It's the truth. There you go. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The world is a dead thing with nothing inside it. May the coffee be with you. Help me, coffee. You're my only hope. AI generated. You can buy it here. Here's the link. Lol, I need a cup that says that. Looks so good. Lamau, the coffee is strong with this one. Always, ... Kadir büyük yıldırım. Oh, I need another cup so bad. Every part of this is fake. Every interaction here is false. Not a single human being has touched any of this product. Now, what's really interesting about this is it is perfectly exemplified by those like historic vid accounts. You know what I mean? The historic vids accounts and stuff. Like, sometimes there'll be like a historic vids account, which is a false upload. It'll be like a upload that scraped the audio, and it's just like straight up a movie scene, right? With no audio in it. And it's got like 100,000 likes. Yeah, humans OOC. And it's like, yeah, clearly every single one of these likes are fake. Every single person that is responding to it is also fake. People are acting like they can hear what's going on in the tweet. And it's just bots all the way down. It's just bots talking to one another. And yeah, it's just ruining the internet. Anyway, let's get back to this fucking crazy person.
That the things that we know about certain people who drink certain things extracted from children is true. It's been true. It's in the Bible. There is a spiritual battle of wickedness, sorcery, evil, destruction on a level that you can't understand because you see it in horror movies, but you don't believe it. And it's going on all around you by people in high places, and it has been since the beginning of time. Who do you think gave Nimrod the idea to build a tower to heaven so that they could break into heaven and take control? A siege tower. The Tower of Babylon was a siege tower. Somebody taught primitive man how to make bricks, and the first thing they built was a siege tower to heaven to break in and take control of heaven. Where do you think that they got that idea? Then God scattered the languages and scattered the nations. Now, through technology, we're doing it again. The Nephilim tampered with creation and altered God's creation by creating giants on the earth, men of renown, the gods of old. The angels came.
I can't believe I left you with this guy for this long. I mean, big homie is spitting truths that, you know, libtard like me has no answer for, you know? fuck. Fuck me up.
Came down and made superhumans, they made giants, and they made monsters on the earth. And God filled the earth with water to the firmament. Why? Because he restarted creation. Listen, they're doing this again. Where do you think all these breakthroughs are coming from? Where do you think all this information?
So does he mean like
this again? Where do you think all these breakthroughs are coming from? Where do you think all this information?
So does he mean like giants are back, like the Nephilim, which he called Nephilim? Like he's like, have you seen that NBA player Wemby? That boy is 7 foot tall. Have you seen how tall he is? No human is that tall. Giants are around us again. Everybody knows he's 7'5", my bad.
Information is coming from. It is the knowledge of good and evil. Men who worship knowledge love the power of knowledge. The knowledge not of God and humbleness and meekness and kindness, but the knowledge of power and destruction and eternal life. And they think that they can destroy God. They think that they can find a loophole in the scriptures and overturn the revelation. The Bible says they seek to change the times and the seasons. You and me had better get our eyes on Jesus. You better humble down. You better get real faith, or your faith will be shaken and you may be deceived. Jesus in Matthew 24 and 25.
Can I be like this? You mean truly humble under God? No, he's thugging out.
Again and again, let no man deceive you, for many false Christs shall arise.
Bro, just like get invested in a fucking video game, homie. What is happening? These guys are so weird. What is this? We need to get back to 1980s on immigration, says New York Times opinion. This is how it feels when you ban me, by the way.
You stuck about Lemmy. There's nothing I could do. Hey, man, loving the stream lately. Keep up the great work. Your streams literally make my day, bro. Love you. Could we get a ban on Ritzy? This is not a pity party.
Hey Nick, I'm a huge fan and I was wondering if you could say hi to my little sister Hannah.
Guys, no self-promos. No self-promos. Mods, can we get a ban on Forky? Guys, we don't want to do any self-promotion.
This is what my haters think I do. Do people actually think KCO bans people? This might be KCO. Bro, it is you? Okay, I'm glad that you do exactly that.
Questions here, okay? No refunds either. Why isn't this working?
Dude, it's so funny that people now, like, KCO is already going through, he's already going through his arc of, like, popping off for a week and a half, and then people are already hating on him.
How do I open up the chest? This doesn't make any sense. You have to find the key that's under the rock.
Like, TikTok literally now knows KCO as the guy who streams on Twitch.
In the other room. Okay, so, Mods, can we get a ban on that guy? I don't really like know-it-alls. Not a fan. He's around the corner.
Brew been loving the streams lately. You are literally my idol. Keep up the great
Mods,
work.
can we get a ban on Iron Golem? We do not want to be idolizing anything in life. I'm not going to...
Not everything is hate. Sometimes it's just joking. It'll turn into hate. That's the dark side of parasocial relations, okay? It starts off with love and a fascination and very quickly turns into hate over like a minuscule reason too. Most people don't have any way of like, most people don't have any normal way of dealing with this kind of thing.
An AI-generated robocall of
a lot of people create like, a lot of people basically create this like weird, not real relationship that doesn't exist in the real world with their streamers, and then like the moment that their streamer doesn't behave in a way that they think, brother, me and my girlfriend and I watch you ban someone when they asked how about your diet. Asked you about your diet? Wait, what? I mean, they probably didn't ask me about my diet. They most likely probably said something along the lines of like, you know, you're not keeping up with your diet or some shit, which is like ridiculous.
Hey, bro, watch out, bro. Don't get in my way. Come on.
Bro, stop bumping. Who do you think you are,
Don't
bro?
step up on me, bro.
Yeah,
I got some.
What you gonna do? Oh, my.
Yup. Yup. You love this. You love chow mein. Yup. Weakness. Yup.
I'm not really sure, but here is something that you can find. A parking lot.
To be honest, there's not very much going on in this parking lot. I kind of just came here because I saw a picture online and I thought these trees looked like broccoli. So we're starting off with that. I'm adding...
What the hell is a parking lot review? Why are you guys getting excited? Is that for real? This girl just reviews parking lot?
Points for the broccoli trees. In terms of actual spaces to park, there aren't that many, unfortunately. The lines are...
Is this girl autism?
Also quite faded. I do like this bush though. Oh, look at this little one too. Actually, there's several types of trees here. This one and this one on top of the broccoli trees. Also, this is apparently only parking for KFC customers, so kind of cool, feels kind of exclusive. Overall, I rate this parking lot a 4 out of 10.
大铁链子，我打死你！把你看上啥板子？把那看上，啥不说呀？哎，铁链子，哎，看这个看，啥玩意嘛？这么骗人呐？谁让你看了？这个不是俺家的，不是俺家的，拿看，我走了，说，别动，别动，我照一照来，我照一照，你看我干他，你这么干
What the fuck? It's gonna fly off. Watch out.
站，哎我。
Oh, that's so scary.
站。 我站过来
How did he cut that?
不带有任何问题的，再拿其中我一放，这把是扛子。
Oh my god!
拿欺骗刀，没你拿下子，我给这个高难度的矿泉水一大子，啊，压到切水跟玩意儿，看这啥卫生纸来拿刀。
What is that?
压到切水一往一放，你可不是没把刀下到中外。
What the hell is he cutting?
棉衣拿刀切了，直接。
Oh, watch your hand, bro.
切不开吧，扔一边。 拿到这边一，你就往上一搭。我说了，你不是
That's crazy. Why is that so
这
powerful?
刀在哪样子？拿着酒瓶了，直接，你右手压到上面了，直接再切不开吧，扔一边。
Bro, they are behaving way too fast. Are you filling in for TikTok?
Road trip time! I'm on auxiliary!
No, please.
I've been switching on my playlist lately.
Wait, seriously?
We're not listening.
I like sometimes going on my For You page and just free scrolling on my fucking on my desktop TikTok, which sucks, but whatever.
The rap god!
Can we go to this? Please, please, something.
What?
Else.
What?
Anything fucking else.
Dude, that's like literally being in the car with a fucking Twitch streamer. This guy got doing the Target Rum meta and got too embarrassed.
I could have treated you better. That's crazy. No.
Filming in a Target when there's like hella people is actually the most embarrassing thing ever. Like I told myself, oh, this is just gonna be like 30 minutes of embarrassment, but this is like the toughest 30 minutes of my life.
Drake music is compatible with Xiaoming. What is this?
We are Ukrainians and our president is a comedian.
We are Ukrainians and we need a nation for army.
We are Ukrainians and we hate Russia.
We are Ukrainians and we speak Russian. We are Ukrainians and men should pay for everything. We are Ukrainians and we're the most beautiful.
Girl with a crush on you on the insult.
You appear to have a crush on HasanAbi. Is that correct?
Yes, if he ever watches this, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For being on here, he hates it.
Why? Okay.
He's a socialist and he knows the formula of the podcast. I'm not going to go into, you understand.
It's possible that because he's such a low-tier, low-brow debater.
He's not a debater and he's been very clear that he doesn't, he's not a debate lord.
Because he's literally a moron, so it doesn't surprise me he can't
I
debate.
completely disagree. He doesn't.
This guy. Oh God. The fact that these people know who I am and are like, oh my God, he doesn't like debating because he's a moron is just, I live in your mind, homie. Holy shit. Also, shouts out to whoever this person
Doesn't
is.
say that he's the smartest person. He's an internet personality who
was connected to Shaky Gurga.
A political commentator.
And got his job because he had contacts.
Do you watch political?
What the fuck is a Shaky Gurga? This dude's name is literally Papa Fascist. I was living a perfectly fine life without knowing that. You know what I mean? They keep shooting themselves in the foot when they invite people outside the echo chamber. The lowest tier of man, the non-debater. It really does break people's it really does break people's brains because they're like, wait, what do you mean you don't want to debate me? I don't understand. We need to debate about how wife abuse is actually the perfectly normal thing to do in a relationship. Please stop talking about my current relationship falling apart, okay? I don't want that to be a part of the conversation. Please debate me. It's like, man, how about you fucking stop debating and get some bitches, okay? Shaky Gurga is Jank Uger. Oh, God. These guys, they're lore dumping.
Political commentate?
Yes,
Commentate?
I'm a political commentator.
Okay, and people watch you.
Yes.
And there's people who think you're an idiot. So
Yes,
Sure.
but you know the difference is that I debate with those people and beat them. And you know what he does?
Oh, bro, this is so gross. Can you imagine behaving like this in the real world? Oh, no. Man, that's so ugly inside and out. Ooh, it's fucking weird. Aren't you like, brother, you look like you're on your second divorce. Why are you talking like a fucking Reddit moderator? Oh, you said, I bet he debates his wife. Yeah, he debated his wife into a divorce. Okay. Oh, it's so funny. It's funny to see like an extremely online person in a relatively extremely online setting, but against the person who's like a little bit more normal, I guess, that then automatically makes them look so gross. I've never seen this man before. Who the fuck is he? Turns out there's like people who know who he is. I had no fucking clue who this guy is. And let me tell you, I'm going to forget about this very quickly after this.
He loses.
he was going to debate that one dude with the blue hair, but that guy is
Destiny would
Destiny
absolutely
is,
annihilate
Destiny's-
HasanAbi. It wouldn't even be close because he's annihilated him before.
he's good at probing questions.
Man, you are right as dick, dude. Bro was so mad. Hassan sounds like a smart and high value man. Who are these people? If Destiny's such a king, why does HasanAbi get all the gals? Those US style sophistry debates are useless and the gals know you didn't win. Dude. Yeah. I'm setting it up right now. How do these people know / talk about you? I have no fucking, I don't know. I mean, I guess one of them, the girl that went on the whatever podcast, you know, shouts out to her. He's a low value man. He does not debate. You could out debate Hassan. You just get OnlyFans girls on and degrade them. You have zero political credibility. Creating outrage bait content does not a political commentator make. That's so funny. So what did these guys do? I know like Destiny and Melina went on it together, right? In that very viral clip where they were dunking on the guy who was like, I think you should be able to like abuse your spouse or whatever, which is like a ridiculous, untenable position anyway. So I don't know, you know, whatever. But so what do they do after that debate is over? Once they're done talking about like the ethics of wife beating, do they just like sit around and talk about like my uncle? Like, what are these guys doing? They turn the cameras off and they're like, yo, dude, you are so good at debating. You would destroy Hassan. That guy sucks. It's so odd. Meanwhile, we're out here living a healthy life. Don't care, voting for Jank. Watch the whole episode. No, I'm good.
Tinder date was mad that she had to split the bill.
I'm going to give an opinion that I think is a little bit against the grain here because I've seen quite a lot of people say that this
guy's great. Uvalde terrible.
Paid for the first date because
that's a good
he asked her
TikTok
out,
guy.
but I don't agree with that. I don't think the person who asked the other person out should pay for the date. I believe the man should pay for the date. Like, regardless of whether or not
Yakuza deciding to pick an actually good person to play their game. Oh, that's sick. Join T-Pain tomorrow. Good shit. You dead ass voting for your uncle though? Don't care. Voting for Jank. We're voting for Jank, right? We're voting for Jank. Damn. Murat said, I don't know. Okay, well, there's at least one Jank voter in this room, and it ain't me, if you know what I'm saying, brother. We're making Kaya illegally vote for Jank. Chinese Peaky Blinders? No. All right, let's get back to this.
she asked you out. If you are a man going out with a woman, you should pay for the first date. I'd like any man watching to please keep in mind that women have a lot more options when it comes to dating than men do, because men are, by and large, much less picky than women are. I guarantee you that virtually every single woman you know could get someone to take her out to dinner tonight. Easily. And in my experience, most single women would like to have a boyfriend of some kind. They do like the idea of someone taking them out on nice dinners. So why aren't all single women just getting a different guy taking them out to dinner every single night? I bet you probably know the answer to that question. It's because most women have had at least one, if not multiple experiences that make them wary of trusting men that they do not know, and even sometimes men they do know. Remember, you were not her only option. She had plenty of options, and she chose to trust you. So yeah, you should say thank you. You should say thank you to her.
Oh, excuse me, brother. I'm a high value man, okay? I am not going to pay for the first date. I'm actually going to yell at the waiter the entire time and then tell her about all my incredible investments, okay? That's what high value guys do. That's what my favorite sexist podcasters have said. And I'm going to do that, okay? I'm going to do that myself.
Her for giving me that chance, even though she had plenty of reason not to. And you can say thank you by paying for her dinner. Even if she offers to split it. Even if she pulls out her credit card and says we can split it, you should slide the credit card back.
I'm also going to debate. I'm going to debate the girl on the date. I'm going to debate her just going to debate her about things, about how women ain't shit. Oh my God. I don't know about this guy, but there's a guy who's insane. He's got the craziest lats I've ever seen.
All right, y'all.
I hope he shows up on my For You page. The guy that dances with his lats, he's so sick. He's very captivating.
So hear me out, right? So the Philippines and Mexico, two nations that were colonized by Spain, right? And because they were colonized by Spain, a lot of Spanish influence was put onto their cultures, and these two share a lot of cultural similarities. Yet despite this, they still have major differences between the two, right? Like they have a different language, different culinary arts, different celebrations they have. And that's like incredible, right? But the biggest difference between these two nations is that Filipinas are able to manipulate electricity, whereas all Latinos can stop time. And like, that boggles my mind, because when you look back,
Today's video is to make your life easier and more sanitary. This is what you do. First, you're going to remove the pin. Then you're going to pull the bar down to the height that you like and then put the pin back to the weight that you want. Grab the bar. Then when you're done your set, you can just stand up and it's at the perfect height where you don't have to stand on the bench. The next hack is for the hip abduction. When you're too small for the machine, the space between your legs during an abduction is too big for you to be able to get a good range of motion. So to solve the problem, you're going to use 2 yoga blocks.
That's kind of wild. What the fuck? This is common sense for content? Hasan, the girls showing on your FYP are concerning. The girls. This is the first girl that has showed up on my For You page.
Is Taylor Swift a psyop?
March, can you pull that, please?
Across the sports media entertainment atmosphere, the New York Times just speculated she's a lesbian. I mean, I like her music. She's all right. But, I mean, have you ever wondered why?
Yo, you got one of these things? This is how to hold a baby, part 3. All right, we're going with the first hold here. This is 3 months and up, by the way. Just because they need certain controls, right? We're just going to sit them in the hand, right? She's chilling. Then we're going to back her up.
Chatter, what do you mean by concerning? I actually don't know what Chatter meant by concerning, but Chatter doesn't realize that this is desktop TikTok, so unfortunately it's not great.
Oh mein Gott, you've stepped on a landmine.
Guten Tag, this is the bouncing Betty. You have 4 seconds.
Before the mine launches 1 meter up in the air and then explodes. Yeah, so don't try running away. The fragments are lethal up to 120 meters and could wound up to 140 meters.
Yeah, so instead of running, just do this.
1. Dive forward and hit the ground, face first. 2. Cover yourself with anything available, like a...
How tall do you think your boyfriend is?
Well, he told me 6'1".
Are you 6'1"?
In shoes, definitely 6'1".
All right, can we see if you're lying on a measuring tape?
Okay. Yeah,
okay.
Let's do it.
5'11". Oh! You are not 6'1".
Oh.
Listen, message to the people, short kings, if you're under 6 feet, it's okay. Take a deep breath. She's not the one if she's talking like that. How tall are you?
About 5'8.5", I reckon.
I got a measuring tape, let's see if you're lying. This is your lucky day, you're 5'9".
Oh, hell good.
Yeah. How tall are you?
6'1".
All right, can we see if you're lying? I got a measuring tape.
Nah.
Bro, come on.
Come on, no. No need
what do you
to
mean you're 6
expose me.
on the truth? I'll slide you $10.
All right, yeah.
You're 5'9". You're
and a half?
You're not 6'1".
Round up to the nearest whole number.
How tall are you?
6 foot, but if a girl tells me other.
Bro, that's crazy to be 5'9" and say you're 6'1", okay? That's got to be fake. Because honestly, I've told you guys already, if you're 5'11", you're 6 foot, okay? If you're 5'10", sure, say you're 6 foot. If you're 5'9", then you're 5'11", okay? That's wild. That's actually wild.
We can see if you're actually 6 foot. You down?
Yeah, let's get it.
You are 5'7". You are not 6 foot.
Hey, my bad, bro.
How tall do you think this guy is?
5'7".
How tall do you think your boyfriend is?
5'11".
How tall are you?
5'11".
Can we see if you're lying on a measuring tape?
Sure.
Alright, yeah, you're 5'11". You're not lying. How tall are you?
6 foot, that's what I tell the ladies.
Can we see if you're lying on a measuring tape? You're 5'9", you are not 6 foot. Now all the
I've just realized so many motherfuckers who are 5'9" have been saying they're 6 foot. No wonder people look at me and they're like, bro, what are you, like 6'11"? I'm like, no, I'm 6'4". What the fuck? Now it makes sense. I swear to God, this entire time, I was like, why are people thinking I'm so goddamn tall? It makes no fucking sense. Turns out everybody is tweaked off of 5'9". We might as well make 5'9" be 6 foot at this point. Motherfuckers have been inflating, dude. You're 5'9", I'm 5'9". I love when people say, you're 5'9". Bitch, that's worse for you, okay? I don't have a problem saying I'm 5'9". Don't you understand that if I'm 5'9", you're 4'3", okay? I don't give a fuck. That's a threat, okay? That's a threat, not to me, but to you, brother. Sure, yeah, I'm 5'9". You best not piss me off. I'll go ahead and I'll start telling people I'm actually 5'11". I'll be running around telling motherfuckers I'm 5'11". I swear to God, dude, it will fuck you up so hard. It will fuck you up way worse. Don't make me go to the motherfucking tall conference, okay, and get all the tall homies together to start claiming we are 5'11". Shrinkflation will come for you. That shit is evil. Don't piss me off, okay? I will go to the conference and I will get every motherfucker actually over 6 foot to start shaving off. We'll do it. Damn, finally I can shop at the big and small store. They're going to start a Holocaust. Don't tell the normies about the conference. Oh, no.
ladies are gonna know you're not fucking.
I'm gay anyway.
That's such a funny response.
The Hub also revealed the top 10 most searched for video game titles on their.
Okay, we're not doing that.
For you, Schnuckles. Alright guys, my most viral video on TikTok with almost 20 million views was sneaker reseller buying shoes from a non-sneakerhead. And that video was not filmed by just myself. It was filmed with someone who helps me with my videos all the time. His name is Shmoo. His birthday is coming up, so...
I saw that. I've seen this guy's videos.
Gotcha! A captured human. Sell the guy? Wait. I could sell a human for $562. No, I'm keeping him. He's mine.
So right now, hosts in Japan are finally facing serious consequences for their beyond shady operations. The mayor of the district where host clubs have always reigned supreme, called Kabukicho, is now savagely cracking down on the hosts that have actually been ruining women's lives for decades.
Okay,
now,
yes,
if you don't
never mind.
know,
I
in
spoke too
Japan, the
soon.
unique job of a host is that of a guy that can often make thousands of dollars in a single night by professionally, flirtatiously talking to women over drinks. Top hosts can easily make $100,000 a month, and Kabukicho has long been the district where more
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, the music is kind of bumping though, so I mean, and the hosts are kind of hot, so I feel like it's hard for me not to feel for the hosts. We knew you hated women.
Host clubs than anywhere else in Japan exist. There are currently over around 300 of them there alone. Now before it sounds like I'm going after hosts in general or shaming their profession, I personally think that honest host and hostess clubs are great. If you're single and responsible, you can go to one and talk to someone who is competitively ranked for being charming, usually about whatever's troubling you in life with champagne in a cool lounge, but then just leave
crazy.
And that's that. I'd approach them the same way I'd approach
No,
a
he's
guilty
right.
pleasure.
There's rankings. Yes. How did you not know this? Yes, the hosts have a literal leaderboard. They are ranked at Riz. It's competitive Riz. Yes. They have Elo. Like they have host Elo. And like they put them up. Do you know this from Yakuza? No, dude. What are you talking about? I went to Japan. They have fucking billboards and shit. They literally have the billboards. They have cars with like, they have trucks. They have K-trucks that have like their faces on the side of them and shit.
Romantic comedy anime, just a fun mood boost, but you can debate me on that. However, dishonest host clubs can really get as sinister as they come. As with many industries that deal in fantasy and massive amounts of money, they attract the worst kind of opportunistic people. Because of this, it's long been known that many hosts will prey on lonely women, offering a facade of companionship and emotional support, while charging thousands of dollars, often in hidden fees. But this year, the mayor is having none of that. Mayor Yoshizumi Kenichi has already orchestrated raids on 200 102 host clubs in his jurisdiction in the past 4 months, and 75% of them were found to be in violation.
Yeah, the richest host in Japan is like
多分本気で酒飲んだら多
he
分
also like owns like I think either he owns the club or something, but or he's just like yeah, this is like the richest host in
ですけど
Japan.
こんなアパート日本で見たことないですよ。
He has a $10 million house. And wait, they don't even sleep with them? No, I don't think I mean maybe some do, but like no, a host is like I don't think they're supposed to. I think usually it's just like someone who's charming, they just like upcharge you for drinks. You just sit there in a club and you hang out with them. And but I think some of them for like repeat customers do fuck them. But it's like they're like an escort. Same rules basically. Yeah, it's a companion. Men do it, women do it. Obviously, a lot of people in the chat are saying like, "Oh, I would do that." It's like, yeah, dog, you're not getting away because let's be real, you're not fucking Japanese, okay? And ain't no Japanese lady is looking for a non-Japanese host. Let me tell you right now, okay? And I'm telling you, you're not built for it, okay? Neither are you, dog. Exactly, which is why I'm not saying I would do it. That's the difference. I know about this because I tried to go to a host club, okay? And I tried to stream it, and we were in the process of trying to secure it. But the problem was we couldn't find a host, a female host, that actually spoke English and was like willing to be on camera. But like even to find hosts that like speak English is difficult. It's like a very purely, Japanese experience. Yeah, we scared all the hosts.
Violation of laws, including failure to clearly state the prices of their services. The local government will also be offering free legal services every week for the over 140 women who are facing legal problems because of racking up debts to these shady host clubs. And it does get really dark what a lot of them is.
Oh, what's
the local
up, chat? What's up?
Government will also be offering free legal services every week for the over 140 women who are facing legal.
There you go. Cats can't be cops. What's up? What's up, Mr. Cats Can't Be Cops?
Problems because of racking up debts to these shady host clubs. And it does get really dark what a lot of them have to face. It's really scary. This year will likely forever change Kabukicho, one of Tokyo's most famous districts. Mayor Yoshizumi is already working on legislation to prevent these clubs from excessive charges, but until then, publicly he is really just urging his citizens not to go to them irresponsibly. So steps in the right direction.
There's now a head-to-head battle between the state government of Texas.
Why do so many Russian UFC fighters?
We don't want to hear. We don't want to hear from Lolo.
Arabic first names and Russian.
Watch me go from to this with only this. Going in with the light pink on only the dark parts of my inner corner.
Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. Pretty fucking cool. I love Toji. Toji's a badass dude.
This guy, hell yeah.
Nobody fucking cursed energy. Legend.
This has 145,000 likes. Imagine him getting cursed energy. Get Sam Silek on the show. I love Sam Silek. He's the GOAT.
I talked about
I watched a TikTok where it was like red pill versus blue pill, and Sam Silek was like the blue pilled lifter. And then I found out that there's like a red pilled lifter team, and they fight each other after doing like 4 plates on the bench press. Like they're just fucking roided out of their goddamn minds, okay? And I wish I could fight the brothers, yeah, and then they fight each other. The Trend Twins, see? Dude, chat knows. Let's look this up. Trend Twins? Yeah, these guys.
They were brothers, but bound by more than blood. They were twins as well. Counterparts, gangster princes of the
Okay,
city
these
they
dudes
meant
are literally like 4 or 5, I think, right?
conquer.
I'm loading up my got a plan for tonight. In my hand, in my pocket is a knife. Looking for a victim, pushing keys on the scheme. I wanna make a thing for that shit.
Bro, it sounds like a fucking pachinko parlor in there. That's awesome. I'm getting secondhand trend from this. I gain 5 pounds of lean muscle every time these 2 pekkas. What's a pekka? Mini pekka plus rage spell. I'm getting so trend, bro. This is literally so Trend Twins, bro. Just might be creatine and pre-workout, bro. Sounds possibly racist. It's a Clash of Clans joke? What the fuck? Wait, what's a fucking P.E.K.K.A? Hold up. Yo! What the fuck is a trend? It's a steroid, man. Help, I'm so old. I thought it was referencing their pegs. Man, I'm old too. Okay, but those guys are built like a chicken nugget. You know what I mean? It's a little different. I feel like Sam Sulek has got more. These guys are the... Now search up mini P.E.K.K.A. What? Mini P.E.K.K.A? Hold on. Here, I'll look. Oh my god. Okay, that does... Trend twins. Dude, I don't get it. Like, where are these guys? Like, do they... I've seen videos like this with Sam Sulek too. I feel like they just go and like lift at like a 24-hour fitness in like Indiana, and there's like a bunch of dudes outside the gym going crazy. Like, they're like, yeah, fuck yeah. I'm like, what is this like a normal thing? Did they know that these guys were gonna go there? Like, they go to Bradley's gym. Is this Bradley's gym? Is this zoo culture? You guys are awesome. Oh, dude. Fuck, they're so sick.
The Low T twins ruined their aesthetics in just 1 year.
Do you guys ever regret hopping on?
I was handsome as fuck before I hopped on steroids. I gained 9 years of age in less than a year.
They were way better looking before hopping on in terms of their physique and especially their face. Because now they look like your average white guy in the hood. Hopping on gear ruins you physically for some extra strength and muscle gains. And the more I see the effects of steroids, even the positive ones, I really don't see what goes through someone's head to take them other than a mental...
Yeah, this guy's a pussy, dude. What do you mean? Yeah, maybe he should take some steroids so his fucking voice, so he hits puberty, you know what I mean?
I've never once said take steroids. I've actually, in fact, said don't fucking take steroids. Love's the shit that everyone hates. That's how you become better than the person next to you. You love dieting. You love fucking the pain.
They're called the trend twins.
He likes fucking the pain. Dude, everyone looks so gross in this. I love it, okay? Everybody looks gross as fuck. It's awesome. Just straight up. Everyone's like, ew. I don't know how to describe it. They just kind of look like as a person. And it's fucking sick.
Twins. It's not sarcastic. It's not an oxymoron. They're not saying, hey, we're 100% natural. We're going to call ourselves the trend twins just to be cool. No, they're actually on trend and a shitload of it.
It's so sick. The edits are so fire. Wait, I gotta run this back. The drop is incredible, dude.
That's how you become better than the person next to you. You love dieting. You love fucking the pain.
Wait, first of all, is someone in the chat say, should I hop on some gear? Bro, this is literally sucking the steroids out of your body if you're already on gear out of sheer embarrassment. Nothing, like, I think there was a point in time when it was like kind of cool, but the more I see stuff like this, the more I'm like, oh God, it's so gross. I mean, look, I have much respect for those who do, take the dive. Okay. But I'll wait till I'm 35. Okay.
They're called the trend twins. It's not sarcastic. It's not an oxymoron. They're not saying, hey, we're 100% natural. We're going to call ourselves the trend twins just to be cool. No, they're actually on trend and a shitload of it.
It's just like you're perma stuck like this. It's just like you're perma stuck like this when you do it. When you do steroids, you're just like kind of stuck looking like a triangle. Every insane person that follows you on Twitter.
Importance of following people that you disagree with.
Let me be clear. A follow from me is not an endorsement. It's a warning that I do not like you and that I'm following you in real life. By the time you get that notification, I know where you eat. I know where you sleep. I know how many shits you take a day. And everyone in the comments is going to find out how much of a loser you are.
If you want to insult other people.
Okay, that's crazy. That's literally like, I mean, that I know that's a joke. But also, it's not a joke. My Twitter cyber stalkers literally are like that. And then they think that it's like normal and good and that they're somehow doing like accountability. Most saying DG here. Yeah. They're like, that's right. I'm doing accountability. Here's a clip out of context that says Hasan loves to do genocidal war crimes. Look at him. Address this, please. Address why you like doing genocidal war crimes, please. Here's a clip of you. Definitely not out of context. Why do you like trafficking minors? I found a clip of you.
Not going to tolerate that.
I called Greta Thunberg a cunt the other day.
So,
Just a picture of her breakfast.
That's where I draw the line.
You just earned yourself a follow.
That guy's awesome. Is Huberman the Jack scientist? Yes. Not just attacking you, but attacking your friends for interacting with you, which is more fucked up. Yeah. Red flag games for guys to play.
These are 5 games that are complete red flags for a guy to play. Of course, at the top of my list, we've got Valorant.
The fuck?
These men are something else. They either flirt with every girl or hate every girl. Valorant guys are just...
What do you think of Andrew Huberman? I think he's hot. And anyone that's a doctor and that's that jacked is inevitably going to be an anti-vaxxer. I don't know if he is or not, but I see a guy who's a doctor, has a podcast, and is that jacked. He is going to inevitably come out as a vaccine skeptic, is my take. Huberman was my professor in undergrad. Really is a great teacher. Yeah. Huberman was also on Trend, mentioned it on stream. Oh, that's fire. That's awesome. Even Dr. Mike. No, Dr. Mike is not on. Dr. Mike is not that jacked. Huberman is on a different level of jacked. Does that make sense? Dr. Thumb reacts to the. As soon as you said Dr. Thumb, I knew exactly who you meant.
Got alopecia from that shit.
Damn. Being this young and taking random drugs, random dosing schedules is exactly as chaotic as it sounds. That. Hey, folks.
I don't think Dr. Mike is on steroids. And no, I'm not talking about this doctor, okay? I'm not talking about Dr. Israel. I'm talking about the other Dr. Mike.
Folks, Dr. Mike here for Renaissance Periodization. I'm an exercise and sports science professor at Lehman College and co-creator of the RP Hypertrophy app. The Trend Twins have a video on, well, drugs, maybe trend even, definitely anabolics. Let us appraise their knowledge and see what kind of grade they score on the Dr.
Oh, this Dr. Mike used to take roids? No way, man. I had no idea. That's so crazy. Thank you for letting me know that Dr. Mike Israel is taking steroids. That's shocking to me.
Mike's scale of do you know things and how well. Let's get to it.
Today, we're going to be talking about what it's like to walk around with the test of 5 men.
Hey, I got the test of 10 men. I was born and raised in New Jersey. Where are these guys from? They look sort of Italian. I'm from the Metro Detroit area. Maybe they're Chaldean. I don't know.
A 10 men army with the height of 1 man, with the width of 4. Hopping on steroids, it's a lot like you get a fast car here, you know, she comes stock pretty fast. But you want to add some horsepower to that, baby.
This is the bro-ass shit ever. I love it. I'm here for it all day long.
Same.
Car analogy, which you guys know I love.
See, we want to mog in the gym and we want to mog on the way to the gym.
Oh my God, they're using mog. They're using mog in like normal circumstances. Like they're naturally putting mog in the conversation. Dude, listen, I'm no Brad Trammell, okay? I'm no Joshua Citarella, but so much of the 4chan, like PUA, red pill, lingo, bodybuilding forum lingo is now completely mainstream, okay? Mogging is when you flex on a hater, like you just look better than them. Like you've just outcompeted them. They are outmatched, outclassed, okay? And it's so funny because like so much of this shit broke my brain when I was younger. And I see it as like, I see it just in the wild, butt mogging the Zoomers. Yeah, but that was a funny ass fucking photo. But yeah, mogging. Mog came from the old PUA days back when Mystery had that TV show. It's not from TikTok. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. A lot of this stuff, yeah, miring is when you admire someone because it goes along with what I always say that like the more you work out, the gayer you are. The bodybuilding forums were unironically very funny back in the day. Yes, for sure. I agree. Mog came from the MISC on bodybuilding forums. That's what I said. I said a lot of this stuff came from bodybuilding forums, 4chan, PUA, like look maxing, mewing. These are concepts that went from like the corners of bodybuilding forums to like very mainstream. It got appropriated by incels, and now it's just like incredibly mainstream on TikTok.
Mog, Male of the group, derived from amog, alpha male of the group. That is an attitude in which you are the superlative.
What?
You are the omega wolf. You are in charge and you have a lot of confidence. And if you want to have a lot of confidence in the gym and for other males of your generation,
I think that's a backronym.
Age to be impressed with your level of confidence and really feel your swag, I assume the sequence here is going to be jacked and be on tons of steroids so you can feel like a confident person. There are certainly other ways to getting that, but this is sure shit one of them.
Be an absolute machine on me, you know, a menace in the gym and a menace on the road. Karen's yelling at me. Karen's getting mad at me because I'm taking my shirt off. I'm looking like a sick bastard. Double buy.
Okay, so we're in the gym now to make Caucasian women in their 40s upset. Karen's. Excellent. And on the road, he's also a menace, which I assume he means he's encouraging dangerous driving. So far, the Trend Twins seem like just reckless guys. Oh my God, they're kind of dangerous. I kind of want to be around them a lot. Not in their gang, but like, you know, just kind of like, hey, Joey. He's like, hey, I know you. Hey, whoa. Like Grease, the whole movie.
Let me tell you, bro, if you're going to take steroids, you better have some insane patience, because me and Mikey do not, and we just rage. I have zero patience.
These guys are so honest. I love it. They're like, hey, look, you want to take steroids? You need patience, which I don't have. And they say they rage a lot. They're also, I assume, about 20 years old. That's on my scale about 5 years too young to be doing steroids. A public service announcement: if you're in your teens or 20s, in your early 20s, don't do steroids. You got a lot of natural gains up ahead. There's all kinds of really crazy downsides of steroids. They probably make you less intelligent over time. That's fun. And they destroy your health, and they make you angry and anxious and prone to bad decision making. It's all good stuff if the trade-off is worth it.
Dr. Mike, who's better? Oh, I mean, Jeff is the man. Jeff is a HasanAbi head, so always Jeff on top. But I do like Dr. Mike Israetel as well. He's got some fun videos.
But up until you're about 25 years old, you can make such crazy natty gains and your brain is still maturing. I wouldn't recommend you do steroids. Bad idea. But if you do have patience, which is absolutely great advice, and these guys seemingly don't have it. What I don't have in patience, I make up for fucking biceps.
I know Jeff collabs with them as well. I'm just telling you what my preference is.
If you don't agree with me, like, I'm gonna punch you in your face.
If you don't agree with me, I'm gonna punch you in your face. Yeah, that's definitely how you can feel on steroids sometimes. But don't do that, because there's a place for people that punch people in the face when they don't agree. It's called jail. And you don't want to go to jail. It's a bad time.
The first thing about steroids is you honestly have to be realistic with yourself, bro. If you think that you're going to just randomly spawn in muscle, that's not how this shit works at all, brother.
True. Steroids do work slowly. They just magnify how much gain you're getting from sleeping and eating and training. They don't magically put muscle on your body. Facts. I love it. Thanks, guys, for letting us know.
It takes time. Anything that's worth it takes time, dedication. This shit just...
I do love the vibes of like their video with like insane music blasting in the background and then the calm demeanor of Dr. Mike.
It doesn't happen over night.
It sure doesn't happen over night. And also overnight. Two different concepts.
And it's steroids is like the American dream, okay? It's all fun and games until you gotta pay taxes.
Is that the American dream? It's all fun and games until you have to pay taxes.
Well, these guys are not very... They didn't do steroids for their brain, Dr. Mike. Come on. I don't think it works that way, you know?
If you budget appropriately, you can see that coming. But I think he's going to say there's downsides to steroids. I hope. Let's find out.
And those taxes is your nutsack, your liver, your organs, shit like that. Your hair.
Respect. That's all true.
We've done our time, Natty.
Done our time. It sounds like prison. I did my time. Natural. 4 years up.
You should do trend. That way you can say the same thing to debate nerds. If you disagree, I'll punch you in the face. I mean, I can still say that now. I just don't, because that's stupid. Gym bros flexing all their muscles except the most important one. Okay, you sound like a fucking nerd, dude. Don't make me catch you. I'll shove you in a goddamn locker right now. The most important muscle is the brain.
San Quentin. Terrible.
We train naturally for 8 years, man.
8 years of natural training is good. But if you started when you were 11 or 12, you still shouldn't be using steroids when you're like 20. I don't know how old these guys are.
I have natty accolades, okay?
That's a good flex. Like, hey, remember when Mikey was natty? Some guy in the back of the gym's like, yeah, he was a total freak. That guy scared the out of me. Hey, one time, he pulled a knife to my face and he was like, oh, natty, you understand? And I was like, whoa, of course you are, buddy. Hey.
It changes your body composition. You mod a car, you go from 500 horsepower and then you're getting 1,000.
I love it. Guys, the gains aren't instant, but you go from 500 horsepower to 1,000 horsepower just by buying a new car. Which one of those analogies is more accurate?
Most of the car stays the same. There's a few components that are changing in our bodies when you take gear. One thing would be your hormones.
Yes, your hormones do change when you take extra hormones.
Them bitches are never gonna be the same. Even if you PCT, you probably will not have the same hormone levels as you had before you hopped on.
If you do
so what are they
PCT,
stacking with, dude? I want to know.
there's a very high probability that you'll have the
regimen.
identical hormone levels as before you hopped on. That's actually not true.
Mention the Golden Kappa. Yeah, there's a Golden Kappa train, especially interesting because it's the top of the hour train. Your boy Jeff Nippert is a freak of nature, but I believe him when he claims natty. I believe him too. I mean, look at his body. And then look at these guys' body. That guy's shirt looks like his balls are pulling it down, begging him to stop the gear. Are these what they banned in the UK? American bullies? Yeah! Baby Matcha Latte, thank you for the 10 gifted subs 2 hours ago. I don't know why I'm stuck there. Very confused MB, thank you for the 10 gifted. Taco Damn, thank you for the 10 gifted. Damn. And the DC Baller, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, these are the American bullies.
And honestly, taking steroids is kind of like cyberpunk. You know how when they added in like all that cyberware and shit, they go into cyber psychosis to handle the fucking like power? That's how steroids are. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Of course, everyone knows about cyber psychosis. I live in that state daily.
The mental side effects, they're all real. Like they're all. You got cyber psychosis. You get manic like a mother.
Mental side effects are all real. Thanks, fellas, for letting us know. For real, that's an important thing.
You're so dedicated. I was already a hard worker. I had the grind, dedication for this shit, and then you add on all the other shit that's gonna take it to a next level. It's like you're hyper focused, bro. Like, yeah, you got the blinders on. You got tunnel
Next
vision.
level,
all you can
bro.
see is a goal.
I mean, steroids do make things more intense in your head. I don't know if they improve your focus as much as the guys are saying. Then again, I have never been on that much trend before.
Remain humble. I try and recognize my
See, Mikey,
faults.
I can't even process of what Mikey's saying. He's all over the place.
That's not wrong. Steroids do occasionally cause you to be all over the place. Like he said, psychosis, mania.
My ass cheek hurts.
Oh man.
A little about the process of taking steroids, bro. It is so scary. One, the shit that you think you're getting, bro, like it's all watered down.
Yeah, you don't really know what you're getting ever, for sure.
Since the 70s, this shit is not farmer grade anymore.
I mean, how much can I say here without laying my cards out on the table? You can get farmer grade gear. It's not that hard. But young fellas like themselves, they're learning some good lessons doing bathtub shit, so I won't get in their way.
It could be oil in there. It could be random shit in there, like.
Yeah, listen, this is great advice if you're just buying random steroids from random guy at the gym. If you know what you're getting, for sure.
The crazy part is a lot of the early beginnings of steroids. You literally had to learn about it through other people's experiences. It's like a science experience. You learn from Reddit.
Yeah, gotta go on a lot of Reddit.
Seriously, or want to hop on, you have to go through. Like, brother, you have to get a coach.
Great advice. If you're going to use anabolics, if they're legal in your jurisdiction, if you're over the age of 25, if you've made all the right trade-offs and choices, doing it with a coach and ideally with medical supervision is absolutely the way to go. If you just read about some stuff on Reddit and you take some pills you got shipped from India 3 weeks ago, you know, it could go very well for you or it could go not very well.
And I would not suggest steroids.
Bro, your oral steroids, I feel like, is you're cooking all of your organs.
Anyone, unless you want to take your shit to the next level, you already have your training, your diet together.
Absolutely great advice. Don't use steroids until you have your training and your diet and everything really squared away, because then for that super boost, you're in the right position to accept it. But if you're just using steroids to get to some place, you actually successfully get to just looking like you lift. And then people are like, oh, well, you're drug free. You have so much ahead of you. And you're like, well, I'm already on steroids. Instead of putting in the effort on food, on quality training, and on rest and relax.
Yeah, except nobody wants to, not a lot of people want to look like Ninja Turtles. That's the point. That's why people take steroids, so that they can look like they're just kind of yacked up without, you know, looking like a Ninja Turtle. It's still, though, there's too many side effects. You know, do you think the Olympics should openly allow steroids? Yes. I am an advocate for steroid legalization. I believe that professional sports should be very open. You can set standards, boundaries, not dissimilar to like a Formula One car. You know what I mean? Because you can only tune a Formula One car to a certain degree. But you should definitely legalize anabolic steroids and let people openly do it because they're doing it anyway. I know everybody says dumb take. It would make sports way more fun. That's so wrong, Lamau. Yeah, sure, whatever. No combat sports? No, yes, combat sports too. Yes, all of it, dude. You still wouldn't watch? I probably would watch. Also, like, so much of professional sports is just dudes that are yacked up anyway. You are insane. This is my most insane take. I haven't mentioned this in a long time. This is a very real take that I've had for many, many years.
Relaxation, I put it into drugs first. Bad idea. Let me tell you guys about the RP Hypertrophy app with over 28 preset programs already in the app.
Older one, so we're skipping it because
guessing right
I
now.
assume that this is the time frame is past Ethical Reacts from November. So
You're pretty interested in the app? Download the RP Hypertrophy app
here, I'll
today.
show you the app. There you go.
And me and Chris, we're young dudes.
So it's Chris and Mikey. Hey, Chris. Hey, Mikey. Whoa.
We're young. Damn, we're young guys. We're 22 years old.
22 years old.
Oh my God, they're 22, bro. Bro's out here looking like a Ninja Turtle at 22. That's crazy. He just looks like a dad. That's wild. Oh my God, that added at least 10 to 15 years. I feel like. Yeah, I knew Sulek was like really old looking too, and I knew that he was young. Woo, sheesh. They're gonna pull a Rich Piana at 30. Rest in power, Rich Piana, a legend.
Old. Too early for steroids. All right.
If you watch our old videos, you think, okay, yeah, these guys look like they're 20. Now I look like I'm 25. I mean, you do, per se, bro.
Oh shit, we got beef.
We failed and time again, and we're just trying to get it right, bro, and we just don't want people to go through that, you know? Even on prep, we're going through failures, and, you know, it's just a learning process.
Prep? Are they doing a bodybuilding show or a powerlifting meet?
Dude, one time I looked up the estrogen blocker I was taking.
Bodybuilding show, I think, for estrogen blocker.
It said breast cancer treatment. That's how up this shit is, guys. I'm taking breast cancer treatment so I don't get breast. I thought I was supposed to take that shit like, you know, every day. You're supposed to take it once or twice a week. Bro, I literally got alopecia from that shit.
For gains, I mean, these guys have to take estrogen after when you're cycling out, right? Isn't it estrogen?
Get a coach, folks. And these guys are great because they're saying, don't do this. Get a coach.
Because I took it every day, like my hair started falling out.
Still got a lot of hair left as far as I can tell.
Big part of why we're talking about this now is because like we have the experience one now, and I feel like it's our duty. And now
I think the major reason why I can't do this is because I would get so addicted. I have such an addictive personality. I would get addicted to the feeling of just like immediate recovery, constantly feeling like I'm on fire. I'm already like a very emotional and angry guy. It would make me lose my fucking mind. Because you have better things to do with your time? Not necessarily. Also, I am worried about going bald. So that's the other part of it that I'm more worried about. SARMs though? No.
A whole healthcare team.
Damn, they have a healthcare team. TikTok's doing you good.
If you guys are familiar with More Plates, More Dates.
Of course, more plates, more dates. Who isn't?
He's like the most humble guy on the fucking internet.
Is that really true?
He's literally the godfather of steroids, just has broken down every little bit about him.
He's the godfather of steroids. Folks, Google Dan Duchesne and about 20 other people come way before that. Lest I digress, saying unkind things, I will continue.
He has this parent company called Merrick Health, and they've started sponsoring us because through this prep, because we knew we were going to hop on more.
Wait.
Gary came, did our blood work.
These guys get like actual sponsored steroids? What the fuck? That's a thing? Like there's companies that sponsor you? Bro got a fucking trend sponsor? No, did I misunderstand that? Yeah, you can have doctors give you legit steroids. Okay, but beyond that, can we get them to sponsor the pod? Oh my God, dude. If we got sponsored by a TRT clinic and we got fucking yak to the gills, that would be so sick. Dude, imagine all of us looking like fucking Baki characters.
Before we hopped on more, they literally came to the house.
Well, what can I say? As far as leading by example, this is of course terrible. They're way too young to be using. They've made all the mistakes using. As far as lessons they got from it, now they're in contact with Merrick Health to take care of their health, have a team around them doing things in a logical manner and knowing that they had done some stupid things in the past and teaching the folks about it, I largely approve. This is quite good. So I'll say this, since I can't really rate this video, it's better that they made this video than if they hadn't.
Wow. I fucking love that.
This is how.
What the fuck is this? Oh, back to the For You page. I can't tell if this is a meme or not. Did this now have Jockly? Is that normal? Real looks maxing, hashtag edging, mewing, mew routine. Bro, that shit is crazy. Don't do this stuff.
It's just, there's still some left, but...
Fucked up.
Y'all see that mark right there?
What the fuck is this?
Could you use a lariat in a real fight? It's called a ridge hand. In traditional martial arts, this is usually taught with the actual ridge of the hand, which gives you increased reach, but a lot less power, and in my opinion, a lot more risk of injury.
Do you have a good jawline?
Desktop For You page is so bad. It's like randomized. This one is made for this community.
What is the worst graphic design mistake that you've ever seen that you're like, how did this get approved?
I don't know if this counts because the graphic design was deliberate, but it being published, that was the mistake. Also, I do need to put a genuine trigger warning for 9/11 and for Rachel Dolezal.
Wait, a genuine trigger warning for 9/11? What do you mean? What could be triggering about? I don't get it.
So a couple of years ago, my husband and I were trying to order Bear Burger delivery on the Bear Burger website, and everything looked normal. The burger section had images of burgers, the salad section had images of salads, but then we got to the shares. First, here we have the all-natural wings, and it's just an image of raw chicken. Upsetting, but okay. Then we have, the crispy Brussels sprouts. Those look normal. Then we have the cauliflower bites, just so you could really see what we were dealing with. We were obviously in shock, but we refreshed the page, and 1 minute later, it was like this. Like, just the images were just wiped away. Like, we have timestamps. Literally 5:10, what you saw, 5:11, it's here. I'm sure they were just hacked, or maybe it was a disgruntled employee or something.
I missed it. I was looking at my Discord.
Everything looked normal. The burger section had images of burgers. The salad section had images of salads. But then we got to the shares. First, here we have the all-natural wings, and it's just an image of raw chicken. Upsetting, but okay. Then we have, the crispy Brussels sprouts. Those look normal. Then we have the cauliflower bites. Just so you could really see what we were dealing with. We were on...
I don't think this is real. I think it's fake. Good bit, though. Chinese Stanley craze?
Chinese Gen Zs are collecting cups like each of them have 20 mouths. This netizen has a Stanley for drinking hot water, a glass for cold water, a cup for coffee, a cup for tea, and a mug for yogurt. They call themselves 杯子控, which literally translates to cup file. Netizens are curious. Won't your parents be mad at you? The blogger replied, I'm already in my 40s. My mom is old and too tired to scold me. My husband even gave me money to support my cup collecting hobby. Others said, when I was a child, I collect erasers. Now I'm older, I'm collecting cups, which is a healing process for me. There's a special group of cup collectors that only buy Starbucks Been There mugs. Every mug is like a key, which unlocks the memory you need to your travel to that city. Coffee addicts will say, I have to drink caffeine to stay alive. Why not buy from the brand that comes with a nice looking mug? Beverage brands sell limited edition bottles with super adorable designs, which make girls willingly hand over their money. Stanley cups are called 白女杯 in China, which literally translates to...
Dude, Mao is turning in his grave, man. They need to bring back struggle sessions, okay? What is happening? Why are no Chinese netizens asking for a struggle session? What the fuck's going on? They have betrayed socialism with Chinese characteristics.
Sell limited edition bottles with super adorable designs, which make girls willingly hand over their money. Stanley cups are called 白女杯 in China, which literally translates to white girl cup. Netizens said they went from doubting white girls to understanding and becoming them. They found that the 40-ounce Stanley fits a cup of milk tea, which works like a mini fridge for your drink. A netizen said, I really hate drinking water, but only a Stanley with a cute straw cover and adding some Chinese herbs make drinking water bearable.
Girl was serving face for Jacob.
I can't tell if that's like actually what's going on or not.
We are no longer going to wear shoes even
Okay,
when
I saw this already. Stop with this skibbity Ohio Riz.
صباح الخير من قلب صباحا لك صبحك تدامى ولغيرك.
What the fuck? Donald Trump mewing. I think this is unironically how, like, I'm not even kidding. I think this is how people view Trump. Like, this is how Trump supporters think Donald Trump looks like in real life, unironically, straight up, not a joke, not a meme. That's why they keep saying, like, how fucking sexy he is and stuff. And I'm always, like, shocked about it. If your name is Barbara, you probably think Trump looks like this, okay? If it's Deborah, you have, like, a 15 to 25% chance of thinking that Trump looks like this. If this is 2, we must watch Trump mewing 1. Yeah, what the fuck? It's just... The entrepreneur account is pretty funny.
I don't care what you have a PhD in.
They do a pretty funny job. They do good memes.
If you cannot physically overpower me, you cannot tell me what to do. It's that simple. Last year, a doctor claimed my life was in danger. He said I needed my appendix removed immediately. I said, sure thing, doc. Why don't you come and take it from me? Guess what's still rotting in my stomach?
This account is really good. They got a lot of stuff like this.
My company doesn't have an HR department because they're a complete waste of resources. If somebody has an issue, they can take it up with me. Literally. Whatever happened to you, do it to me. If I have a problem, then we can talk. I have 1,372 filed complaints. Only 1 has bothered me, and I don't want to talk about it. My company doesn't have an HR department because they're...
Almost Friday TV? Oh, these are the guys? What the fuck is Almost Friday TV? Seems like they stopped posting 3 months ago. Donald Trump does whatever the opposite of looks maxing is. Yeah, it's just shit looks minning. Okay, how about instead of looks maxing, you start looks minimizing. Okay, shit maxing. And just looking dumpy and frumpy all the time. Piers Morgan simp? Who is? Okay, dude. I watch Fox News 6 hours a day every day. That's shit maxing.
Eating only Dutch food for 24 hours.
Oh!
So for breakfast, I had to have a broodje hagelslag, which is just a slice of white bread with a very thick layer of butter, on which you sprinkle these chocolate sprinkles called hagelslag. A lot of Dutch kids have this for breakfast every day, and it's honestly like a staple in our culture.
Okay, that's actually not that bad. The other ones are crazy. Oh, the Nigerian roasts are mad funny.
Nigerian speaks.
I have seen this video 1,000 times, okay? It's incredible. Here. It's so incredible. It's so poetic. I'm going to run it right now while I go
So
pee.
poetic when they're upset. Instead of saying, I'm mad, they'll say, my enemies have succeeded.
Oh, I've got like 2 of those in my tweets of the week. So yeah, continue. Run it.
Oh my days. So I jumped into the comments on this thread, yeah?
Okay.
Wow. So I won't have I don't have the same ones as you because mine are from the comments.
Bet.
So someone said, my Niger professor once said, they've made an assassination attempt on my life when he slipped on a piece of paper.
So dramatic. Assassination attempt.
Bro.
Oh.
Instead of saying he's full, my Nigerian friend says his waistband is suffering.
But we are too poetic with it. We are too poetic with it.
His waistband is suffering.
Wow.
Shut up, bro.
Yeah.
Too poetic, bro. It's too funny. Instead of saying someone is stupid, my Nigerian friend said, wisdom is chasing her, but she's faster. Bro, wisdom is chasing her, but she is faster. Oh, God. My dad, what will kill me has not yet been born.
Oh,
bro.
My God.
Whenever my dad decided he's not going to whoop us, he'd say, today is your Christmas, but next time will be your Halloween.
Nah. Oh, my God.
Bro.
It's so good. The way you say someone is stupid in Mando, you say their brain cells are lonely. All right, let's get back to it. Now that we saw Nigerian culture, let's get back to the Dutch shit.
Culture, and then I headed over to the market where I got some raw herring. A lot of foreigners don't like this because they think it's very savory and a bit challenging since it's raw.
Yeah, no, a lot of foreigners don't like this, not because it's very savory, it's because it's gross, dog. The fuck you mean? It like doesn't seem to be a thing that is edible.
Raw fish, but honestly it's a bit like sushi. Then we also got some kibbeling, which is some fried white fish, which is also really good. And after that we were craving something sweet, so we decided to have poffertjes, which are these very small Dutch pancakes, and they're topped off with powdered sugar and butter. This is probably the best thing that Dutch culture has to offer. And then we had some snert, which doesn't look very appetizing.
every part of this is so awful except for the, I mean,
which is
I don't fuck with fish, but I can see why that would be edible.
fried whitefish, which is also really, really good. And after that, we were craving something
this is
sweet.
fire.
So we decided to have poffertjes, which are these very small Dutch pancakes.
That's
and
fire.
They're topped off with powdered sugar and butter. This is probably the best thing that Dutch culture has to offer. And then we had some snert, which doesn't look very appetizing, but it's this very thick split pea soup, which we have alongside some rye bread and some pork meat called zeeuwspek. And it's just very delicious, especially.
Yeah, no, man. That looks like snert, which is Dutch for snot. It's just like, it fucking looks so bad. Oh my God. The fucking further you, it's just like, how are you on the same continent as like Mediterranean food? How is that even possible? Pea soup is good. Are you 12? Don't try to fucking swallow over the shit, okay? Don't come at me with this. Is some England level culinary fuckery? Yeah, dude. These guys are the major colonizing powers, man. They need to look smacks their food.
中国食物，这是蒙古食物。蒙古奶茶。蒙古奶茶。哦。蒙古奶茶，蒙古酥包肉。酥包肉。爱喝。好喝。不是干什么工作？你是干什么工作
What's worse, British food or Scandinavian food? They're having a mid-off, and I want none of it, okay? Good food ideas are chasing the Dutch, but they're faster? Yes. Do you think they have this in Mexico?
You're not Mexican if you've never had a gelatinous cake de cabeza. That is a 50-pound gelatinous cake with a beef head. And I ate this recipe every single day as a young...
No, that's not real. Shut the fuck up. This butter dog, this guy like does... I don't know how he's not dead yet. It is Mexican? Flexik is in the chat. Answer for your crimes. What is this?
A young kiddo, and I'm going to show you this delicious recipe from my childhood. Trust
me. He said, it's not Mexican, it's Mexicant. No, man. Don't do that little trick where you're like, oh, well, we have tacos de cabeza. Like, I'm not saying, do you eat fucking cow's head, okay, in taco format? I'm talking, do you have a straight cow head inside of a gelato? What the fuck are you talking about? What is happening here? I've never seen this man in my life.
Trust me, guys, you are going to love this. First thing you're going to need is a lot of gelatin. I am talking 50 to 60 packets of gelatin and then a big...
Why does he talk like fucking hate? Yeah, must be because, you know, everybody eats cows, so it's the same as like eating directly the fucking cow head out of a gelatinous cake.
I could make one.
Let me see. Terrible.
Not the sword sound. Alright, that's valid.
You know what's not valid?
Whoa.
Your jawline. Get mogged.
Type shit.
Do you mew?
Huh?
Huh? Saying this. I said, do you mew?
What's that?
Let me show you.
But it kind of tastes like that and eats sort of light. Yeah, come on through. Take it. Just tell me if you like it. Score it, take one bite. I do like ratings, so just let me know if you like it. Be careful. Oh. Made love to it a little bit, but yeah, bite and a score. Yeah? 0 through 10. They're both making a mess of this thing. There we go.
Mewing today is just duck face for the boys. 100%. Yes.
It's just 0 through 10. I give it a 9. All right, 9.
Damn.
I was 0. 10. She upgraded. It's rookie scored. It's good. This is up. Yeah, it is. Where we at? Where we at?
Everywhere I go, I keep a picture in my wallet like you.
Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. I'm not much of a girlfriend. I never seem to get a lot.
What's from? Nigeria.
Shama!
Unethical ways to make money, part 2. First, you're going to go onto Google and log into any random chat room website. Once you are on this website, you are going to start up conversations with random people and flirt with them. Once you are about 10 minutes into the conversation, you are going to say this.
I have a confession to make. I lied about my age. I'm really 15.
For anyone that continues the conversation, you are going to suggest that you guys will meet up in person, and you will schedule a meetup at your local Taco Bell. Once a few days have passed, you're going to go to the meetup location and wait for this predator to sit down. Once they're sitting down inside of the Taco Bell, you are going to storm inside the building with your friend following you with a camera. You will sit down at this predator's table with a binder full of chat logs. And if this person gets up and tries to leave, you are going to scream at the top of your lungs,
"This person is trying to meet a 15-year-old boy,"
and continue to follow them. Once you two are able to engage in a conversation, you are going to read out some of the chat logs and make the predator feel embarrassed. When it is obvious that they have had enough embarrassment, you will tell them this.
"I will delete this footage and not call the police if you pay me $1,000.
The predator will gladly pay you the money so you stop harassing them, and then you will
I thought the real way to make money was just upload that entire process to YouTube. Yeah, just upload it directly to YouTube, and then you don't even get an extortion charge. And all you've done, all you've done is basically content, and then motherfuckers will look at you and go, "Oh, dude, this guy's doing a public service."
will go home and post the footage onto YouTube and TikTok to collect ad revenue. After that, you can also contact the authorities.
Never mind. There you
Follow
go.
to never miss another side hustle.
Hi guys, I found a really beautiful parking lot to review. This parking lot has so many spots and it's so clean. The arrows make it really easy to find your way home. If you ever come in a group of 3, this is for you. The ground is also so smooth. I feel like I could run across this really well. Overall, I rate this parking lot a 7.5 out of 10.
Dude, there's something really wrong with, like, not gonna lie, I'm kind of about it. No, dude, it's just, oh God. Oh my God, first comment, I goon to your voice. Your voice is instant dopamine. Yo! That's insane. Jesus Christ, dude. What is this? I've seen this. I don't understand it. Yeah, it's the guy who
Sometimes you feel like a nice can of
dad.
Coke Zero, and just as you take a sip, your auntie slaps it out of your hand and goes, "Don't drink that, it'll give you cancer." And I'm sure that if you've read any of the studies about aspartame, you'd be very concerned if you were a rat. But if you're watching this and you're not a rat, you probably wondered how many cans a day of this could I drink and remain safe according to the real data that we have? Well, that many. Being 95 kilograms, I could consume over 55 cans a day. And that's going to the lowest echelon I could as far as safety. I could consume probably 10 times this and still be completely fine. 1 can of Coke Zero into the human body is broken down into methanol, aspartic acid, and 50% phenylalanine. And if you think that's bad, tomato soup's got 6 times as much methanol, an egg's got 34 times as much aspartic acid, and 100 grams of beef has got 16 to 32 times as much phenylalanine.
Well, I learned everything I need to know. Don't care about what this guy's gonna say in the stitch. I'm drinking 95 cans of Diet Coke, baby.
Video, but because the goalpost is always moved, I'm not worried about cancer, but I am the gut microbiome. Only stevia, sucralose, and saccharin have been shown to alter gut bacteria. Notice I said alter because we don't know if it's bad or even good. Nearly everything you eat and drink can alter gut bacteria. Aspartame, on the other hand, which is in this, can't change your gut bacteria because it's broken down before it even reaches your large intestine. Now, to all the people saying just drink water, I'm gonna be honest, I've never understood this argument. If I was eating ice cream and you told me, hey, why don't you eat some Brussels sprouts? I'd be like, I like Brussels sprouts, but sometimes I want some ice cream. And finally, to all the people saying brought to you by Big Aspartame, obviously I can't speak for James, but I have never received a penny from any company that has anything to do with sugar substitutes. Yet, I talk about how this is safe all the time because all
Let's go. TikTok on top.
the research in humans says that it is. Also, Dr. Pepper cream soda? Definitely pick this up if you can find it.
Respect, dude.
Or so I thought.
Soda boys on top, baby.
At first it didn't appear that the back was removable. It wouldn't pry off when I tried. Before I break out the heavy artillery though and review this from the inside, let's scratch the fingerprint scanner. A few initial scratches and the lock still opens just fine. You can hear the little motor inside, motoring up the shackle and unlocking the padlock. Even after a few more scratches, the lock still functions. So far it appears to be solidly constructed, durable, and secure. Or so at least that's what I thought. Let's keep going. I broke out the Dremel to gauge the thickness of the metal, but trying to cut through the stainless steel and advertised anti-shim and anti-pry design, my Dremel just wasn't making it through the body. Even dremeling through the fingerprint scanner itself, there was 0 ways for a hacker to unlock the lock and steal your stuff, like your bike or your sweaty gym clothes, from this side. It was only after I brought out the big guns did I find the fatal flaw in Taplock's design. It was about here that I realized the back panel of the lock wasn't secured at all. Right next to that sliced in half lithium-ion battery, it just falls away from the lock. Apparently I was opening it wrong before. It doesn't pry off, it's a twist to unlock, like a jar. I couldn't see that until I had a view from the inside. I'll be testing my twist-off theory in a second. Digging deeper, there were 3 normal Phillips head screws on the back half of the lock, and
Lock-picking lawyer could open that with his ass cheeks? Yeah,
Or
a
so I
major
thought.
flaw was that if you shoot it with a fucking machine gun, it unlocks.
Good afternoon, D&D, TikTok, and beyond. Welcome to Roll for Sandwich, the series where I let fate decide my lunch. Let's go. Today I'm going to be using these liquid core koi fish dice that were sent in by a viewer. Thanks. Let's get things started with our roll for bread. 2 Detroit English muffin bread. I found this bread at my local bakery. It is a dense, yeasty bread, and I found it makes a really good grilled cheese. Unfortunately, it looks like I only have 1 regular slice left, so I'm
That's
gonna have to use the
devastating.
butt for the other side. But that's okay. I don't mind. Next up, let's roll for Maine.
I do mine. I
9
mine.
buckstick. All right, we're giving our venison summer sausage a chance at redemption. Last time, things were looking pretty good until it was paired with salmon skins.
Oh,
so I'm glad we're getting
no.
another chance at it. Next up, let's roll for cheese. 5 chèvre. Chèvre is your classic, smooth, creamy goat cheese.
Love that.
It has an acidic
Don't
tang
know
to
how
it
it
that
works
gives
with
its
the-
signature
not
flavor.
gonna be good with the venison,
sausage
though.
is pretty mild and unassertive, so having a stronger flavored cheese is not a bad
okay.
thing. My chèvre is still a little cold from the fridge, but we'll make it work. So far, I think we're doing all right. Let's roll that roughage. 2 romaine and 10 Paco's pickles. Well, nothing wrong with a little lettuce on your sandwich. Provides a little bit of bulk and texture, and
That's
something for the
fine.
sauce to stick to. Tony Paco's is a Toledo-based hot dog joint and Hungarian food restaurant. And they also sell their pickles nationally. These particular pickles are sweet and spicy pickles.
Bro, this is not looking good. Oh my god. Oh, I would never roll for sandwich. I feel like I love personally, making it perfect, right? I don't know. This is this is edible, but
Now, I much prefer...
no, I'm a pickle guy. You guys are wrong. This is like his best sandwich so far. Dude, you guys are so wrong. This is looks completely fine. Sorry, it doesn't have gold flakes. Oh my God. I have a bunch of sandwich Philistines in the chat. You motherfuckers have no idea the delicate balance that goes into sandwich making. Oh my God. Every single part of this process individually, I fuck with. Some of it could be also workable, but together you're basically, if you mash it all together, the cacophony is going to be devastating.
dill pickles to sweet pickles. But I think in this case, with the goat cheese, these might be all right. All right, let's hit it with a little wild magic. Nat 20. Happy birthday to me. As always, 20 on my list is dealer's choice, so I get to pick. Today I choose bacon! And last but not least, it's the D20 sauce roll. Here we go. 2 Chipotle ketchup. Honestly, it's incredible.
Can't tell is an earthquake or not. Do we? Literally, as this motherfucker was yelling bacon, I just felt the earthquake. I was like, the fuck? While he was yelling bacon, I'm not even kidding. As he was yelling bacon, it started shaking a little bit in here. Megaphonics, I am not going to finish the Red Flag Games TikTok. Please stop begging me to finish the Red Flag Games TikTok. I already closed it. Okay? Why are you so adamant about me watching the Red Flag Games TikTok? Is it because she's going to say League of Legends? Is that why? I'm not watching it. It is customary and tradition that you guess his ranking.
Incredibly fitting to get ketchup also on my birthday.
Wait,
At least it's not plain.
Wait, dealer's choice is ketchup?
2 Chipotle ketchup. Honestly, it's incredibly fitting to get ketchup also on my birthday. At least it's not plain ketchup or ketchup that is using high fructose corn syrup. When you start adding spicy flavors to ketchup, you're kind of making barbecue sauce anyway, and I don't mind barbecue sauce as much as I mind ketchup. Let's go ahead and get our sandwich cut in half here. And let's take a look at that.
That looks awful. Guess the rating. I mean, I don't know what this guy's taste is. It looks dog shit to me. If you ask me, this sandwich, not great. Okay. But I don't know what his like taste is like. You know what I mean? Damn, 4.5 magnitude on San Bernardino. He always ranks it high unless it's a real stinker. Then he's going to give it a fucking 8.
Cross section. Honestly, could be worse. A nat 20 and then a ketchup roll is a pretty fitting summation of my birthday. Let's give it a taste. You know, it's honestly not too bad. Like I said, that ketchup has big barbecue sauce vibes, which goes really well with the smoky bacon. And then you've got a little extra spice from those pickles. And the chèvre brings like a nice, bright sharpness to it all. I think my biggest complaint is just the overall sweetness from the sweet pickles and the ketchup. I think it would have been even better with dill pickles. Well, there we have it. Another week of Roll for Sandwich in the books and another trip around the sun for me.
What did he give
Things
it?
definitely could have gone much worse today. I'm sitting at an 8.9 for this one. And I'm going to
God damn. Yo, this dude is crazy. He said, not bad. And then said 8.9.
Right here in my little workshop. I've been working on my Hornets Nest shirt. She's a little rough. I've been wearing her. Double heart, Carhartt, special brew, 500-gallon club, crown roll.
What the fuck is
I do my workout here. We got a little Christmas action for the kids. I showed you the hats before, but I've been getting more. I got another nest today. A little fat daddy. Got the Hornets Nest stew. My spoon too. Business cards. There's the hair I've been working on. I saved for 20 years. I made me a hair hat.
What is going on, dude? Hornet's Nest art? What is happening? Higher score inflation of the idea of rank inflation. Yeah.
It's underneath that one there. And there's some graduation. It's a big time of the year for us here. Never forgetting Halloween. What, I got an old prom picture in there. Spiral staircase in the back. 5th grade forever, baby. Got me another nest. And got me a couple walking sticks. My crayon stuff. We got other old more Hornets material I'm working with. So getting ready for another Christmas.
This is boy autism? Yeah, much worse than girl autism. Fun TikTok trend in the US? What is he drinking? What the fuck? I don't even understand what that was. Okay. There literally was an earthquake. Yeah, I know. Pokemon Company releases a statement on Palworld. Inquiries regarding other companies' games. We have received many inquiries regarding another company's game released in January 2024. We have not granted any permission to the use of Pokemon IP or assets in that game. We intend to investigate and take appropriate measures to address any acts that infringe on intellectual property rights related to the Pokemon. We will continue to cherish and nurture each and every Pokemon in this world and work to bring the world together through Pokemon in the future, the Pokemon Company. Dude, Pokemon has been doing this for a very long time, okay? If this was the case, Digimon would not work. Who snitched? Every motherfucker on Twitter. Half of the dudes were mad and saying that Palworld was definitely doing AI assets when that wasn't the case, apparently. But it was wild that so many people were just like, no, straight up, these are AI, and people believed it. And so many Nintendo adults were just like mad that this guy just steals shit. Palworld was stealing though. Like, yeah, I mean, they made fucking Pokemon. They made Pokemon-like characters. So many other companies have done that. Yeah, it's plagiarism. I know. Did you feel the earthquake? No, that wasn't you walking. It was a 4.5 earthquake. There are a couple pals that are straight rips from Pokemon besides the name, like Bristilla Isabella Som. Yeah, they ripped the assets from actual games. A lot of people are saying that this is just good old theft of assets, not AI, like actual Nintendo assets. Yeah, I mean, I think they have a Zelda clone too, right? Like, I don't know why people are just like, I don't know why people are fucking losing their minds over it. I mean, it's stealing from Nintendo. Like, you're stealing from Nintendo. It's going to be really hard for me to come to terms with like digital property rights for fucking Nintendo. Okay? They made a good ass game. Many of these legal battles have been done before. Nintendo is incredibly litigious, as you guys know. If they were successful, they would have absolutely eviscerated Digimon and so many other Pokemon clones. I mean, I get this stealing IP claims, but what does that have to do with AI? Because the guy who made it, the dev, one of the main devs of the company that made Palworld, is what do you call it? He's like a weird crypto guy. He's a weird NFT guy. He's an AI guy now, which is sus. The CEO is like a crypto bro, which is whatever. But Pal World in and of itself is derivative of Pokemon. Totally fucking copy paste with like a little bit of changes. He's doing the good old Ludwig yoink and twist. Okay. Pokemon itself also, yes, ripped it as well to a certain degree, but the AI claims are exaggerated too. Yeah. No, I'm saying, okay, there's two different claims, or there's multiple claims. One was AI, not true, as far as we know. The other one was they basically copy pasted and like maybe changed up a little bit the Pokemon characters, and they would do side-by-side comparisons. That's also, while true, doesn't really hold in court, legally speaking. And the last one is not Digimon, sorry. The last one is that they actually took the direct assets, okay? They actually took the direct assets like one-to-one and stole them or ripped them and copy pasted them. So like the actual sizing of the Pokemon like fits almost entirely. Okay. It sets a precedent though, as someone who's in the industry that is going through shit and working for broke ass wages. You have to understand the frustration, right? It not only fucks other games, but it fucks other studios. As an artist, I'm very concerned of this becoming a trend. So here's the thing. I do understand what you're saying. The point is, however, that as far as parody laws goes, and as far as like direct copyright theft goes, none of what they are doing is neither technically illegal, nor is it all that far off from what other people have done. It's just that Pal World has become infinitely more successful than all of these other parodies and all of these other versions of it. Can streamers be held liable for pumping the game? Fuck no. Why are you guys fantasizing about like a legal battle that Nintendo is going to win and then also extend all the way to the streamers? No shot. So how is it not illegal? How is that illegal? How is that legal though? Here, one great example that I immediately was thinking about is like the target market, right? The fact that you can just like beat the shit out of these Pokemon and like shoot them with guns. And also it has like a Ark style, Rust style, like open world survival meta built on top of it, almost entirely changes it. Unless you're directly calling him fucking Pikachu, okay, with the same powers and shit like that. And then on top of that doing it, like there was a guy who modded Pal World to turn it into Pokemon, I think. I don't know if that was fake or not, because it looked really good and it was way too fast of a modding operation to turn it into fucking real Pokemon. But I assume that that would be heavily illegal. Like that mod, you can actually get into trouble. Like you will legitimately get into trouble for making that mod, and you will get DMCA'd immediately. You'll get sued, you'll get DMCA'd, you'll get clapped. Pal World, on the other hand, I don't think that Pal World in and of itself will get that same legal scrutiny. Okay? They charge money for it? That's crazy. That's insane. That guy's crazy. Brother, that guy was charging money for that? Are you kidding me? Nintendo arrested someone and put a lien on their fucking wages for the rest of their lives like last month. Okay, that's insane. See, that's what I mean. Like, Nintendo is a very litigious company. Okay? Nintendo is a very, very litigious company. You'll be absolutely cooked, dumpstered, if you will. Those assets are probably stolen from a person who's been making new 3D models for Pokemon 2, most likely. But as far as like a video game looking damn near identical to another video game, as far as a video game looking damn near identical to a video game, that's not going to be enough. Okay? That's not going to be enough. Now, on top of that, here, don't fall for the lies that Pal World stole assets. This takedown of the screenshots of those videos proves that Pal World models are different. Wait, what? The Pal mesh orange, the Pokemon mesh is black. The front view is the difference more obvious. The Pokemon mesh have large ears. So what happened? Like the guy who was saying that this was an asset, these were built on stolen assets, were just like, it was a lie or something. All the side-by-side stuff is stupid bullshit for the most part, where it's vaguely looking familiar, but there are a few things like Primarina's head is being completely one-to-one stolen. They do not just... Yeah. Wow, yeah, so different. Dude, it's not about whether or not it's like close enough. Okay? It's not about whether or not it's close enough. They what do you call it? I don't think it works that way. Like I don't think you could just be like, "Oh, well, it looks really close to it." It's kind of like this. Okay? It's like Genshin Impact looking damn near identical in many ways, being a different game altogether, but looking damn near identical in many ways to Zelda, and people like yelling about that originally. Obviously, this is a more direct comparison because Genshin Impact is like very different than Zelda overall. Because this is just straight up Pokemon. So it's more like if Genshin Impact was doing a Zelda copy, which for the record, this company has apparently done a direct Zelda copy as well. So, the likeness is nothing to worry about, and both companies are based in Japan, and Japan has no fair use laws. But the most concerning part is the sound effects straight ripped from Breath of the Wild, and nobody talks about the sound effects. Yeah, I don't know what is like actually straight ripped. Okay, I don't know what is actually straight up ripped from Pokemon, from Game Freak. But as far as like Pokemon goes, it's one of the most successful IPs on the planet. And I would say that as one of the most successful IPs on the planet, there have been a million copies. I think the reason why Pal World is getting way more anger and way more interest is not because of a direct rip of Pokemon. Many games have done that already in almost identical ways. It's just that they are profoundly successful because they just made a game that has a lot of flaws, by the way. If you just judge it specifically for if you judge it specifically on the boundaries of like closeness to Pokemon, yeah, it's just very close, it's very similar. But or if you judge it as a video game, as a standalone video game, and it doesn't have that like capturing Pokemon like funness to it, I guess it's just kind of a shit game. There's no like cohesive, coherent storyline. The AI bricks regularly. Like there's a lot of issues, but it's fun overall. Okay, it's fun overall, and I think that's why. Well, also, yes, it's still less buggy than the Game Freak games. Fine. But there's also no, like, there are, like, a lot of stuff that wouldn't make it that you would need to have in a game that it doesn't have. I'm sure they'll fix it because they've made, like, $7 gazillion in, like, the last day or so. But, how can you not copy this in the AI era? Remind me not to set a bot generating a cool mashup that I had and then share it with buds. Overall, I think there are some people who really love Pokemon and think that like these guys are stealing from Nintendo and they're mad. And then there's the valid fear that artists have. Okay. The valid fear that artists have is like, well, what the fuck? These guys can just like straight up come in, steal my artwork, put it into a video game, and I have no recourse. Except you didn't have recourse for Nintendo either. And that's kind of the shitty reality of the situation. It doesn't matter if it's the fucking Pal World devs doing it to you, and it doesn't matter if it's fucking Nintendo doing it to you. And a lot of people, I think, personally think that like the Pal World devs did it to Nintendo so they could do it to me too. And it's like, brother, Nintendo does that shit all the time. I'm going to steal your stuff, see how you like it. You're going to steal my IP? Oh, fuck, he was just doing an ad break, Jubate, goddammit. Because I was about to say, brother, go ahead. Like, you're talking to the wrong guy on that front. But yeah, as much as I like the top of the hour ad break, yeah. So this also isn't new law. The most famous meatball demon from Doom is a trace of the face of the D&D art design of one of the most famous, Astro Dreadnought. Yeah, this is almost comparing the Pal World dev to Nintendo. It's a bad comparison. It's early access. Are there this many like major dick riders for Pal World? It's a fun game. I don't know. I really liked it. I don't know why you're like coming in here and thinking that I'm like you're on high alert and you're thinking that I'm like actually fucking shitting on it or something. But yeah, don't act like they've reinvented the wheel here. They definitely fucking made a very fun Pokemon rip that I would say is even better than many things that Game Freak has posted and put out in the last decade or so. It's a good remix. It's a fun remix. I'm on board with it. I think, but I don't like. I understand why artists get mad and get very frustrated about it. But the reality is, if I were an artist, which I am not, but if I were an artist, I'd be infinitely more mad about the reality that these major corporations steal art all the fucking time. They do. And they are multi-billion-dollar franchises too on top of that. So if theft is at the heart of a lot of art, and all art is derivative, so those boundaries are blurred all the time, I'd rather have some motherfucker steal from Pokemon and Game Freak and Nintendo than steal from the random artists on the ground. So yeah. And it's still shitty when it happens. Doesn't matter if it's like a smaller person doing it or a much larger person doing it. It's still shitty. And I hope that you can litigate. But I don't think that Pal World will be sued by Nintendo anytime soon. Because, like, think about how litigious Nintendo is. Think about how fast they moved on the mod that was using Pokemon. Think about how fast they moved on the modder that actually took the Pal World game and slapped on the Pokemon sticker on it. Now think about Pal World in general. Nintendo has always been one to take and use their artist work without their say. My stepfather worked there for 25 years as head graphic designer, and his contract had a clause that the work he created for a set period of time after he left was still owned by Nintendo. That's what I mean. Nintendo is going to do extrajudicial killings over this game. No, I think Nintendo will probably fucking sit back and hope that the fad dies away. You know, the biggest surprise for me is how Microsoft let it on Game Pass. I don't know why they take that risk. What do you mean you don't know why they take that risk? First of all, from what I understand, it plays like dog shit on the Xbox. It's actually pretty easy to play on the PC. It's great, but it has a lot of issues on the Xbox. But I don't think it's that shocking. One, Microsoft has a fucking fat legal team. That's one. And two, I'm telling you, like, what they are. Oh, Game Pass is PC doofus. Well, regardless, I think the Xbox, it doesn't play well on the Xbox, is what people were saying. So it plays sick on the Steam Deck. Oh, that's awesome. I think Pal World is a fad. There's a limit to what you can do after a few weeks. Yeah. Also, we don't know if AI was used on the game, so we're going on assumption. The talk of it being plagiarized by Nintendo, we'll have to see if Nintendo thinks it's worth that, if it even is close to being a benign asset flip or whatever. But yeah, fuck Nintendo. They're dog. They're awful. Pal World on Switch. Not really. Why? Oh, okay. Oh, did you find the light bar? Oh, you didn't find the light bar. I don't know where the fuck it went. Yeah. You have the same copyright opinion as pirate
doesn't
software?
have any fair use or its copyright law. There's no such thing as fair use in Japan. None. Doesn't exist. So with that in mind, if Nintendo wants to go after you, if you're in the US or Europe or anywhere else, because you're showing off Nintendo stuff, they have every right to, because there's no fair use in Japan. They can stop you from doing that. They've done it many, many times. It may feel unsavory, but that's within their purview.
Asmongold had an amazing take when it came to the thoughts and opinions of artists when it comes to AI. I think that, God. So I don't know what Asmongold said, but I assume he probably said something along the lines of sucks to suck. Okay. The thing is, like, let me guess. I haven't seen it, but I assume it was something along the lines of sucks to suck. If the game is fun, people are gonna play it. And it's like one of those takes where it's like, I get what you're trying to say, but that's not gonna be well received. As far as AI art goes, it's dog water for the time being, but I feel like it is going to be so much better in the future, and it is directly trained and someone's work. Like, you're stealing someone's strokes, right? And then you are with a machine recreating it. Like, that's insane. And that absolutely sucks. That absolutely fucking sucks. Artists already don't make a lot of money. They make all their money by selling their art. And I think it's awful. I've said this before. I've talked about AI art before. I think, like, AI is impossible to avoid. And I do think that eventually, like, AI will lead to better art down the line, as in, like, if you figure out a way to use it to your advantage, right? If you figure out a way to use it to your advantage as an artist, potentially you could maybe use it as a tool. But the issue is, as everything else, it is used as a mechanism to displace something that is, I guess, like the final remaining part of what makes art cool, which is the imperfections, which is the fact that it's a human being making it, all the way from like dumbass stick figures down to like beautifully crafted pieces. So it is shitty. Might be able to use it to teach you how to do different styles. I use AI to help with Excel shit. Yeah, there are even specific models trained to mimic an artist's style. It feels so fucked. I can't imagine being an artist and seeing that. Yeah. Problem is, it's like a replacement. It also is like making so many things awful. We talked about how AI is making Google, is breaking Google right now. Like, it's probably one of the most like incredible monopolies out there that we have just allowed to exist as a monopoly. But we forgot in that process that like Google is an ad service. Google's not just a search engine. It's not the front page of the internet. It's a fucking ad service. And that ad service benefits from all of these fucking AI populated pages that are filled to the brim with ads. So you can game it and totally brick it. And if you can brick Google with AI, you can definitely brick art with AI as well. So I don't know. What's going on? Kaya, come here. He's in your face. Not please, no layman's take on comp sci. What do you mean? Nintendo sued the mod adding person, but not the Pal World devs while it was being developed for 5 years? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's my argument. And I'm talking about comp sci anyway. What the fuck does that have to do with comp sci?
Right? Normal stuff. Super normal stuff. Now, with that in mind, let's say that Nintendo wanted to go after Pocket Pair and said, hey, there's something wrong. Well, Pocket Pair's been working on this game publicly for 3 years. They haven't done it. Pocket Pair's now released the game and they have 5 million sales, and they still haven't done it. And on top of all of this, on top of everything else, they're both in Japan, which means it wouldn't even be an international lawsuit. It'd be a local lawsuit. So if they're not doing it, why is everyone on Twitter bitching? Pretty sure that Nintendo, one of the most litigious game companies in the world, would have...
Damn, this dude verbatim, bar for bar, said the exact same shit that I did, with the exception that I didn't even bring up Japan's lack of fair use laws. But yeah, he's right. I mean, it makes so much sense. Exactly. It's a program that destroys the ability of your work to be scrapped efficiently for AI. I recommend artists use this. Glaze.cs use Chicago. It's a program that destroys the ability for your work to be scraped efficiently for AI and remixes it so it shows something else to the AI model. It's a way for us to fight back and actually can fully ruin a model. That's awesome. Pirate Software is a known scammer. Wait, what? Is he? Why would he be a scammer? Why are you saying that? Why is it that people always say stuff like this? Like, motherfuckers in the chat will be like, oh, this guy disagrees with me. Guess what, dude? He fucking sucks, actually. You don't know this, but he murdered somebody. And I'm like, how am I supposed to like, what are you doing? Like, I can't tell if it's like, he seems like a really nice guy. He seems like a really cool dude. I've seen like 2 or 3 shorts of his now on stream, and he seems like a cool guy. Anyway. He's a pirate. Get real, dude. Okay, that's funny. Anyway, but overall, doesn't seem to be AI. I don't know what the asset flip situation looks like, but I feel like and this is the last ad break I'm running. I feel like if it was a fucking real situation that Nintendo could sue them on, you bet your ass they don't need a bunch of fucking Nintendo dick riders or understandably frustrated artists who are worried about AI stealing their art to like let them know. You know what I mean? You think they don't know? They've fucking $100 million legal team just specifically waiting to clap your ass cheeks for naming your son Pikachu. They'll come into your house, break your fucking door down, and murder your firstborn. Okay, and then they'll put a lien on your entire fucking wages for the rest of your goddamn life for the crime of naming your son Pikachu. Okay, you think those guys are not going to go after this fucking competitor? Yeah, they're probably waiting till he least expects it. There's absolutely a backlash. The backlash is becoming anti-woke to love AI art. That's so dumb, but so expected. Because, I mean, if you're anti-woke, you're like fucking halfway to fascism already. And yeah, those guys don't know anything about what makes fucking art beautiful. They've never had a fucking unique thought in their goddamn lives, so... Anyway, yeah, hopefully artists can figure out a way to combat AI art. Seems like this tool scraping looks good, and that overall it can be a valuable tool for artists I feel like. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow from Austin, Texas. That's right. I'll be in Austin when I go live tomorrow. And we'll figure it out. Might go and get a little lift in or something, if you know what I'm saying. Yep. All right. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on breath. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming.